mythical stupid. Hey. Look on the bright side, I'm taking it high. Look in the bright light, I'm losing my sight. I'm keeping it burning, I'm hotter than ice. I'm climbing the Hi-Rez, I'm sick of this hype. Feeling the burn, it's getting hot. I'm making a sign, pick it up. I'm sticking my fingers, it won't drop. I'm bringing the heat and I can't stop.
Hello everybody and happy Saturday, and it's Saturday, that means it must be Smite Prime. Welcome in another week. It's close bracket time. August has hit, but Smite 2 is hidden even harder. It's Malum and Dilo to start our day off. We've got the entire Smite Prime team today. We'll have Morden Man joining us later. We've got Tess, Billy, Red Rosie Panda, and of course Jithens to help make everything happen throughout the day. But Dilo, how are we feeling? My vibes are high today. I've been missing Smite 2 a bit. I've been missing casting it, so I'm up right now, but are you up with me?
Absolutely, and you chose a very interesting time to dive in. Like you said, Anthony, we got the whole village here because it's going to take an entire town to manage the chaos that has been running amok lately in the Smite 2 meta. That big, fat patch bringing the Hui Yi, the Sunbreaker himself. It feels like a solar eclipse. The world is dark as everyone's just trying to figure out what the heck do we do now with all these new healing items.
Yep, healing items, characters that we won't see Hoagie today, but there's tons to get into. But of
Correct.
course, we got to figure out one important factor, and that's what are they playing for today? Well, I have the answer right here in the form of a screen. Wasn't it nice? That was really clean. Thanks, Tess. July 12th through August 2nd. Hey, what's today? That's right. August 2nd, $7,000 on the line and up to 125,000 diamonds in Smite 2, not real diamonds. Can you imagine
That'd be nice.
the turnout for 125,000 actual diamonds? Whew.
One
But
whole
tons of
Bitcoin.
diamonds on the line, but tons of cash. Yeah, up there with Bitcoin. Tons of cash and teams that are going to be fighting tooth and nail for that cash throughout the day. But hey, I said the word teams. That means that cues us up perfectly into the bracket.
Indeed, we got some great teams here. The top 8 that made it through that open slog and now can fight in this first to lose to gets the heck out of the bracket. So you do have a bit more wiggle room. Before it was just, best of 1 and you're done. Nowadays, you got a bit more rope to let yourself go slack with before you are snapped right out and you lose your chance at that Bitcoin, at those diamonds, at that cash prizing. The one we're going to be following here to start things off is Clocked In and Smite 2 Bad Boys. 2nd and 7th seed, but don't be fooled. These Smite 2 Bad Boys, they don't obey the laws of seeding. They are fierce.
They don't obey the laws of seeding as if there's a celestial bracket seeding god at the top. But no, I know last couple weeks a lot of people were asking for best of 3s to start showing up more, and we've got them today. No best of 1s in the finals today, but one new thing also today that I'm pretty excited for is for the new and improved, well, first time ever actually, the Smite Prime MVP trophy.
That's sick.
Handcrafted by none other than Jithens. Tons of work put into it, and it came out so freaking cool. I mean, D-Lo, not only are we not players, but I'll be honest with you, if you're honest with me, we would never ever win these. But it makes me wish I could.
Handcrafted. Absolutely. It makes me want to just drop the mic and pick up a controller instead. But Jithens, like you said, carefully handcrafting this with a chisel in hand, has really been working on his arts and crafts, and he done a great job. I mean, look at it. It's so beautifully, precisely cut out. That's real, authentic Greek marble, I hear. No, it's not, but it's really good.
Yeah, it is.
It's really good stuff, and it's awesome that you get to have a bit of physical reward alongside
I heard
the
it glows
diamonds,
like a mood
alongside
ring,
the
too.
cash. Yeah, exactly. Just to lets you know. And if you win, I'm sure that's going to be glowing, whatever means absolutely jubilant, ecstatic, because you will be very happy if you can win that hammer for yourself. But we got a long way to go before we can get to that pinnacle, Anthony. Let's talk about this first matchup once again. It's going to be Clocked In, Smite 2 Bad Boys. Still playing other teams, fighting and scrapping alongside them. And even if, again, they lose one of their series, they still have a chance to battle their way back up in that loser's bracket.
Which does mean it's going to be a long day, so you
Yes,
at home, you got to
strap
keep
in.
the snacks, the drinks, the bathroom breaks. You got to be on point with everything because it's going to be one of those kind of days, but nonstop Smite. I can think of worse ways to
Cough
spend
drops.
a Saturday for sure. The cough drops is a good call. I've got
I'm
a
ready.
totally non-brand centric tea, lemon tea.
Oh, right. Oops. What?
Yeah.
Don't
Smite
worry about
Prime
it.
not affiliated with Halls unless they want to. You're off
Doors
to a
open,
great start.
guys. just saying.
One day is color commentary, and you throw it right in the sewer.
Hey, I live down there, baby. That's all you should expect from me. But all we
yeah.
should be expecting is some good action here from this first matchup. So let's talk about it once again. We've got Smite 2 Bad Boys Clocked In. Clocked In there. They were reigning supreme last time around. Yeah, they took a bit of a stumble near the end, but nonetheless, they are frightening. They are intense. And with these picks, these are teams that are going to be doing their homework, Anthony. I expect that everyone has studied the meta fairly sufficiently. There was one hotfix that came through, shook up the scene a little bit, but overall the idea is still the same. Sustain is king. If you try to go against the wave, you're going to drown.
And you don't want to do that. I mean,
No.
drowning's bad.
Jithens
Summer,
could tell you that.
the worst time to drown. Did you say Jithens could tell you? That's insane.
Yeah, man.
That's strike 2. That is strike 2 already.
Man,
but all right,
I
let's
haven't gotten a piece of bees.
Here, I've got a bailout for you. Yeah, let's move on to picks and bans.
Woo! Well,
Wait, but now For those at home who watch Smite Prime every weekend, I know they're very excited because not only is this picks and bans between Clocked In and Smite 2 Bad Boys starting our day, not only are there some incredible players listed down below, but we get color commentary D'Lo to get us through the picks and bans. So take it away.
So let's talk about what happened with Clocked In last week. They had a bit of a stumble semifinals. They weren't able to quite find their way through, but what picks we should be expecting? Paul on this Aladdin is a very frequent idea, and it stinks because Aladdin is a pick that normally we're not in the sustain meta. We're going to see first banned in this first wave. My two bad boys have to consider it now. I don't think it's going to be – it could be first picked. It could be first picked. I think that you want to put Paul in a prime position. That's one of the players who's going to carry you to victory. And what's one of the characters that stops that Aladdin from getting into their groove? Ares. A top ban. We see it across the board, and it's just going to ensure those cripples not going to be meeting your back. Bari makes complete sense as well from my two bad boys. That god has been scary since she's been dropped.
One thing too, and especially with this patch from the streams I've been catching, I've been seeing a lot of Bari. I've been watching, in particular, you know, got to give the kudos where it's due. I've been on a fine okay kick. I feel like I'm seeing a Bari every game in those level of play games, so that's no fun.
Correct.
To go against. So understandably getting rid of the bells today, but the Aphrodite alongside it. You mentioned earlier there's a ton of healing changes, and Aphrodite comes to mind. On top of that, you've got, of course, the simpler healers, you know, Cupids come to mind, but still characters like Guan Yu as well as this Yemoja that was just banned.
Yemoja's a solid ban. I got to see in actually a draft league her be played as a carry, non-aspect. Again, the idea here is we haven't gotten to see what these teams have done competitively. This is the first week since that big patch has dropped, and it's going to, I think, set the pace. Clocked In, deciding to ban away the Aladdin themselves. That's interesting. They're saying that we don't want to first pick it, but we also don't want to see Smite 2 bad boys pick it up. Maybe it would just be too painful for Paul to see that pick be in anyone else's hands. Uller, last ban, opens up a lot here. I see Kali's still on the map. Cerberus is still a really good counter pick to all the healing, but Guan Yu, you mentioned it, we might see it as well, has been rocked in that support quite often. This is anti-heal of a different type, though. Odin shuts it all down inside the ring.
You did get your answer for. I like that you look at me. I'm not accustomed to that. I don't. That's a new one for me. I know it's a UMUZ thing. I don't want to step on his toes, but I will look over there from time to time. I've got a skeleton chalice over there and a cactus. That's what I look at. So
that's cool.
I'll put you on the face of the. I'll pick the cactus. That seems more friendly. But the Odin does scream anti-heal, but alongside it, you talked about the Kali, but the Merlin I think is super interesting because we talked about already Clocked In, banning away the Aladdin. That takes something out of Paul's pocket. Now Merlin too, that's been Paul's go-to kind of sneakily the last few weeks of Smite Prime.
I was about to say, though, Pele's still available is the thing. And Paul loves to play these assassin-type picks in the mid lane, and Pele is disgusting because she has so much sustain in kit. Reaper stacks infinitely. Thanks, devs. It's disgusting to watch. I one time had a game recently where she got 21 stacks in 13 minutes. I won't say which team she was on. It was the enemy's team. But Kabrakin is going to completely fake me out, breaks my analysis, and breaks mountains as well. Agni for added on anti-heal and even more CC. I'm seeing a ton of stuns. I'm seeing a ton of fun.
Gives you early flex potential as well, worth noting, too. Because Hydrogen is somebody who I could see grabbing that Agni in the kind of right conditions being met. But now for Smite 2 Bad Boys, it's definitely... So where are you going with your answer? Notably, I feel like Aurora is a support that we tend to see grab their support around that third and fourth pick. It rarely falls to the end, more so lately especially. So that's definitely going to be a big one here. But I'm kind of interested where the ADCs go, because Ho Yi, as we talked about, is the newest character in Smite 2, but he's not available today.
Sad.
But he's been on top of the meta the last few days since he's come out. So it does kind of create a pretty interesting conundrum of, all right, well, we can't play one of the better picks, so where do we go after that? We see the Ganesh and the Chalk grabbed up.
Okay, so this Shock very well could be going to solo. Ganesh, I think, is jungle. I think Kali's going to be carry, personally. That's where I've been seeing her a lot, but also viability in putting her instead in that jungle role and having her be indestructible. That way the cage, has no anti-heal, but there's also no death happening. So Sano on the other side. I love the amount of on-demand CC Clockton have. Wind Siphon is great to pull suckers back in to just face more added pressure from Cab and Agni both. And the Pele was still left alone. How did I not even mention that? Pele was still there. They gave you a hint at it too, a little bit of a teaser trailer. We call that foreshadowing in the business, and it's going to foreshadow Paul busting your skull open with their volcanic fist.
Yeah, so the Acne does pull out the flex potential at the last moment. Sasano, Tegvir, and Sasano are just... oh, man, talk about lockstep. That is one of my favorite signature picks, I think, that I've seen in Smite 2's history, for sure, especially because Tegvir brings it lane to lane. Obviously, starting out as that ADC Sasano being the absolute nightmare of a lot of the more experienced ADCs at the time. Now taking it in the jungle here in Smite Prime, but that leaves one more pick available for Smite 2 Bad Boys.
Okay, so in theory right now we're missing a carry. No, we're missing a jungle, so I was correct. Kali was going to be that carry. Hoon Bots is a fantastic team fight god. You want them on your side to just disrupt all of the craziness going on inside the cage. Not too shabby of a counter blow to when you drop the Ring of Spears from Clocked In. Now, looking at their composition is also a bit of intrigue in terms of where everyone's going. I'd imagine it's probably going to be Odin in that solo, because like you mentioned, Susano's certainly in the jungle. What that does, I will say, is limits the impact that Ring of Spears is going to have for quite some time, unless we see some very early rotations coming out from Karmic, which at this level of play, certainly possible, though the teleporters do take a bit more time to come online. It means Smite 2 Bad Boys have got to try to set their pace a bit earlier. If I'm the Swoonbots, the moment I hit level 5, I'm going to try to kill someone. Whether that will happen or not, we'll find out soon.
Yeah, we will find out very soon. Let's head into the first game of our day and get Saturdays. That means Smite Prime underway. Once again, it's Malum, Dilo, and the whole Smite Prime team. Tess and Rosie will be pushing the buttons that we'll be seeing on screen. Your order side's clocked in. Your chaos side is the Bad Boys. And across the board, Dilo, do you see any picks that we saw get grabbed that went anywhere you weren't expecting? I do notice a couple aspects as well.
No, I'm quite unsurprised here. Paul on the Pele, I mean, it's alliteration, it's a good god, it's Paul. It's exactly what you want to see. Mosswall on the Merlin, last time we got to see them on the big screen, they were actually rocking the shock that Ramakami's got instead. But, of course, Merlin is going to be picking up in that mid lane. Mosswall is a character to look for. I feel like they are a very understated person when it comes to the damage they do, and Merlin in general is an understated god. You know, they deal out a ton of abilities, but there's no big flash of light, there's no CC immune, massive ult, oh look at me. No, they just slowly whittle you down. It's very humble, but it's very sobering once the damage starts to stack up. So keep an eye on this mid lane matchup, because both of these players have massive carry potential in the coming minutes. But whether or not you're going to focus on the mid, these jungles are also going to be a massive point of impact. Like you mentioned, Tegvir fits Susano like a glove. If they can start to snowball, just manipulate the map to their advantage because of the mobility that Susano has, it's going to be a bad time for the Bad Boys.
It'd be a dangerous gank chance, too, on Moswall, on the Merlin. Paul combined with Tegvir, the damage that Pele Susano can do to you, especially once that you get closer and closer to level 5, could just be catastrophic to deal with. Now, looking across the board, too, I do see 2 Sunders in play. A Blink is in solo and Ramakami. So during all those big objectives, keep your eyes on Sunder, especially because there has been some changes lately that if you've been watching Titan Talks, you've heard about to make Sunder feel a little more impactful. There was some bugs with it where it wasn't doing full actual damage. It was kind of being affected by some different states of the bigger objectives like Fire Giant. So I expect Sunder to be kind of sneaky today, Dilo, but I think it's going to be sneaky impactful even more than we're accustomed to. And already in the jungle, Tegvir getting hyper-aggressive, matching that of Twig, just trading jungles early on.
It's a little swap action there. They say, hey, little parent trap, I'll trade your life, you trade mine, see what it's like to be on the Chaos side.
Yeah, Freakier Friday just came out, true.
I guess so, on a Saturday nonetheless. You mentioned the relics, and I want to call attention to the Hoonbots. Bears that shell. Kabrakan, of course, is very potent when it comes to Tectonic Shift, doing a lot of damage. Good steal there from Karmic, taking away that blue buff from Shock. Not like the Shock needs the mana itself, but the farm would have been nice. That shell, though, is going to be really impactful in terms of getting members and bailing them from Tectonic Walls. The question is, on a Hoonbot who doesn't really need them, will that be the best way to place them? It's going to be a good steal from Twig there as they continue to invade, but they might get caught out by Tegveer.
And already the resets are on. Damage is real good. Tegveer looking for the follow-up, but Paul went back to mid. You can see a rotation coming out from Mozball already that will cut off Tegveer on the chase. Tegveer reads it right and backs away, so no harm, no foul for Twig, despite being caught out there by Tegveer.
You know what's fun about this game? If you are a Smite 1 player being dropped and you see Agni and Kali carries and you're like, where am I right now? You're in Smite 2, baby. Aspects change this game so much. It's so cool. The feature's been here forever, and yet I'm still gushing over it because it's just fun. It's fun to see gods in places you don't expect. What I expect from this lane, pressure. If you're that Ganesh, it doesn't matter that you have a silence. If Cab's already popped their abilities, the autos right after aren't going to be robbed for them. You need a Bologna for that. So it's going to come down to whether or not Happen can make it happen before the Ohm actually reaches the mark. And if you are Happen, you can just try to engage with your abilities before entering that range, and then you can stun that elephant from even getting any further silences off. So this dual lane matchup, I think, is also a great pressure point that Clocked In can try to leverage some additional kills through if Tegveer's still looking for their first blood, which I'm sure they are. 3 minutes in, we got nothing on the board just yet.
I think it's preposterous that we're 3 minutes into the first game and you already took away all the caster's ability to use Happen. You can't take that away that early. That was
strike.
So rude of you.
Mort, get in here.
That is the third strike. Well, what's Mort gonna say? Because he can't make the happen joke.
Something about apples and peas, probably. I think OG's apples and peas is going to be on my bingo card.
Well, I do like the call-out, though, because Happen is a player who... I feel like I was one of the OG critics of Happen, going back to the... This is going to sound like a blast from the past, but, you know, we're on the topic of summer. Going back to the Content Creator Cup last year at this point, Happen was a big part of his team at the Content Creator Cup. And in particular, I remember we kept discussing on the desk, we kept saying Happen needs to play more aggressive supports. Well, Cabrakan is that. So I'm excited to see how Happen plays it, but Karmic is mixing it up too on the Odin. Not used to seeing that one, so pretty pumped for it.
No way out, but if you're this elephant, honestly, you have a great way out. Just walk past it, I suppose. But you also have remove obstacles. Worth noting, Ganesh changed in this game. Not only can walk past the walls, but breaks them for the rest of the team. So now that I think about it, honestly, that shell, maybe it's unnecessary in the first place, but it all depends on where the tectonic shift falls. Once Happen gets in the greater team fights, you're really going to want to avoid using that on top of the Ganesh. In fact, the rest of the team can pretty easily escape from it. So a large part of Happen's game plan is going to be to wait for those abilities to go down before you step up. A good steal away with the Sundering Arc. Hydrogen gets that red buff. I'm sure they're feeling good about that.
You had your first Chair 2 reference to remove obstacles, so I'll take one of those strikes away because that's a classic. I got to give credit where it's due. But it is a perfect point in this game, especially, and I think it brings in an interesting way of using that shell too, like you mentioned. Twig somebody, we can reference Twig playing duel, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see that shell be used a little bit more aggressively than you might be accustomed to, despite the existence of the Odin and the Cabrakan, just because you've got that Ganesh, especially the later we get in the game. But that'll be something we have to see later, because we're 5.5 minutes in, D-Lo, and still no first blood on the board, despite a couple scuffles.
And when I see who benefits from that, kind of both teams. Kali, of course, queen of scaling, but Hydrogen certainly won't mind getting some free farm, especially if you can add a Gold Fury on top. An audacious call, but the call is quickly dropped right after because Ganesh is present for it.
Same thing with the mids and the jungles. They're all lurking kind of in the same areas, but away the dual lane of Clocked In goes. Ganesh will take a few steps back, and all is good, at least for now. But when will that big first eruption happen? Because one thing I would have thought is maybe around level 5s, because the level 5s for these teams are so strong, but not quite the case. Happen saying, hey, maybe now. Got so much damage onto Aurora and Rudolph, but I don't know if Hydrogen wasn't expecting it or what, but no follow-up. Now you've got Tegveer here, and the Smite 2 bad boys low in the duo lane. The step up, the stun, combined with the rain fire, no good so far. A dash away from Aurora, but the wall catches Rudolph, and the 3's already been used, so Tegveer drops the Typhoon, and Rudolph goes down first blood to Hydrogen.
That was perfect and exactly what we were talking about, Anthony. Happen waited for the leap to be down. You don't have shell for your teammate. Aurora had already used remove obstacles, so they couldn't clear out the walls. That's just perfect bait and punish. Happen waits, listens, observes, murders. That's exactly what we want to see from Clocked In. It shows that they know how to use their resources wisely. Question is, can Twig do the same? They're still stepping up awfully aggressive. I was going to answer that the fight would either come when people use all their resources for it to happen, or when a Fear No Evil drops. Might be some more time, though, but Remikami's got quite a bit to fear.
Karmic has to step away. The tower was doing a decent bit, and Karmic used everything to get Remikami low, but I'm sure the pressure will be plenty enough for now. Over to that totem. So D'Lo, we're 7.5 in. We've got our first kill. We got pressure out from Karmic as well. And important to note too, 7.5 minutes. You're on a time warp. The portals do spawn a little bit sooner now compared to before. So options for Karmic. And Karmic is a player who loves to rotate early as well. So got to keep your eyes out for that, especially with that first Gold Fury up.
I want them to rotate too. This Odin cage is so impactful when it's brought in the midst of an actual grand team fight. Shock obviously can laugh it off pretty simply by themselves. I do also like the fact, though, that this first blood from Clocked In dropped on the left side of the map. Again, Tegvir can leverage that pressure, and especially with the Gold Fury being on that side of the map, we oftentimes see these pro players looking for the greater picture, the macro. They'll try to drop some aggression past that 5-minute mark on the left side to swing that into an early Fury attempt. But Clocked In are patient. They're waiting, recognizing that they don't quite have the secure potential that you would get from maybe a regular Agni Rain of Fire. They have Burn, sure, but can't quite turn the objectives around just yet. Mid lane, meanwhile, that's the lane that I was really keeping my eye on. It's been a bit quiet so far, save for a few poke attempts from Paul.
Tegvir really hasn't made an effort to gank in mid, so I suppose that does make sense too. But Clocked In, playing off the pressure. 9 minutes is coming up, and again, some stepping towards the Gold Fury, seeing if anyone's looking at it, but nobody has been quite yet. So kind of an interesting dance going on there on the left-hand side. And Tegvir also still being patient on these ganks. We've really only seen one full commit, but maybe now in solo where Tegvir just arrived, this gank will have more effort. Cage out. Dash forward, the ult's the response. So Tegvir's got to step away. No pick onto Remikami.
Yeah, this lane's not going to result in really anything going down without Divine Intervention, and even then, it's got to be hell of an intervention. You really got to make sure you prep yourself up for that and have them far from their tower, or at the very least, have the los ganas to dive beneath it and take them down. But so far, Clocked In, feeling pretty good. They're starting to leverage that gold lead they've got in pocket. We're stacking up this Devos from Paul. Again, you're kind of happy to take things slow if you're either of these teams, because I think both have amazing pros when it comes to the team fights. Of course, you have that big Fear No Evil Storm Call initiation. But I will note one thing. Remikami, you can see them building aggressively. Devo's Gauntlet, I see axes. I'm not seeing any shirts on their side whatsoever to cushion blows. That means that Blink is going to become all the more important, because you can't just walk up and Storm Call. You'll die before we even reach the front lines.
That's a good call out, especially with how we tend to seen Remikami play team fights in the past. Captain Twig rotating over towards that purple buff. Tegvir not far, not close either though. Clocked In now moving back over to their own purple. No, not aware. So they lose out on their purple to Twig. It is a clean steal away. So 2-belt Twig heads back to his own jungle.
Nice. That feels great. You're starting to just kind of reverse that flow. Even if you can't get it through kills, we can find gold through other means. Oracle's going to be pressured out here by Clocked In. No way, this is where we see the first big fight, and indeed, that'll not be the case. Pele's just trying to get back in the race, though. Wants blood. Paul's an aggressive player, but you got to try to warp yourself on in. Look at how much vision is being placed on this left side. No one wants to see this Gold Fury go down without a scuffle.
Oracle's recently changed to do what you're familiar with, dropping that ward in the pit, so that's important to note too, considering how much dancing we've seen. Hydrogen steps up, grabs the stun. You've got Happen and Tegvir here. If Ganesh does show up, won't be the case, but that is another buff in the pocket of Clocked In. Now walking over to gold, where they've got the vision advantage. And the SMITE 2 bad boys will try to answer, but yet Paul here as well. Happen plays the cutoff. Aurora going to try to break through with both Sunders online for those supports. There's the pull in. Pillars dropped. Aurora dead. Paul with the credit. The follow was great from Tegvir too. The Gold Fury gets leashed back down below 2K, but look at Twig looking for Happen, but can't find it, and Twig misses the overhand smash. Meanwhile, that Gold Fury gets picked up and soloed away by the SMITE 2 bad boys, and they're gonna find a pick 2. Happen falls to Remikami. Tegvir now regroups with Hydrogen, but that's not gonna be enough damage between the two of them. They've got to retreat, and the bad boys will take their Gold Fury.
Karmic missed the Evite to the Gold Fury fight because they're just over there swinging on that right tier 1. Great to get some structure damage off. Not great to see that Fury picked up only for the cost of 1 kill. Actually, a 1-for-1. Smite 2 Bad Boys will take that trade any day of the week. And it's just really unfortunate we didn't have that rotation. Like you said, Karmic does love to rotate, but maybe in this moment just didn't think that the fight was going to get that heated. Either way, Clocked In suffer the consequences, and now are on the, well, not quite the losing end of the gold charts, but the losing end of momentum. That feels bad to see you start that objective and have it go in the enemy's pockets.
I feel like we jumped from 7 minutes to the 12-minute mark. There was so much dancing and kind of posturing for position, but Clocked In seemed like they had the advantage, and it's just taken away oh so quickly. And now already that difference of gold is still leaning for Clocked In, but you can feel it in the catch-up of items for Smite 2 Bad Boys. And I look at levels too, D-Lo, and I notice they're pretty close. I mean, the biggest difference we really see is between mid and solo, leaning one way each, but that's only about half a level. So a remarkably close game for 13 minutes in.
It's tough as well to try to get a lead swung in your favor because a lot of these gods are just really difficult to kill. Everyone in Smite 2 Bad Boys has an escape of some form. There are no cripples, there are stuns from Clocked In. And we also have great disengage potential from Clocked In themselves, right? Dash, Sano, the slipperiest character in the game. That's why they got him the jet stream. And if you're Clocked In, the only way to really start a fight is to full send it. Kabrakan is the embodiment of that idea. Look at that. To even get off a bit of his damage, he literally has to get up in kissing range of any character who he wants to kill, but it's a kiss of death he's trying to apply. Same story for Pele with the Volcanic Lightning. You are rushing into the fray. Susano, same story. Odin, it's all the similar vein. So Clocked In have really got to make sure they keep a stranglehold on this stalemate. If they start to slip behind, it's going to get ugly fast.
Tagveer over on those left-hand side, but same thing for Twig. So the battle for the buff goes to the Smite 2 Bad Boys, but
nice gank.
Paul will pick up a kill on the gank in solo. So kind of active across the map right now. You can see the Bad Boys trying to step up as a bit of an answer, but it seems like Clocked In might want this fight.
The question is, will they get it? So far, Happen is just waiting in the wings. That tier 1 on the right side goes down. Nog is what we're fighting for openly in the lane. I guess it's the new jungle minions, but it's going to be stolen away by Happen. That's just messed up, dude.
That would make me so angry. You know, it's funny. Aurora is Aurora and obviously PBM are players I think of when I think classic objective steals and objective steals in really, really big moments, right? Happen in Smite 2 has definitely been added into that category. The amount of ridiculous objective steals and last-second ones that I've seen Happen pull off from seemingly out of nowhere just continue to pile up. Not interested this time in Twig, however.
Maybe having some
back
buyer's
away.
remorse.
Yeah, I know. It looks like they want to go contest the Pyro, but they can't get through to it.
Nice pickup there by Tagveer. They'll grab that one for the Smite, or sorry, for Clocked In, rather. In his game of Smite. Mid lane, though, could be some trouble for Kabrakan. Great use of the walls there, not for damage, not for an attempt at an engage, but no, to block the enemy team from trying to kill you.
It does kind of feel like something is brewing around the corner every time they step to mid, but I think a lot of that just has to do with the pacing of the game so far. I mean, we're coming up in 16 minutes. Just about 3,500 gold separate these two teams, but you can kind of see the answer for everything, right? The Gold Fury answer from Smite 2 Bad Boys, the Pyromancer answer right back, same situation. And it feels like it's going to be one of those games the whole way through, D-Lo. What can break the sort of seesaw teetering of that? Is there a step up? Hang on, maybe there is. Aurora looking for the silence, has back up in the form of Twig. They look for Paul, but the bead's out. He'll be A-okay.
That was very spooky, very close to a death from Paul, but great use of the relic. And I got an answer for you. Solos, rotating in. And we're seeing that now. With that tier 1 on the right side going down, Karmic is now a bit more free to wander through. They've broken free of the shackles of the laning phase, and they're going to be stepping up instead to try to use this cage to ensure that people can't escape as easily. That's the issue. That's why we're not seeing much aggression, is because if you have the option to die or disengage, you're going to choose the latter every time, but now Karmic's here, baby.
There's a chase the wall from Happen. Twig does step away. Maybe looks to turn back.
shout.
No, just not close enough from Smite 2 Bad Boys. Clocked In. they'll pull the Gold Fury and dare the bad boys to step up. But last time, this worked out pretty well for the red side. Pele is looking, but no opening quite yet. Karmic steps up. Gold Fury goes down. The pillars not in time happen with the credit for the secure. So that's 1 Gold Fury for Clocked In. Evening up the Gold Fury is 1 apiece.
And not going to be able to stop the disengage because both these teams are just so freaking good at it. Karmic does step right back up, but maybe a bit over-aggressive there, my friend. You got a lot of gold in pocket. Want to make sure you can spend it. Twig, though, might be spent in terms of the health bar. They got to retreat back right lane.
There's a stun. A cage out, too. The cage caught the elephant, but remove obstacles, and Roar is on his way away. Meanwhile, of course, Kali's been split pushing in the dual lane, grabbing some solo farm. Tier 1 tower is about to fall for SMITE 2 bad boys, so they almost gained 2 tier 1s. They'll gain 1 in its place. Now Clocked In, looking for some kind of get back. Won't quite be there.
You heard a noise of exasperation from me. It's because they're not killing each other. Kill each other more, guys. But no, I get it why. It's because we're scaling, baby. we're all just waiting to scale. You can see all these Devo gloves, all of these Gauntlet of Thieves. A lot of gloves here. It's summer, guys. You don't really need that many layers, but Mama told you that there's a storm out. The forecast says it's going to be chilly. Make sure you're nice and wrapped up there, Paul. And Paul's like, yes, Mummy. And make sure to put on those Devo's gloves nice and tight. The thing is, that Gold Fury fight went exactly how Clocked In wanted it. They made sure to leverage their pressure. They are still with the lead, so they are welcome to have those hardline engages. I do want to throw some credit the other way, though. Twig, using that Phantom Shell beautifully, gets out of Tectonic Shift after having used the leap. But I also, in that same breath, want to say Happen is just killing it with these ultimates. Every single time they use it, they make sure that whatever escape that god could use has already been expended.
I feel like that fits too with just the sort of the vein of how Happen needs to play for Clocked In to succeed that we've seen in these recent weeks. I go back to before we saw some light roster changes coming out from this overall roster of Clocked In, and it felt like at times if they lost that, not just the initiation of Happen on aggressive picks, but if they lost synchronicity with Happen, that's where things would start to take a really bad turn. And as long as that's clean, then everything for this team seems to be, well, locked in. Hence the name. That's my guess. Pyromancer started up at 19.5 minutes by Clocked In. The bad boys are aware, and we'll see the kind of contest they bring out. The Pyro's down to half health. You've got Happen here with Sunder, but same thing can be said for Aurora. 2k health on the Pyromancer. It's dropped, still leashed, now at 1k. The contest Hydrogen gets the Pyro, but a big Fear No Evil should bring 1 kill. Maybe so? Hello? Finally, Karmic down, but it took forever, and that cost Twig his life. Happen will get the credit for it and step away, but where are the reinforcements? They're around the wall, and Happen can't get around it, and will go down to Rudolph. So that's 2 for 1. The Pyromancer does go to Clocked In.
Just a pathing error there, unfortunately, for Happen. It gets their good damage off. Make sure to stall for enough time that Twig did fall, but you lose the 2-for-1 trade. You get a Pyro in exchange, but we're going to add on top of that this tier 1 in the mid. So overall, SMITE 2 bad boys feel like pretty even keel. Might even get a bit more on top. Tegvir is nearly dead from that, but does manage to escape thanks to some well-timed beats. It's, again, these fights are kind of inflating the balloon slowly. We're never seeing a full commit yet. Everyone is trying to hold back their true power for the very end. It's like DBZ. We're just trying to aura farming at the moment, and regular farming at the moment as well. Clocked In still stand with the lead, but SMITE 2 bad boys are never far away enough for it that they don't feel like they can take a fight, and they're going to win the poke war. You have some amazing gods for it, right? Shock. You have Ganesh. You have some great damage coming out here from the Merlin, of course. And you can see it based on the player damage charts as well. I see the top 3. That's 2 members of SMITE 2 bad boys rocking it nice and pretty. Whereas Clocked In, they need these fights to be quicker. They need to push all their chips in the center and say either I kill you or you kill me. What's it gonna be?
Can I just say that Paul is probably one of the funniest players in SMITE's history? His build right now is Devo gloves, Sanguine Lash, Umbral Link, and barbed carver. But like it's the Umbral Link for me that's, I mean, it's genius.
It's the Umbral Link for
it's
me.
Just but it's just there's something so on brand about Paul being like, yeah, I'm just gonna buy all the new items. Thoughts? Anybody oppose?
Not no, Mr. Paul. No, please go on ahead. It's the 100% lifesteal for me personally.
Yeah, that's
Slay,
what
Paul,
it is
slay.
for me.
No, it's actually disgusting. It's 2 sanguine lashes is genuinely so rough, and it again goes so completely with what this team wants to do. Clocked in are in your face. They are bullying you. They are battering you. You thought you were a bad boy? I've seen some things, man. You don't even want to know what I went through on my side of the swing set. Those sanguine lashes are going to proc for so much damage, and if you get 3 stacks of it, it's 6 sanguine lashes just beating you into submission. It's genuinely so demoralizing. It's so much damage on top of what Paul and this Odin are already going to be outputting. So if you're Smite 2 bad boys, you're, again, trying to poke, bait, retreat. Get some abilities, get resources, and then try to find that true fight once the Fear No Evil's dropped. Gold Fury picked up, though. Who grabs it?
2K health, Bad Boys getting in quickly. It's going to be a close call on the Gold Fury. When it drops, it goes. 2 clocked in. Happen able to get it. Now the jump away from Karmic, trying to stay safe. Kabrakan, same story. Paul ults away, and the Bad Boys cannot keep chase. They lose the second Gold Fury to Clocked In. They still just remain with the 1. That gold lead grows ever more. And Clocked In's objective burn continues to be impressive.
Smart call here from Smite 2 Bad Boys to look for the Pyromancer. Happens not here with a Sunder in pocket, so hopefully it can't be stolen away. But Hydrogen is going to try their best at a commemorative performance. The bombs, of course, from this Agni aspect, not going to be really leaving you much to be desired. And Twig desires that Pyromancer from the Bad Boys. They will grab it. Again, disengage, man. Everyone's got so much of it. It is very hard to stop the enemy team from just getting the hell out when they so please. Clocked in. What are they so pleased for? An FG.
Now remember, keep your eye on Paul for this, because with that Umbral Link, this could be really interesting if this fight gets chaotic around the fire. But it hasn't gotten to the fire yet. Karmic was playing great defense that backs Aurora away. Twig has the flank. Happen is low. Twig has a go button, but no backup. Now gets caught in the sun, has to jump away, is followed by Karmic, and caught in the cage, and should be dropped by Karmic. What a playback from the Odin to follow the monkey through. Now Rudolph gets body blocked in, almost brought down over double from Karmic. Fire Giant will go to Clocked In as Karmic just takes on everybody and makes it look easy. He's still chasing.
I am the All-Father. I'm sunning everyone here. Get in the bag, buddy. We're going straight to the top of Smite Prime July Circuit. Overall, great zoning. Fantastic zoning. You can't ask for better. And Twig, unfortunately, I think for a moment was like, yeah, I stunned them. You don't have Aspect, buddy. You would have had amazing utility there. Would have gotten a double stun on top of, I believe it was Hydrogen and Happen. But no, you just stand there looking silly with your staff in hand. Now it's an axe in hand. Can the Shock do it?
Whoa, Tech Theory just got popped already. Rebekami, same problem. Pele leads the way. Paul, full health and ready to tango. But the Bad Boys are still getting picks. This one is Karmic. The tower will fall. Now still stepping up is Hydrogen. And the beads pop brings down Aurora. Wow.
Got dagger in pocket here for Hydrogen, but that was pretty intense. That's maybe the most intense fight we've seen so far in terms of the aggression. You can see that no one really wanted to dig in, or everyone wanted to dig in. No one wanted to give up. No one wanted to turn back, but turn back they must, because Clocked In are going to have so much gold to spend that you really don't want to risk putting any more bodies on the line, any more FG buffs extinguishing those flames. So now they stand strong, and this allows them to do exactly what this comp is meant to do. W key. They've been disengaging off objective fights, sure, but at this point, especially with all the sustain from Paul, you're not going to want to turn back. You're going to want to make sure that everyone has been smitten? What's the, I don't know what the past participle of smite is.
It's definitely not the first one you said. It's definitely
smote. It's smote. I think it might be smote. I'm the one who stands up and not leaving a trace. We're back, baby. Clocked
so
in, Smite
back.
2 bad boy. Hope you didn't miss us too much. You know, that fight was just so intense it burned up the
I was
routers.
having a stretch break.
I was having a stroke. Fonte having a third
D'Lo,
theory.
I think you're on strike 4.
Come on,
Chittens is gonna
man!
hit you with that. I want your badge on my desk.
I'm a loose gun. I'm a rogue. Nonetheless, clocked in. Not going rogue. They're sticking to the plan. Getting these objectives.
1K, it's down. Gold Fury goes.
Twig
gets it. This one goes to Smite 2 bad boys. But Paul's starting to fight back already. And we'll see
Oh,
how
no.
Clocked In can follow up. The damage on Rudolph is
Goodbye.
significant. Add Twig to the pile. A roar, not long either. Double for Paul. 4 dead for the bad boys. And Clocked In are grouping up. They're locked in on marching down mid lane.
Slowly, this game has been a pressure cooker, and Smite 2 bad boys are the main course. Every fight has been building up towards that one, where 4 members die around that Fury, and we can just saunter in leisurely to that throne room. 30 seconds left for the first Smite 2 bad boy to come up. I don't think they got a chance in hell.
I'm right there with you. They have so much to fight through. Moswell's best heroic effort might not be enough this time, and he'll just hang out in the fountain. And now they're gonna go for it. Oh, come on, boys, leave him be. The Titan will fall. Clocked In will start the day off with a W.
Overall, it's exactly what they wanted to do. They were waiting for that moment where they pushed their chips in the center. They said, all in, baby, and they had a royal flush. All the lifesteal items in the world. Build them. They're disgusting. You live forever, and you kill everyone in front of you. Overall, I think that they just couldn't. They didn't obey the poke war that their opponents were trying to give them. Smite 2 bad boys were trying to kill them with 1,000 paper cuts. No, I'm just going to shoot you with my M47.
Umbral Link. Written down. Thanks, Paul.
Bingo.
All right. Well, that's our first game done. We'll be right back after these short messages with more Smite Prime. Don't go anywhere.
decide to go stupid. Hey. Decide to go stupid. Hey. Look on the bright side, I'm taking it high. Look in the bright light, I'm losing my sight. I'm keeping it burning, I'm hotter than ice. I'm climbing the Hi-Rez, I'm sick of this hype. Feeling the burn, it's getting hot. I'm making a sign, pick it up. I'm sticking my fingers, it won't drop. I'm bringing the heat and I can't stop.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on back. More Smite Prime action throughout our day today. I've swapped out Dilo with Morty, or, Cash Money Morty, or the Morden Man, or whichever other name you're feeling that day. TikTok famous Morty. You take your pick, realistically speaking. But Mort, we had a banger of a first match to start our day. We've got more coming up. Next, we have Orange Kiss versus what's the team name? Globe for it's not Food Drive for Globe. It's not Globe Food Stamps. It's
Globe's the
Globe.
Last Supper.
It's always some kind of Globe something. They didn't get their steaks at Vegas either. My first question of the day for you, More, do you think Globe's ever going to get food?
I don't think it's a question of whether he's going to get food in the first place. It's whether it's going to be enough food. And me and Globe have a lot in common. We love to eat. We love to eat here. Why don't we take a look at the replay from last match?
Please. Anyway, More, you got to watch that one as a spectator. Truly, what did you see in that first matchup of the day?
A whole lot of nothing for the first 10 minutes right here. Was the only kill that we saw for a good amount of time, and it took 6 minutes to get there. But Hydrogen definitely comfortable on this Agni pick. I really like seeing the Agni here. Great objective burn, as well as good player damage in these fights, and a great Dharmic Pillars right there from the Ganesh. He did end up taken down, though. Hunbats really showed up around the Gold Fury fights, I feel like. He definitely secured one later on. This isn't the fight, but definitely a lot of crowd control, a lot of damage from Twig throughout the game. Remikami showing up with that aspect of fulmination, and the crazy build. That full damage shock has just been nuts throughout Smite Prime for a good amount of time now.
What'd you think of Paul's build in the Pele with all the new items? Just grabbing each one as he passed it on the shelf.
It's hard to tell whether or not it's just, hey, new items, I want to try them out because they're probably busted, or maybe this is meta. But low-key, that Umbra Link was doing some huge numbers throughout the game, especially, I mean, you just look at your team's health bar, and they're just like flying green numbers. Like, look right there, Happen just got so many numbers. It was Paul. It was all Paul. Like, it's just wild.
Yeah, that's a good call-out. It's so hard to see it sort of in the speed of that moment, especially from spectator, but you could definitely, like you said, looking at the bracket. Objectives was the key, though, and I feel like Orange Kiss and Globe's Last Supper are two teams that, saying they play similar isn't exactly accurate to Clocked In. It's my two bad boys, but I think it's just similar caliber of player. So I'm wondering if we're going to see similar compositions and similar play styles kind of around those objectives. And as we take a look at items, because I know this is a big one, I know there's going to be a lot of screenshots of the itemizations from this first matchup, because there's a lot of unknowns in Smite 2 right now, ever since all the new items, all the balance changes came through a few days ago.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. I think one thing that we'll see going forward is we saw a lot of damage coming from the chalk in this game through the aspect of fulmination and all the strength items. And that's the thing that Globe has been known for a long time. Even throughout, I'm sure you remember the end of the Founder Series in Vegas, Globe was busting out that chalk in the mid lane with the aspect, and it was just doing so much damage. The impact that you have on these team fights, it might not have led them to victory this time around, but it might not be the ship. It might just be the who drives the ship? Hold on, I'm thinking here. What is it called when they drive the ship, Malin? Give me a hand here.
Captain?
Yeah,
Pilot?
The captain of the ship. It might be the captain here. So maybe if we
drive,
have Globe
so
as the
you kind of
captain.
threw my brain for a loop.
I'm not great with words all the time. Maybe it takes a Globe to take that chalk and really bring it to victory. That could be the case.
You reeled it back.
Thanks.
Nobody cut your fishing line. Yeah, but it was
all right.
captain. I didn't want to throw you a life preserver for the word captain, because that felt like, I don't know. It feels like when somebody asks for, you know, they're like, hey, do you have a crayon? And you hand them brown, you know, you give them the cool color.
What's wrong with brown?
Next, let's go next. There's a bracket or something. Today's a messy day already, Mort. It just started. Here's a bracket. All of our first round games have completed, so round 2 is away, and losers round 1 is going to begin as well. Some crazy matchups throughout, but Clocked In versus Kibited Book is happening in match 8, which there's 2 bangers happening at the same time, and we're only in round 2. Make sure, of course, you're checking out the Smite 2 directory, lots of POVs, and keep us open as well for, or again, Orange Kiss versus Globe's Last Supper, but we're already shaping up to have a pretty insane run through semis and finals.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame to see Baile and Novidable, one of my favorite teams that showed up here. They got knocked down already, but there's a lot of good teams still waiting in the winners bracket, not only in week 2, but also in week 3 that Orange Kiss and Kibited Book face off in the finals. However, they alternated in wins. In week 2, Kibited Book came out on top, and then in week 3, Orange Kiss took the W for all of week 3. So to see these teams make it to the finals wouldn't surprise me, but Globe's Last Supper might have something up their sleeve. They do have some some power pick players like Speak No Evil, who is a monster on that Ares pick, which is very popular right now, especially because they just added anti-heal to his 3.
We did just see Ares get banned pretty early on in our first matchup of the day. Obviously, Pele's taking a step up. Were there any other bans that kind of surprised you? Notably, the Bari was there. We saw Aphrodite get taken out. But we didn't see a Guan Yu banned or picked.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what that's all about. I feel like Guan Yu has a lot of potential right now. Maybe it's just because he might be considered a squishier pick, and maybe they were anticipating that Smite 2 Bad Boys get a little bit of burst, and you can't really counter burst with the Guan Yu like that. I don't know. I think with that new item, the Heartwood Charm, there's a lot of potential with just healing up a whole lot. That's definitely why Afro got knocked out. Just so many healing items in the game. But Guan Yu was definitely one that flew under the radar that definitely surprised me.
I feel like I was doing, like I said, basically as soon as I got home this week, the first thing I did was start kind of just going through the directory. I was seeing Guan Yu in every game. It felt like Bari seemed to be pretty popular. I don't know if it was just being an answer to Hu Yi or what. Same thing with On Her, for that matter. But it feels like there's still so much that's good, you know? There as many nerfs as there was, I don't feel like anybody got sent straight to the gutter this patch.
That's always been one of my favorite things. I feel like this has been a continuous theme since Smite 2 first came around. It's not really about balance. We're not here to make everybody feel on the same level. It's more about who is more OP. Like, you feel like you're OP when you have Sobek, when you have Glad Shield, yada, yada, yada. This feels OP. I feel so strong. But what's even more OP? That's kind of what definitely we've seen a lot of Smite Prime for, is a lot of theory crafting. What can we take against some of the best players and make work? One that shocked me is a lot of Paul's assassin mids. That's been kind of a staple for him even throughout Smite 1, but he's taken this to the next level in this game. And with what we just saw on that build, the Umbral Link, the Sagine Lash, I mean, it's just wild builds. Like, how is this working?
Yeah, I feel like, and I think D'Lo touched on this both on air a little bit, but definitely off air. I feel like we're not seeing the kind of max use case of the Sanguine Lash either so far. It feels like there's a lot of room for that item to still kind of find its place. And around objectives, I kept looking to see how those newer items would take into effect around the big objective fights, but there was really only one or two. And after items got online, there was really one. We didn't even see a fire giant fight in the previous game because it was sort of that weird karmic just running everybody down situation. So there's still a lot I'm hoping to see as this whole day progresses.
One of my favorite supports in the game, Glacier, told me, he had this tip of advice for me, and I think that a lot of pro players already know this, that Fire Giant is good for when you feel like you need to win team fights. Gold Fury is good is for when you need help sieging, because that gives you a lot of structure damage. It can disable towers with the Ancient Fury. So if you're looking to just siege down and you need a little bit of help clearing out those structures, that's when Gold Fury comes in handy. But if you're having a little bit of issues with these team fights, then that Fire Giant buff is what's going to be more beneficial to you, making sure that you can side and then push freely from there.
I think one thing too that was kind of interesting was seeing the lack of crit come out. There was some changes there for that on objective, so worth keeping that in mind. But hey, let's get into picks and bans and see what gets grabbed up here. Our second game of the day, this one is Orange Kiss versus Globe's Last Supper, and right on in, these rosters are stacked. It feels like a really fun combination of old and new school, with a lot of, if you play any ranked, I'm sure, especially with the soft reset, I'm sure you run into these names all the time. They're grinders. This is a great matchup.
I definitely feel that old versus new that you talked about. Cyclone Spin, a name that's been around for quite some time and caused a ruckus all throughout, not just the Founder Series, but even in Smite 1, definitely a long-standing record there. And Kaveka, a bit of a newer player, but definitely showing their face in Smite Prime and becoming a name to write home about. One of my favorite carries is currently participating.
Yeah, Kaveka, for me, has always been a player who I think people tend to not know their name as much because we haven't seen them on big teams. But if you go back kind of throughout, especially amateur scene and towards the latter half of Smite 1, there were a lot of big time games Kaveka was in. Notably, one time I remember there was a championship in an amateur league that game 4 of the best of 5 basically came down to being Kaveka hard carrying versus Rat Milk, which is a name I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with, especially people who watch a lot of Smite 2. And Kaveka was just keeping right on up, and that was from the ADC role then. So there's a lot of kind of sneakier stuff there, and in particular chemistry with the rest of this team for Kveka, which could be a really important part of it too. And of course, Sunprod. If you've heard any of me, I know you've heard a lot of Sunprod, because I've cast this kid more than anybody ever. More, I think you know this too. It's got to be it's got to be close to hundreds that I've seen Sunprod in games. It's ridiculous. I feel like I've probably seen Sunprod in as many, if not more, games than even speaking of Ratmill.
Yeah, that's definitely a known name. Love a lot of Sunprod, and he does it for the love of the game. I think it's what I like the most about Sunprod is he's not only signing up for Smite Prime, not only is he doing like these amateur leagues, but even just like these community tournaments, he's showing up just to throw his hat in the ring and see what happens. Always. So I really love that. I love that love of the game that you get from players. Sunprod is part of that, and I mean, looking at the rest of the roster, holy crap, it is stacked, just like you said. One thing that comes to mind earlier that I mentioned that Orange Kiss and Kibbeted Book face off in week 2 and week 3. In week 2, Kibbeted Book came out on top, and in week 3, Orange Kiss came in. But there's one thing that changed about that roster when Orange Kiss found the dub in week 3. It's because FinoK subbed in for Cherry. Now, I wonder if that is the tool that led them to victory, or maybe that we have Cherry back. Do we feel more comfortable with our chemistry? I don't know. It's always different when you have a different player in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that for sure. Especially, too, with the difference of play style between Cherry and FinoK. First pick, though, that's Thor. So speaking of Cherry, that's one I would imagine would go to Cherry. Haven't seen Scream play that all too much. But that leaves a ton open. I don't even know where to begin. I mean, Bari is definitely a big one that made it through, but Agni's the priority for Globe's Last Supper.
And I really think Agni has a lot of value now. He was already getting picked up a good amount, but even more so now because they added anti-heal to his one combustion. So if you have natural anti-heal within your kit, you've got a lot of structure damage, you've got a lot of burst with Flame Wave and everything else that entices in Agni's kit. Rain Fire still hurts a whole lot, as we saw in the game before this with Hydrogen. Agni's just such a powerful pick right now. And then you've got Yamoja also joining Agni in the duo lane. That is a very, very powerful duo lane already. I mean, he had to resort to the Emoja because Ares did get banned away. Still a powerful pick to bring up.
Going back 2 weeks ago, I think of On Her on Cyclone Spin, and I kind of can't help but think about what happened to poor Cyclone in the finals. kind of getting sat down a little bit by Doug on the Uller at times. So it was kind of a crazy matchup. So I'm hoping for Cyclone Spin's sake that we see a bit of a stronger performance here in the closed circuit from this On Her, but we obviously know it's there. I mean, it's Cyclone Spin. Come on. But where does On Her shake up for you right now?
On Her is the tank shredder. He's always been known to have that identity. On Her is somebody who melts health bars on tanks. And we have some very, very strong tank players on the side of Globe's Last Supper. John Rowing and Speak No Evil, both very known names within the competitive community right now.
Herc and the Bacchus too.
Yeah, I mean, Herc is somebody even if Herc builds entirely strength, he's going to have a whole lot of prots and a whole lot of health just naturally from his kit and his passive as well. So you're going to want to shred him down very, very quickly. And even Bacchus, this could be a solo pick, probably Herc jungle and Bacchus solo is what I'm anticipating. And even if Bacchus decides to pick up the aspect and focuses a little bit more on strength, even then he's still going to be naturally tanky because naturally he is a tank. That's what it says in his class rules. So that at tank shredding potential you get from On Her is going to be very, very effective in this game.
Shock gets locked in to help Orange Kiss and Mercury to follow up. So Scream on the Mercury here to go up against Globe's Last Supper. Now, we were talking a little bit about crit, and you've been touching on tankiness for Globe's Last Supper. Are you a bit scared for this Mercury pick now?
I think it's all about the team fight, really. The crit is a big part of it, and being able to burst bodies down with that crit. Yes, that is a big part of it. But I don't even think of crit as much when I see Mercury. I think about how impactful that crowd control is with his ultimate, and then in combination with Thor's ult, Chalk's ult. There's just so many ways to start a team fight. One question I get a lot as an analyst is, how does this team start a team fight? What is their optimal team fight? And with Orange Kiss, there's so many ways to start a team fight, and Mercury definitely leads into like one of those many possibilities. Who's going to pull their beads? Who's going to capitalize on the beads pulls? There's like 10 different combinations of team fights for Orange Kiss, and they come out on top every time.
Now, the Artemis gets locked in here to round off Globe's Last Supper. Kind of not what I was expecting. Do you still think that's Agni ADC, or do you think Artemis goes to the mid lane?
It probably would be Artie in the carry. That's what I would imagine.
Okay.
But I think Artemis is a really smart pick here. Slow immunity is the name of the game. And Chalk, especially with Rain Dance, is going to have a lot of slows on deck. Same thing with the On Her Pillar, slows. Merlin has a slow in kit as well. So you want to get out of those slows. Artemis is the perfect god to be able to do so.
All right. I kind of like how that combos in, too, especially when you kind of talked what you just mentioned, which is the idea of who's initiating the fight for Orange Kiss, who's diving in, who's getting aggressive. But one of the best answers for a hard dive is crowd control, and Globe's Last Supper is certainly not lacking in crowd control. And Artemis has some really good self-peel if someone were to dive onto an Artemis. I've always, in my brain, watching ADCs, I've always felt like Artemis is one of the quieter, best picks as an answer to Mercury, to kind of be able to put a trap underneath you, pop Tusky, just be able to have some kind of fight back potential into Mercury. But I think overall where I stand is in a strong, I've said this twice today, and both times I've meant it with my whole heart. I'm very much in lockstep with you. Orange Kiss's composition here is it's chef's kiss.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely knew what they were doing when they put this together. This is something that they wrote down on paper. They anticipated these bends. They knew who was going to get locked in first. Thor's the power pick, and also a comfort pick for Cherry. Merlin, so much damage within Merlin right now, especially if you pick up that aspect. You can just cycle through abilities and constantly be putting out damage, and Benny Q is no stranger to that. And you've got a strong duo lane as well. And now that I'm looking at it, maybe I missed this earlier. Is this a Thor support and Chalk solo?
Okay. Well, right on cue, we get to find out. So let's head in game and get the answer to that question. It just kind of popped up. And the answer is yes, that is Thor support for old Bobby. Cherio's going to be rocking Chalk in the solo lane. Everything else seems mostly normal. You did indeed get that Artemis you were looking for. Bacchus heading over the solo, so Sunprod will be rocking the Herc in the jungle. It's Malum, Morty, Rosie, Tess, and already some tussling inbound. Runs into everybody, takes the hammer, but are you getting away? The stun catches, and inbound might just be going down, but still isn't dead. There's the stun, Sunprod getting aggressive, one more auto, first blood to speak no evil.
Oh, come on, he just wanted a ward. No need to get all aggressive there. Let Bobby do his thing. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, he overstepped just a little bit. Might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew, and that's okay. He went back and got some extra pots, and maybe that'll help him sustain a little bit in lane.
Yeah, that's a tough start for Bobby. I won't lie, but it's still early. So the first blood bounty goes to Globe's Last Supper, but we'll see how the rest starts to shake out. Looking across, there you have your normal supports with Sunders, but I also see a support in solo going to Cherry. So that should be pretty interesting to see how it breaks down. Inbound going for the steal of the purple will not be good. Inbound cannot catch a break right now.
Maybe Yamoja finds a steal on that purple, and it looks like it. Wow, Yamoja stole purple away from Cyclone Spin. Talk about early aggression from Globe's Last Supper in the duo lane.
It seemed like they both just kind of traded purples while the ADCs fought over the wave in duo. But it's hurt Orange Kiss so much because that's a death for inbound. Couldn't get any farm, really, from the big XP of purple. Obviously, no big farm for Cyclone from either of those buffs. So this fight over the side camp feels like it's going to be even more intensified because you've got to get some kind of farm if you're the side of OK.
One thing that stuck out to me since we loaded into this game is the fact that Cherry, for the first time in a long time, do we have a Chalk without the aspect of fulmination. That is kind of wild. Tank Chalk is a little bit of a thing of the past, especially when so many people have been rocking aspect and just doing so much damage with Rain Dance. And another thing that sticks to me too is that Chalk got anti-heal within his kit, but only if he has the aspect enabled. Now, without the aspect, Cherry doesn't have any natural anti-heal.
That's a little bit frightening, too, when you consider all the changes to healing. It seems like you kind of want things in your kit that have that as an option. It feels like it goes kind of in tow with everything else. Knockback, inbound low. Kaveka looking for the slow, can't find it. In solo, Cherry is getting really low with John rowing, and they're trading out by the by the side camp as well. Can they both walk? No way, they both just walk away. Solo lane stresses me out, Mort.
As a fellow play-by-play guy, I definitely feel you there. Sometimes you just see low health bars and you're tempted to dive in on it.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes it ends in a kill. Sometimes
they're
they
like
just
2
throw
HP.
abilities.
Their little circles are on top of each other, but they're just doing camps.
We got to keep in mind, too, that not only do they both have health chalices, but both gods do have natural healing within Kit. Shock does have Rain Dance, and Bacchus has Chug. Both provide a bit of healing, so they're able to sustain pretty well. And part of me thinks it's going to be a pretty boring lane over in solo. I think that aspect that I mentioned is going to be very impactful later on in the game, but for right now, it's just helping out sustain and making sure that he can farm up and get ready for that team fighting phase whenever it does come around.
Inbound still getting forced back out in this duo lane as GLS is just kind of keeping up this pressure, looking to see if they can find any kind of pick through. Cyclone with some poke on, but no dive forward. The rest of the lane so far a bit quiet in terms of action. I thought for a moment we might see a gank in mid as Hercules kind of had rotated around, but wasn't quite the interest as Sunprod just going for farm. So a calm start despite that incredibly early first blood.
Maybe Sunprod rotates over and makes it a little more violent. Instead, he's just going to keep on farming. Maybe get some vision on that Gold Fairy, which should come up in about a minute. And maybe he's going to go for that Gray Camp. Bobby's all by himself, and Sunprod's around the corner. What happens here?
There's a stun, inbound low. Does get a stun of his own, but no backups coming. Does get a good hammer, though. And around the corner, inbound gets away from that. The priority turns for GLS onto the purple buff. The knock up on Cyclone. The stun gets pre-beadsed out. The purple's down. Cyclone and inbound look like they're trying to get something through because they've got backup in the form of Scream, who's in. Damage on to Speak No Evil. Can they find their first kill of the game with the Impale? Yes, they can. Make it 2 with the ult from Cyclone Spin. A great play from Orange Kiss to buy the time they needed for Scream to rotate in.
Just when you forgot about Scream, there he is, known to be this early game pest, just constantly roaming around the jungle and taking away camps. There goes Scream, doing what Scream does best, and just being so aggressive in these earlier parts of the game. He's, even if he doesn't think he can win fights, he's just there, just to be a pest, trying to distract people from farming, and
Rainfire, a lot of damage on, inbound away. Scream's got the speed. And GLS cannot chase any further. Maybe they can turn their attention to Cyclone Spin, who's up at the buff. The jump away is good. And the pillar for some added safety, so everybody from Orange Kiss gets away.
really glad that we're putting a lot of focus on this dual lane, because I'm telling you, there's nothing happening in solo. Mid lane probably is a little bit more fun to watch than solo, but solo is just going to be a farm fest for a while with Cherry and John rowing over there. Even though John's a little bit lower on health, he's going to heal it away with Chug and then just be back up to normal.
So CC out, inbound should be all right here. All the action's kind of been oriented on this left-hand side of the map. It makes you, it kind of makes you think and wonder, when would you expect that first Gold Fairy to get grabbed?
It's whenever they find 2 kills. I mean, whether Orange Kiss or Globe's Last Supper makes it happen, we're looking for at least 2 kills. That way there's not as much contesting to happen. Sunder is down on Speak No Evil, but it's going to come up here in just a couple seconds. There is a Sunder on inbound as well. So there's a lot of secure potential from both sides. Rainfire does have a little bit more secure than anything Merlin has, but we'll see who is able to take it away.
Double tap won't connect. So more chase out from inbound. Still nothing to grab up. We've crossed 6 minutes. 2-1, 1K gold lead. So kind of a similar calm start as we saw in the first game of today. But we saw how quickly things exploded in that one. Maybe more of the same this time. Then we'll grab the gold. Is it a chance for gold? Not quite. Just grab it up the chalices.
I'm a big fan of that Genji's pickup from Cherry getting early into this game. I think that Genji's has a lot of value early on, especially when you don't have a lot of CDR, and then Oni's has more value late. So depending on where you're at in the game, depends on what tank item you should build if you need magical procs. I think it's how it's always been, and showing true right now, Cherry utilizing that Genji's maybe trade off a little bit more as Gold Fear starts to get picked up by Globe's Last Supper.
Knock up stun. The hammer's perfect from inbound to avoid the boulder, but he can't get up into the air in time. And Sunprod will bring down the support of OK. The Gold Fury is below half health, and it will be conceded by Orange Kiss. So Globe's Last Supper with their first Gold Fury of the game, and with that, still not quite a gold lead, but now within about 100, 200 difference.
And in retaliation, what Scream's going to do is just keep farming. What Cherry's going to do is just keep farming. This isn't a massive upset by any means. As a matter of fact, Orange Kiss still have a gold lead. It's not a huge gold lead, but it is a gold lead over Globe's Last Supper, regardless of the Gold Fury. So Orange Kiss just investing in that late game where Chalk is strongest, where Merc is strongest. He's going to have crit online and just be throwing away health bars. Merlin, Benny-Q is going to have all that damage on board as well. I think the Orange Kiss really succeed in the late game. They do have a little bit of potential early on. That's why they're going for that purple buff. Let's see what happens there.
Wall up, River's Rebuke is the answer as well. Now add Tusky in. All the CC in the world just hit inbound in the face, and one more auto from Speak No Evil will do it. Scream just broke his nose on the wall and finds no damage from it, and Speak No Evil's able to just step away. Now 3 collapse onto Scream. The beads is there. Maybe the Merc can get away. The knockup is good, but look at the health bars of GLS. They can't chase any further. So despite the broken nose, Scream will not... Right? Surely not. Okay, never mind. He decides to just walk at Sunprod, and that was the long game all along. Down goes Scream. All right. Have fun breaking that one down, Mort.
Well, and 9 times out of 10, pretty much any other jungler would not walk back into that. This is Scream we're talking about. Scream just does things. We don't understand it all the time. Sometimes Scream just does Scream things, and that's exactly what that was. Thinking, oh, Agni's surely not there. What that was in all result was just funneling. It's because Bobby and Cyclone Spin walked over to purple by themselves, and then the reinforcements from Globe's Last Supper showed up before Benny-Q and Scream could show up to the fight. So by the time that Scream and Benny-Q are ready to fight, Bobby and Cyclone are already dead. They're already gone. That fight was already lost, but they still showed up, thought they had a chance because there was some low health bars, but couldn't make it happen. It is what it is. These things happen. That's just part of the game. I think it's just a little more communication, realizing, hey, we might need more than just ourselves as a dual lane to go invade this purple. I think Globe's Last Supper are anticipating a bit of aggression. That's kind of what you get when you have a Thor support. You're looking to get the game going early, and he just hasn't been able to make it happen yet.
Inbound's just dodging artillery out in the mid lane. Now, one thing I wanted to ask you. I did notice before, Rainfire will hit 2. Sunprod, about a half level behind Scream, but has 3 kills onto Scream so far. Is that just a testament to Scream's farming, or is that indicative of Sunprod farming less and focusing more on fighting?
Right there. Look at the camera right there. And that's what Scream's been doing every time that they're putting focus on kills and Gold Furies and what have you. Scream is over there getting rid of those firebrands. He's taking the neutral farm by the mid lane. He's getting his camps on point every time. Scream is just better with the rotations. That's just how it is. Sunprod has always been, I'm sure you know, you've casted a whole lot of Sunprod in your time. He's known for his team fighting phase. He's known for these team, like, game-breaking ults. Uh-oh.
Wall, ult up, Benny-Q finds Sunprod to start it early, but does inbound land down. You've got Scream nearby. He does, he splits the difference and gets caught in the rebuke and goes down. But now you have Scream here. Will it be a further fight? Scream does have ult charge in case it's needed. There's the spin, brings it back. Benny-Q almost dead and has to flicker away, which leaves Scream alone. Ultimate charged up, but no further engage for now.
I really think that inbound would have got a little bit more value out of the Thor pick and support if he didn't go the aspect. Usually it's very strong. Oh no.
Anyway, keep going. He's gone.
They're going to Scream again. 0-2, but
yeah,
still
no use
up a
crying over
level.
spilled milk, right?
He's still up a level. What is going on here? Is he just ignoring his camp? Sunprod does not care.
I know,
about
like,
farming?
our junglers don't do this. I know your junglers don't, because usually when we play together, I'm the jungle, and I sure don't do that. Caught out, knocked up, and sent to the grave! There it goes. Oh, boy. Toughie for inbound. Gold Fury down to 2,000 health. We'll see if Cyclone Spin has any kind of steal attempt. Will not be the case. Second Gold Fury of the game goes to Globe's Last Supper.
Mini-Q might be a little low here. Belly
Knocked
flop over
up,
the wall.
Boulder! Dead.
Wow. Talk about chemistry right there, team chemistry. Hey, I'm going to jump over, have that boulder ready. We get another kill, then we make our way to Pyro. And that's what I love about Globe's Last Supper. It's not about the dinner, but it's also about the dessert. It's about making sure you get everything you can out of these early game transactions. Not only are we getting a Gold Fury after those couple kills, not only are we getting an extra kill on BennyQ, we are also getting an early game Pyromancer. Talk about capitalization on the situation.
12 and a half minutes have passed. Pyro down. I'll have to hold off on those kills for the time being. Okay, there it is. 3-9 so far. 5 deaths for the support of Orange Kiss, so wanting to turn that around for sure. Cyclone Spin. An auto. Oh my goodness.
Just hit one. Come on. Oh.
They got him. We counted all the same.
That was nerve-wracking.
This is a tough game to be a mouse on the desk of a member of Orange Kiss. I think that's what that's the take I'll give. Hey, inbound steals the Pathfinder buff away from Sunprod.
Nice.
Double taps.
Finally able to find something. We've been wondering where that level lead is gone. It might just be inbound stealing away camps from Sunprod.
Oh, the beads, wind sprite, broken ankles there. BennyQ trying to get away, but just has nowhere to go. We'll have to kind of awkwardly take the fight. We'll go down anyway as 3 are in BennyQ's jungle by the Queen Naga. Inbound lands down with the ult at close distance, but gets stuck in the waves. Double for John Rowing. 11-4 now for GLS.
I really hope we got a replay of that potential counterplay there with BennyQ trying to go over the wall. I think that he just wind sprited into the wall to try and make Bacchus go over the wall, and that's exactly what he did. He took the wind sprite and just went
It was kind of
completely
like
away from
Top
BennyQ.
Gun when Maverick hits the brakes on the jet.
Yeah, yeah.
That's kind of how it worked out.
BennyQ and Top Gun. Somebody get that on Twitter. That's a clip right there.
Sunprod still taking the fight despite getting low. Scream gets away, just barely. Still ticking. Finally is safe. Now the chase on the Sunprod from Cherry gets knocked up, brought back to the rest of GLS, and dashed away. One more hit will do it. The rain fire not close enough, and Cherio closes the distance for now to safety and heals up. One of the best getaways that we've seen so far from Orange Kiss.
I love these boots that Shock picked up, that Cherry has in pocket. Next, I hope to see that Heartwood Charm. Maybe I'm putting more value on the item than the pro players do because I haven't seen it built yet, but I think it's an amazing item to have in kit. You're able to get an extra ability, an extra healing ability, whether it does damage or not. You get a free healing ability, no cooldown, and I think that's just so huge, especially with Shock. You're able to just double heal like that with Rain Dance. It's nuts.
All right. I think one thing that's really cool about the Regrowth Striders is it reminds me of the Breastplate of Regrowth back in the day. Remember when that first came out?
Yeah.
You'd play Thanatos, get the movement speed from your scythe. That was fun times.
That was Tank Thanatos before Tank Thanatos was a thing here in Smite 2. Now
yeah,
he's got the
that was like
aspect,
Season 3 Smite 1.
Yeah. Talk about a throwback.
Well, you said in your time earlier to me, which really aged me up a little in my head. I've been self-conscious about it ever since. Lots of ultimates dropped. The first death actually is a shutdown kill. John Rowing goes down, BennyQ to follow, so it's a trade 1-for-1. The ults from Cyclone, bang! Speak No Evil, gone. Another shutdown. That makes it 6-13. And hey, for all the giggling, right, and all the kind of looking at the scoreboard and smirking, the gold lead still belongs to Orange Kiss.
Now they might be going for a Fire Giant as well. It is getting melted away pretty quick by Orange Kiss, but Sunprod is still here. He does not have a boulder ready, though. Who's this going to go to?
Down to 3K already. The Sprite in from Sunprod goes for the knockup right away. Tusky already out from Kaveka. Globe right in front of the fire. That's one kill. The Sundering Arc goes down. Inbound does get the Fire Giant for Orange Kiss, but they have one member dead already, so that Fire Belt is on 3. Make that 2 as Inbound will fall. So Cherry and Scream will keep the Fire Giant. They keep their gold lead, but GLS now go to the Pyromancer, and they started to clean house.
You know, a lot of people might not be thinking the best of Inbound right now because of that KD, but for every step back he takes by giving up a kill, Pyromancer does get taken by Speak No Evil. Oh, John Rowing caught out as well.
Continues on. There's the boulder. Now away they go, but the stun back does help out a bit. Benny's going to fall. Cherry's got the sustain to keep fighting. If Scream can get there, here he is with the ultimate, but it goes wide right, and now Scream will dash away, so no continue on the fight from Orange Kiss, despite somewhat low health bars. Instead, it'll be a focus on farm, which we have seen quite a few times this game.
As I was saying, so a lot of people might be thinking bad based on Inbound's KD right now. 0-8 does not look good, but for every step back
It'll
he takes
look good
by giving up a kill,
tomorrow's August 3rd.
he takes a step forward. That is true. He'll take a step forward by he secures Fire Giant. He's stealing camps away from Sunprod. He's doing these little things that might not set him forward, but he's setting their team back, which is good. That's really good. That's what you want out of a sport.
Cherry does get the torrent, but are you safe? Sunprod's still in the hunt. The rest of the squad is over by Gold Fury for Orange Kiss, so Cherio is just alone, but the torrent again is good. So they get the Gold Fury, and Cherry lives.
Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. Look at Cherry just putting on the juke shoes with that 2-1 combo. Very nice indeed.
So level
Love to see
11, right? And not even talking just about the slash line, but the fact that Inbound is a couple levels behind, but itemization's a bit tough. What does that make Inbound's playstyle for this next portion of the game? Are you still trying to ult and aggress?
Yeah, as long as you get the fight started correctly. If you can get the crowd control off, then the rest of your team follows up and you get kills from there. As long as you allow Benny Q and Cyclone to get that burst damage off, that's fine. That's perfect. That's all you need to do. You have Cherry to tank, and Cherry doesn't have Aspect. Keep in mind, Cherry's going for that healing-based build, so he's going to be tanky as ever. Chalk without Aspect is one of the tankiest guys in the game.
And goes Cherry into the back line. Is there follow-up? No, not quite, but maybe they'll turn it into it. As the Tier 1 has already fallen, is the Tier 2 the interest? Not quite, but there's two members around to the right-hand side. If Orange Kiss could focus on one target, they might be doing a lot, but there's a lot of just kind of dancing around. Now the focus goes on the Sun Prod. The stuns are out. The Herc, though, dashes away. Another missed ultimate by Scream, but he uses it to reposition. Catches up to John Rowing. Can you find CC onto the Bacchus? Maybe so, but the Bacchus is too tanky. Finally, the catch is there, but they still haven't brought him down. Now the rest of GLS is there. Inbound goes in. Sunprod away. Inbound up. Can you hit the ultimate to bring a body down? No, you can't. Sunprod broke his ankles yet again and gets away thanks to the belch from John Rowing. A catch from Scream. The jump away. Inbound still trying to catch Sunprod. He's 2 HP, but the dream lives and Sunprod gets away. Matter of fact, everybody gets away from Globe/Supper.
What in the world just happened? I can't break that down. There was just a big lack of focus. I think that was probably the worst thing from both teams, really. There was just no focus onto one god. I feel like Globe Supper as a team didn't want to commit, but some players did. John Rowing went up very high and almost paid for it. Same thing with Sun Prod, but Globe, Speak No Evil, and Kaveka weren't exactly feeling that fight. On the other side, Orange Kiss weren't determining one target. They weren't chasing after one specific god, and that's due to positioning. I mean, Bacchus has a lot of belly flops. He's got a lot of mobility from there, lower cooldown because he's already got CDR and kit. It's hard to chase down Bacchus like that. I think the Scream felt like he could. Bobby felt like he could, but they just couldn't find a way to lock down the Bacchus, couldn't find the kill. However, they do find a Pyromancer slay.
And so much gold favors Orange Kiss. I mean, they've got a 4K gold lead, and they're losing by 9 kills. In terms of levels, they're kind of significantly ahead in some regards. I mean, in jungle, right? We keep talking about Sunprod this game and how well he's playing, and we kind of are clowning a little bit on Scream, but Scream's almost level 20. He almost has a fully stacked rage, where Sunprod's still working on level 16. This is such a confusing game to try to follow.
It's the farm meta, man. That's really what it is. It's just that farm is so important. And that's why I said earlier that, I mean, Solon is going to go exactly like how it did. They're just going to focus on farm. They're going to heal up and maybe slap each other around a little bit, but just for funsies. It's nothing serious. No Nothing crazy to take away there. We just farm, and that's exactly what both solo laners did. That's exactly what Scream did as well. If you go back and look, you can see Scream throughout the game is going into the enemy jungle. Is he 0-2? Is he 0-1? Sure, doesn't matter. He's still going to go take camps. He wants to take everything away that he can from Globe's Last Supper as they now go on to this Fire Giant and maybe look to take it away from Orange Kiss.
Here's the answer already. Inbound is close, but Fire Giant really wasn't a full commit. Instead, they'll full commit onto Bobby's head top and bring the Thor down. Where do they go next? They look for the Merlin. Benny Q trying to step away, gets caught by the knockup by Sunprod. The dash, the auto, the double for the Hercules. And Globe's Last Supper is looking pretty to pull this Fire Giant or continue the fight, whichever that play might be. Look at Sunprod jumping. He's trying to see over the wall. Like, what's the game plan?
The Fire Giant is getting taken away slowly but surely. Cherry still over the wall, looking to maybe throw an axe in when it comes time. But waiting on reinforcements for right now. Inbound is just now coming back. Benny Q is in the grave.
Can it turn into a full fight, though, for Orange Kiss? Because, as you said, there's still not a lot of reinforcement. Scream is still in the mid lane, pushing out the wave. Cherio does get the Torrent over the wall. He can teleport to that anytime. Scream closer to the fight. Sunprod diving in on Cyclone Spin. But remember, only level 17. Cyclone Spin's level 20 and is hitting hard. And Sunprod had to respect it. A lot of low health bars for Speak No Evil, at least. Fire Giant down below half. The 2v1 from Inbound at Cyclone trying to bring down Sunprod, but he has the healing, he has the backup, and the backup is getting low. Up to the air goes the Thor. This is the ult you've got to hit. He finds two, and Orange Kiss begin to fight back, and they push away Globe's Last Supper. They still have Bacchus close by too. The wall catches, but the beats will get him away.
Check Scream, though, on that tier 2 tower over in left side. They're not just going to have this big old fight for nothing. Orange Kiss is going to walk away with something, and that's a bit of extra gold on this tier 2. Great split push. Great way to analyze the map by Scream. That's what he's known for. This guy's been known for this for forever. He's just so good at split pushing. If there's nothing happening, he's not going to be there. He's just going to go split push. He's going to do something else. That's what Scream does. He's going to go farm. Look, he's already level 20. He doesn't care about any of that. He just wants to farm. He wants to get his items online, and then when he gets full build, that's when he just nukes health bars.
There are some Globe's Last Supper fans that I think if Orange Kiss managed to somehow win this game, might just crash out. I mean, the gold lead now is getting significant. We've seen in the last few fights that Globe's Last Supper can't seem to fully win these fights somehow. And now the map control is starting to lean that way too. I mean, Scream has slowly but surely been cleaning up towers off the map, as well as the rest of Orange Kiss up to this point. Notably, no tier 2 standing in the side lane, just the one in the mid lane. This is kind of a great spot to be in, weirdly enough, for your Orange Kiss. Pyromancer pull, 2k health, Cherio steps up, you've got Benny and Cyclone as well. Speak No Evil does get the Pyro.
But something tells me the fight isn't over yet. Inbound, doing what he's been doing all game, just kind of pressing forward. Maybe they just back things off. One thing I noticed about Scream, the reason why he wants to farm so heavy is Devo's Gauntlet actually got a bit of a rework and allows you to stack way more than it previously did. And look at where Scream is now, 96 stacks on that Devos. He is going to be hitting like a truck here very, very soon.
Sunprod getting aggressive, trying to step up through mid. Gets sent back, though, by the Impale, which slows down the momentum for Globe's Last Supper. It kind of seemed like they wanted to force something, knowing that Scream wasn't around, but they just simply couldn't make it happen. Now Scream begins that rotation to the Gold Fury, make that the Ancient Fury at this point. So when that goes down, Orange Kiss could be sitting even prettier. But no, not going to be pulled the Ancient Fury. I thought maybe by now that Scream could solo it, but I guess just don't want to take the risk right now.
Well, that's fine. That's more than fine. I mean, this is the closed bracket that we're in. This is what we've been waiting for all July. I mean, we want to play it safe. This is where the money is. So I'm not surprised to see these players play a little bit more safe than they were in previous weeks, because now there's something huge. Not that there wasn't already, but I mean, we're here. This is where the money is.
John Rowing does find Scream, but that is a difficult fight to... You can take it, but it's tough to win that fight as the Bacchus against the Mercury. It just has so much mobility over in duo. And Scream will go ahead and just back. John Rowing will push up the wave to the tier 1 in duo, which I'm sure Orange Kiss are not too concerned about. Still some dancing by the fire, 27 minutes, still 7-18, but the gold lead is still significant for Orange Kiss.
Yeah, it looks great for them. I mean, the farm has definitely paid off. 4 level 20s on the side of Orange Kiss. The only one that's set behind just a little bit is Inbound. That's okay. He's doing what he can. He's secured Fire Giants. He's hitting ults. I mean, he's definitely contributing to the success that Orange Kiss have right now. They might be down a Gold Fury. That might hurt their pushing potential in a little bit, but overall, I have a lot of faith that Orange Kiss take this in spades.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. Scream does find John Rowing off the teleporter, has the fight on. Bacchus could just go down. There he goes. Benny Q with the backup for Scream. So that's one member picked already for Globe's Last Supper, and we could see the interest before in Fire Giant from Orange Kiss. So the question now becomes, with one member gone, are they going to hightail it right for Fire and try to force the 5v4?
That'd be the smartest thing to do. Even if they got an Ancient Fury here, I wouldn't be mad about that. I mean, they're already doing pretty okay in some of these team fights. They're definitely not up on kills, but they're winning the team fights that matter, which is very important for Orange Kiss. When it comes to Fire Giant, when it comes to Gold Fury, everything else, they're taking a good amount of these fights.
Fire Giant now below half health as Orange Kiss should grab it. Cherio's almost dead, but Sunprod is dead. So they'll lose one, but gain belts on 4. Speak No Evil stuck in the pit. Inbound heading up. Double kill for Benny Q as Kaveka goes down. Inbound won't get the hit with the ult, but does get everything else and brings Globe to the black and white screen. And would you look at that throw? Hail Marys in chat, because my goodness, Orange Kiss look like they might take this game. When Speak No Evil dies, that'll be 4 dead for Globe's Last Supper.
And the death timers are long, too. Sunprod does have 20 seconds, but the rest have at least 30, if not longer. That tier 2 tower is falling quick. They're going to make their way to the bird, and it's probably going to fall just as quickly. And what happens after that? I mean, it's going to take a miracle from John Rowing and Sunprod, or it's going to be endgame for Globe's Last Supper.
Phoenix is down. 1 for Prod, so a 2v4. Cherio up in 5, has a long way to go. On to the Titan is Orange Kiss. But they're having some trouble focusing on the damage. Look at all that damage back into the head top of Orange Kiss so far, but John Rowling will fall to Cyclone Spin. Now the focus is on to the Herc, but with the heals, he's able to step away. Kaveka has respawned, so not quite game yet, as Orange Kiss have got to retreat. Sunprod will step up, see if there's anybody left behind, but one Phoenix, that is the game.
I'd much rather lose John Rowing than lose my Titan. That's perfect. That's great. They played it to the best that they could, and they came out on top. Maybe not on top. They're still down, a whole bird and everything else, but they're alive. They're in this game. There still is a chance that Globe's Last Supper come back here. But Orange Kiss putting focus on the Ancient Fury. Inbound is trying to zone off Speak No Evil, and I don't think there's a chance that it gets stolen away.
So the Ancient Fury will be added to the pile of loot that Orange Kiss has just gotten more and more of as this game has gone on. A pretty notable gold lead, to say the least. They got 2 Gold Furies on top of that. They have Ancient Fury affecting 2 Phoenixes. They have Fire Giant belts on 4 members for 115 more seconds. This is an amazing place to be in, Mort. So let's flip the conversation. We've been literally laughing at Orange Kiss throughout this game. And I would say rightfully so for some of the plays. But Globe's Last Supper is quite literally on what could be their last defense of the game. The siege is going to come. So what does Globe's Last Supper do to stay in this game?
Hope and a prayer, big dog. Hope and a prayer that they can walk away on top of a team fight, then maybe run it down. That's exactly what we saw in that 2v4 situation just about a minute ago. Was Globe's Last Supper was down on bodies. Orange Kiss only lost 1. They made their way to that bird, took it away, and tried to end from there. And that was kind of how it went down. So maybe Globe's Last Supper find a pick or 2 and then go from there. Bobby goes in the air trying to get out of harm's way, and he does that exactly.
The amount of farm that Orange Kiss focused on, it feels like they just pivoted their priorities. They said, all right, I guess we're going to feed early game, but we'll just clear the map. And now you don't even notice really that kill differential. Hang on. Trouble for Cyclone Spin does force the beads. Now the attempt to get away. Rainfire is out as well. Has to use that ultimate for extra CC immunity, but the Wind Sprite is there. Benny Q is caught in a circle with Sun Prod. That damages a lot, but the flicker is online. Benny Q able to escape. The Rainfire does not hit. That is a massive escape for Orange Kiss. Meanwhile, by the way, the right side Phoenix goes down to Scream and Cherry as they're cleaning house. Look at the panic. You can see it in the faces of Globe's Last Supper. They're trying to retreat back to help the rest of the team, but this split might work perfect for Orange Kiss. The wall out from inbound. They're keeping GLS stuck in a corner, and now Cyclone Spin starting to drop bodies. You've got Cherry here now, too. The follow-through looking to end this game. Orange Kiss is just playing this map picture perfect. Benny does fall. John Rowing right with him.
Oh my God, that split pressure. I mean, all of that distraction from inbound and Cyclone over by the duo lane was great.
Wait, more. I think
and
this
it
is
allowed
game.
Cherry and Scream. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, oh my God, dude.
Axe over the wall. Cyclone does fall in the meantime. There's the beads out. On the Titan is two members of Orange Kiss. It's inbound and Scream. They've got the Titan down to half health, and they have reinforcements on the way, but there's still two members standing on the Titan of GLS, and you notice the minions haven't made their way there quite yet. The mid Phoenix about to respawn, so as bad as Orange Kiss seemingly want the end there, and as close as they got, they might have to wait at least for one more wave. More, can they do it?
We're waiting on that mid bird to come up. We take that away first to make sure the Titan is squishy enough for an easy sieging, and that's going to fall down very quick. Cherry and inbound put all priority on it, but Sunprod doing a great job of defending.
The Phoenix will fall just now. Inbound and Cherry trying to set up the CC for the rest of Orange Kiss to potentially end this game, but the respawns are starting to come through. John Rowing up, Globe up in 10, so the retreat call has been made by Orange Kiss. Cherry does get knocked up. Plenty tanky. I think Cherry gets away, but the damage is done. 3 Phoenixes dead for Globe's Last Supper. The Titan is at half health. The Fire Giant has respawned as well, Mort. And what did you say to start this out? You said a wise man told you that Fire Giant is when you want to try to team fight. And I think this team fight could just end the game.
Exactly. That is exactly it. I mean, with Globe's Last Supper, when they have a dagger in pocket and the Fire Giant buffs, they are going to be unstoppable when they decide to press up against Globe's Last Supper. I mean, look at this. Cherry is just 3v1ing for the heck of it. He's just bored.
Well, if you get picks, you win the game that way also. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
The wall catches, inbound goes in, Cherio with the ultimate as well. That Storm Call might spell the end of Speak No Evil. The Rebuke doesn't help, but the Riptide maybe does. In a way, Speak No Evil goes. Benny Q's taking a lot of damage in the meantime, but Globe's Last Supper falls lower and lower. They ult through the wall and Cyclone Spin. Sights on, man down. It's Globe. Add Sun Prod. Scream gets the killing spree. Inbound up, and he only had to hit, well, he still didn't hit it. But Orange Kiss group up, and they might be looking to end this game when the bodies start to fall more. That Titan might just be next. Kaveka will not make it to the Titan room. That's a double kill for Scream. John Rowing steps up. He'll fall too. The Titan will go. And the Hail Mary is complete. Globe's Last Supper could not hang on to the kill lead they got. And somehow, some way, Orange Kiss win this game. And kind of emphatically.
That's exactly how they got as far as they did in earlier weeks, is being on top of the totem pole when it comes to macro play. They played the map fantastically. The farming from out the entire team, they did a great job of just moving around and taking objectives here and there, and bada bing, bada boom, there's the W.
Well, that was an interesting game. That was a fun one to watch, to say the least. Some wild scoreboards, but we still have lots of Smite Prime left to go today. So we'll take a quick break. When we get back from that break, you're gonna have a couple different casters. I get my first break of the day, but do not go anywhere. We'll be right back at Smite Prime.
doors off of my door shut. D&D, so don't call up. A few missed meals, so what? Crunch time about to crawl up. I'm a force under big pressure. Under pressure, they sprawl us. If you coasting with a mediocre, then any over you cold luck. I've been about the grind though. Got plenty of receipts too. My lower back tell me all the time what 12 hours on repeat, dude. But can't stop, but don't got breaks. I've been putting in years, dude. Ain't it funny how you get lucky when you work harder than your peers do? Guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. You wanna tell me that I'm lucky all day? Some call me a king, others say I drew oasis. They think I picked up the crown from the pavement. Well, if I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Everybody around me gets gold things. Call it coincidence or good omens. If I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day now. Yeah, they wanna see my decline. There's a whole line of them, that's fine. I stay posted up in their minds and don't pay a dime of rent. I don't mix much with they kind. I ain't trying to blend the difference between I and them and Steinbeck of mice and men. Ooh, it's time again. Straps on and we live again. Upsetting they in position, but I ain't even got eyes on them. It's a me versus me exhibition. Me winning, that's repetition. When I retire, that's deposition. Untouchable, I'm the definition. I don't blame them, I rise. Venom is a ball. Came up as an underdog and now I'm at the pinnacle. Some call it crazy, others call it a miracle. The only thing I know is that I grind and I get it up. No, I ain't do no dice roll. I went through the fire, now everything is refined gold. Oh, what the hell do I know? Maybe I'm just lucky and this is how my life goes. Guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. You wanna tell me?
Hello, everybody. We're back. Hope you didn't miss us too much. We are back with some more Smite Prime action. This is Morty on the mic, joined here. We've got Test Eye the Prod God. We've got Red Rosie Panda, Billy, and Jithins all behind the scenes. And right next to me here in the booth is D-Lo. Welcome back, D-Lo.
So we're back. Looking forward to it here as we step up into a new matchup with the same Smite Prime premium action that you've come to expect as we battle our way through this closed bracket. Starting to heat things up more. We're getting up to the closer end of the top of winners. Losers bracket, people still battling things out as well. But what do we got right now? It's going to be Orange Kiss, who we just saw take that dub, and Clocked In, who we saw prior.
Why don't we take a replay and look at how Orange Kiss took that dub? I mean, I watched it just now with Malum, and it was a fantastic game. Orange Kiss stayed on top of that macro play, and they came out on top. But Globe's Last Supper showed a lot of early aggression, especially right here.
I mean, let me tell you, I was watching this game from the sidelines, and Orange Kiss were definitely struggling in the duo lane. I mean, you can see these are highlights, but they're also lowlights of inbound, just kind of getting battered, bruised, beaten up. But it's about the ability to overcome, to surpass your shortcomings and make sure you recognize the fact that, hey, we still got a way back in. No matter how ahead Globe was seeming in the kills, Orange Kiss, like you just said, they took a look at the whole enchilada. They made sure to never lose the bigger picture. They were always staying on top with the macro, and that resulted in just a lead slowly but surely being built up brick by brick. All of these fights are well and good if Globe can win them, but if you're not getting the objective right after, it doesn't really mean that much in the long run.
I feel like if Orange Kiss were the Avengers, then Inbound would be Captain America. He's all bruised and battered, like he's got blood coming out of his mouth. He's like, I could do this all day. Just keeps going back into fights, like W keying into everything, and it worked. I mean, they walked away with the W. He secured this Fire Giant, gets secured by Inbound. Great job from him. He's hitting these ults, and he's doing what he needs to do to set the team up for success, even though he's like feeding his brains out in the process. They still came out on top.
The thing is, and I think they've got to make sure that they're feeling good about that victory for Orange Kiss. Like, you could feel good. You say to yourself, man, we overcame a lot. You can't relax, though. There is something to learn from there. The fact of the matter is you should not be 0-9 as a support, and you should not be missing ultimates if you're Scream. That's Scream. How many times were you and Mal talking about the pedigree this player has, and for good reason. They are the Founders Series champ. You really got to make sure that you're locked in, that you tighten up the nuts and bolts and make sure that you're not missing things like that. In that case, did it work out the worst? No, but there were several times where there was a Mercury ult off the mark, an Anvil of Dawn that just didn't hit the way you wanted it to. What you mentioned in this fight, I might believe, or no, it was an earlier fight, though. You said a lack of focus Orange Kiss were discombobulated, divided. What we need to be is cohesive, coordinated. We got to make sure that we're coagulating together and that we're fighting as 5.
That's true. I mean, a good team is always coagulated and making sure they know exactly what they're doing. Every move
Bingo.
is taken with purpose, and that's kind of what Orange Kiss did. They might have, given up a couple here and there, but their rotations around the map, the fact that Scream was here taking a tower during this Fire Giant, the fact that yada yada yada, like there was just so many calculated moves that Orange Kiss did correctly. Meanwhile, Globe's Last Supper are just stat padding, and they look great. I mean, as far as early game, they look fantastic, but overall, Orange Kiss coming out on top due to that macro play that is just above all else.
You got to make sure that you're looking at the whole picture if you're going up against them. And I'm curious to see when it comes to this upcoming matchup, Orange Kiss versus Clockton. They're coming in with different attitudes. Orange Kiss, they come in feeling good, but I think they're a bit more weathered, a bit more battered, right? They're a bit more bruised up, whereas Clockton, they had some challenges with my 2 bad boys, but really they were always ahead. They never had anything to feel bad about. They never had a reason to relent off the gas pedal. So you're coming in with a significant amount more momentum. At the same time, have you been challenged as much? As we hop into this bracket here, we can see the whole landscape and where we'll be going shortly, as well as where other teams all lie as we look ahead. There's still plenty of amazing gameplay in our future.
So we're about to watch Orange Kiss versus Clockton. That's sure to be a banger. Yep. But down there in the losers bracket, Baile Inolvidable and Kibited Book going up against each other in the losers bracket. That's going to be a banger of a game. All of these games are bangers. I think y'all said that earlier when you were with Malum, is that every single one of these games look like bangers. Like, it just looks like good games because there's so many good players on these teams. Globe's Last Supper, who we just watched, and SMITE 2 Bad Boys, who are in game 1, now facing each other for a chance to redeem themselves in the finals.
Now, Kibited Book are known as the kings of upsets, so would not be surprised to see them punch above their weight. They are the projected favorites in this matchup, being the 3rd seed versus the 4th, but Baile Inolvidable, they got some moves that you're never going to forget, so definitely wouldn't be surprised to see them take that lead as well. And yeah, 2 tight matchups when you look at the seedings in that loser's bracket, but here it's the numbers 1 and 2. It's as simple as that. Hopefully you can count that far, and hopefully you can count on your team being at their best. Again, if you're Orange Kiss, do you have the mental fortitude to shake off some of those misplays we made last time around and say, no, we're still goated. We're still the number 1 for a gosh darn reason, baby. Let's get this bread.
Exactly. I mean, you put it right on the money. And not only is it about what team makes it to the finals, but it's about the best player as well, because we do have something new for SMITE Prime this time around. And it's going to be the MVP earning a little trophy that Jithin's put together for us, and it looks incredible. I mean, this is a fantastic ornament for the household.
I mean, Benny Q is just trying to collect these MVPs like Pokemon cards at this point. Founders Series, top inbounder for the Bobby tournament. Get that MVP trophy, too. Hang that up on your wall. It's a great statement piece for a shelf. I've been antiquing recently, so I'm trying to look for things to, decor my little studio with. That's certainly wouldn't look remiss on anyone's nightstand. People could be like, what's that, buddy? Oh, nothing much. Just my SMITE Prime MVP trophy. And they say, what's SMITE Prime? And you're like, well. Nonetheless, it's a lot to fight for here on top of the cash prizing, the diamonds too. It's going to be high stakes, high pace, high octane action, so expect the best as we leave it to the rest.
Well, Dilo, I don't know if you'll be getting an MVP trophy, but maybe Jithins can make you a little golden microphone. How about that?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Can we, Jithins? Can we? Probably like in the mic just saying nope. But nonetheless, we are going to get a golden opportunity to look at some good games. Now, seeing what the landscape's been so far, Odin has been an interesting pick. I have not gotten to see them too much prior to today because it's so interesting when you consider the fact that as we hop into these P's and B's, Odin is such a natural idea to go for. Anti-heal. He's like kind of the OG anti-heal. 100%. It's the best kind you can offer on the market. So top pick, top ban, expect to see that. Cerberus is also a great solution. Bari somehow was let through. So I am curious, is Bari kind of a bait ban? Are we no longer fearing her at all?
I mean, as far as me, I'm fearing Princess Bari all the time. I'm still banning her in ranked. I'm getting rid of her every chance that I get. But these pro players, let's keep in mind, they're on a whole another level. Maybe they've looked past Princess Bari and realized, hey, her damage isn't all the way there. Her ultimate's surely pretty annoying, but it doesn't slow anymore. They took that away maybe a couple patches ago. There's a lot that Princess Bari has lost since she's dropped. So maybe they just don't see the value anymore. One thing they do see the value in, though, is the Susano, because Paul is known for these crazy plays. So is Tegvir. Both players known for that incredible Susano gameplay. So let's just take that away. Let's make sure that never happens.
Yeah, Tegvir ran that Susano incredibly well as the jungle last time around when we saw them go against the SMITE 2 bad boys. They did a really good job leading with the first foot forward. Ares is the ban once again from Clocked In. We saw this be their last time, their solution to potentially take some picks off the map that can cripple your slow and flow. Now, the thing that I'm seeing here, the theme of what Clocked In are playing like today, it's all in. It's a bunch of dashes to get up in your face, and one of us is going to die. We're not retreating until the last moment. It all resulted in a massive fight that just completely blew up the bubble of tension we've been building up. Pele's picked off away from Clocked In, courtesy of Orange Kiss. They're again trying to target Paul. Paul's going to help them as well. Says, all right, I won't play Aladdin then, I guess, either.
That's a lot of respect for Inbound as well. Bro just went 0-9 last game, and he's still getting banned out by the Ares. That's wild. That's a lot of respect for Inbound. He's a legend, bro. I mean, I don't blame him.
So they're going to keep it on moving with some more sustain. This is what you expect, that Yamoja being taken off. Paul's God pool is deep. You can't swim in it. You'll drown. But I'm curious to see what their solution is to try to tread water. Banning away that Odin, which was the first pick for Clocked In last time we saw them grace the stream. I'm not surprised. What does it leave open? Kali. Thor, sure. Bring that back to Inbound. I'm really hoping, though, that we see it perform better, because if that indeed does go back to the support, you need to see them pulling a bit more weight than a 1-9 slash.
Yeah, I think what needs to change is we need to take the aspect away from Thor if we're Inbound, because the reason why the aspect is so powerful is because you're able to heal up by hitting those basics. I did not see Inbound hit a lot of basics that game, and even if they were hitting basics, I mean, there wasn't enough healing out of that aspect to really give you the value. I would have much rather seen the extra burst damage on the one rather than that minute healing and the tremble from his basics. That's just me, though.
I'm seeing a big heel turn here from Clocked In. They take the Aphrodite and the Merlin. No longer is it about all in. It's actually about outlasting, outfighting. Kukulkan, Musi was here. He would be rubbing his hands together like a little housefly, trying to ask them to pick what he calls one of the most underrated gods in Smite 2. Bennequ's operated incredibly well in the Feathered Serpent last week around, so wouldn't be surprised to see it make a return. There is great setup from the double stuns that Thor provides as well. So the Danger Needle's back on the clock, and Princess Bari's opening up shop. We're back in business.
All right, so Princess Bari got through. Is getting picked up, probably going to, I guess, Cyclone Spin. That's cool. I don't love their structure damage. I don't love how they siege objectives with that team. I think they're going to annihilate team fights. I think they're going to absolutely wipe away anyone they look at past the 20-minute mark. That team looks scary. Kukulkan, great objective secure or steal, depending on what shoes the foot is on. Princess Bari does have a lot of great team fight potential, and Thor, if it goes to Cherry, then great. I think we see a little bit more potential. If it goes to Inbound, just hit a couple more ults and we'll be a-okay.
Okay. Kabrak and Nemesis being picked up here. This composition has so much reversal potential in terms of if you go this Nem aspect, you get dropped down to low, all of a sudden, you just ult the Thor, you're back up to full. It's like Pain Split at a Pokemon. It's super effective. Kabrakan, though, this is where I've got a bit of a question mark, because if it's going back to happen, it's, again, all in. The rest of this team is not quite going to be there alongside yet. Afro is obviously trying to stay more the back line and just channel and support like the Bard who's casting inspiration on the rest of the party as they go on to take down the Tarisk. Nemesis, I think, can be up there in the front lines, but I'd rather see her in the back trying to take down the Kukulkan. Sobek is going to be a really interesting pickup here from Orange Kiss, because that's likely, in my mind, I think it's solo Beck. unless Inbound decides to throw us for a loop. But Hoonbots completely throws things asunder. And if it's against this Nem, you really want to see it go the stun bots to drop that shield in the blink of an eye.
There's a layers to how this whole picks and bans went through. Kabrakan does it's a great counter pick because Kukulkan nor Princess Bari have a way to go over that wall without Phantom Shell's assistance. But Sobek does get picked up because Lurking in the Waters will take him under that wall. However, it could be a way to bait out the Lurking in the Waters. That way there's no Sobexecute ready to chomp down on whoever on Clocked In is low on health bars. Hunbats can go over the wall through his somersault and through his 3 as well. And Uller also matching that energy that Orange Kiss has right now, where they say, hey, we're not really focused on the structure damage, we're really focused on just winning team fights, because Uller is the team fight winning god. We're going to see them potentially win some team fights as we dive into the game, getting ready for Orange Kiss versus Clocked In.
So this is what interests me between these two comps. I'll tell you right now what the identity is. Orange Kiss, like you said, team fight. They have the Fear No Evil, Spirit of the Nine Winds, Anvil of Dawn. Bardi can save everyone from the brink of death. Clocked In, that's a pick comp right there, baby. You have Happen with the solo stun, Hydrogen with the solo stun, Axe and Kiss both are going to try to set up one target for demolition. Same thing with Karmic. Sure, you can AoE stun, but really with that one, you're just trying to look for one and then take them out. So it's a issue of, can Clocked In lock in early enough, find some solo picks before the team starts to get rolling, or does Orange Kiss manage to stall the game for long enough? Because if you remember how Clocked In's game went at the very beginning of today's stream, it took a while for the ball to get rolling, right? It was 6 minutes before we saw first blood in that dual lane, courtesy of Tegvir. But now you're not playing a composition that has as much mobility as a Susano. Nemesis, definitely mobile, has the double dash, if you so please, but it's not going to be able to catch up as easily, and there's still good disengage potential from Orange Kiss. So if I'm them, leverage that pressure through the duo. That's what the story has always been for quite some time, because these Gold Furies are so accessible early on. And if you're inbound, you make sure you're not getting anywhere the hell near the enemy's jungle. You do not want to see yourself going down sub 1 minute like it happened last time.
And one thing you mentioned here is Gold Fury being accessible so early. Yes, it does spawn at 5 minutes, but one thing I'm wondering is how accessible is it, because we have gods that are more focused on player damage rather than structure damage. To my knowledge, Uller can clear pretty okay. Same thing with Princess Bari, but there's no on her, there's no Agni, there's no really like structure melting god on either team. So it makes me very anxious to think about like how these team fights around these objectives are going to go.
If you just get a couple kills on that left side, honestly, gather 3, you'll get the job done. It's not going to be one fight that does it. It's sustained pressure that wins you the day. How easy that is to apply when you're going up against potentially an Afro in that support role, we'll see. What is interesting about these teams as well, both have good get-out-of-jail-free cards. Bari is a bit more widely applied. I'd say it's the width of a lake, but the depth of a puddle, whereas Afro, it's the size of a puddle, but the depth of a glacial, like, spring. It goes very, very deep because she not only provides you sustained immunity from damage, not only can she bail herself out of trouble, but also that CC immunity as well to try to save you and your friends, too, from that Hoonbot's ultimate. But game coming right back at you. We can see what the results will be as well as see what the roles are. Indeed, it's going to be Happen rockin' on that Afro. Karmic now on the cab.
Inbound does pick up the Sobek. Thor is going to go to Cherry this time around. I think there's a lot of value there. I'm a really big fan of that swapperoo.
I'm definitely happy to see a bit of a change of pace for Inbound. Let's see if it hopefully results in a change in the rhythm they're able to set for themselves. But you can see already, playing a bit more conservatively, keeping your cards a bit more close to the vest. Don't blame them whatsoever. But the pressure is going to need to come from this duo lane. I also love the fact that you have a Cuckoo who can just easily rotate on for a Gold Fury engagement if Orange Kiss are the ones who end up swinging things in their favor. But take a look at what Tegvir is doing. Same idea we saw in that game 1, just starting off by invading the enemy's speed. The question is, can you protect your own jungle as well?
So, part of me, you mentioned pressure in duo lane. Where do you think that there's first blood potential at? Where do you think it's going to go?
I mean, Afro before level 5 is pretty killable. The thing as well is that Nemesis doesn't need level 5 to kill you. Worth noting, Hoonbots did not go aspect, nor did Nem. That, I think, makes that 1v1 matchup significantly more frustrating because you want hard CC to shake off that bubble shield. Inbound's got plenty of it with the tail whip and the pluck. That's great, but they're not going to be present for all of those jungle fights. So Merlin as well, you have the pull. You got one there from Sobek as well. Happens in trouble.
Uh-oh, maybe going for a charge prey, but not up yet. It is what it is. They're going to hide under the safety of that tier 1 tower. No first blood as of yet. But now, look at Scream is going to go back and be like, my speed buff, where is it?
Well, they'll be able to access it for now. It gets 2 speed buffs for the price of 1. That's a good deal if you ask me. But what we just saw there is a bit of a taster. It's a bit of foreshadowing for what's to come. Afro is vulnerable. Happen has got to be careful. You really can't stand on your own 2 feet like you could back when you were Cab. Nope. Karmic's playing that jaunt instead. Now, when it comes to that solo lane matchup, the fact that you mentioned that we have the solo Thor, that's great. I'm really hoping that we can see some early rotations come out from Cherio once you hit your level 5, because I'm sure your Cuckoo, Benny Q no less, would really appreciate getting some early pressure. Instead, pressure back in the duo, we're in trouble.
Great pluck from Inbound, but a leap back from Hydrogen. It's going to make sure that there's no kill as of yet. Happen doing a great job of making sure that the healing is on deck. And Hydrogen doesn't lose a whole lot of farm due to being poked out, because the aggression from, just how you mentioned earlier, that pressure from Inbound and Cyclone is tremendous. They're doing a great job of hitting plucks and throwing out basics, throwing out abilities, and melting health bars. But Happen is making sure that it doesn't really mean too much. The pressure is there, but the counter pressure is also there.
Worth noting as far as the relics go, as we take a look at the greater scene, Phantom Shell once again being born by the jungler. Kill being born by Scream, as the first blood on the right side is actually going to go to Karmic, or rather to Cherio, but on top of Karmic, and that's great. Having that kill in favor of your jungle. Hoonbots now can reach that level 5 that much easier. Fear no evil on the horizon.
Still no ult in duo lane. This means that there's still kill potential from Inbound if he wants to try and find a pluck once that wave is gone. They're doing a great job of just really pressing apart. Tail whip through the wave, getting a little bit of damage off. Leap is down from Uller. Now is the perfect time to pluck, but we're going for Happen instead. Sickening Strike does decent damage. And look at Inbound Chase. Great charge prey, pulling him right into the hands of Cyclone Spin. Does catch him very well. Happen's healing up just a little bit, but 100 health to his name. He's going to make it back to the safety of the tier 1 tower, and nothing as of yet. Inbound does get poked down a little bit, having to circle around in the jungle, but Tegveer is nowhere nearby. Inbound's kind of just soaking up damage at this point. Happen made his way back to base. Inbound's a little bit low on health, and Cyclone seems to pay no attention.
That was scary. I mean, they're just saying, now you got a buddy. Inbound's like, it's fine. I'll just stack up my mitigated stats, I suppose. Tegveer's got ultimate, though. Scream's in trouble.
Scream is in trouble indeed. Tegveer could melt that health bar very quickly, but Somersault over the wall takes him to the safety of the tower, and he's doing A-okay. Benny Q rotates over just to realize, Merlin, this isn't where I parked my car. What are you doing here?
Tegveer is doing a fantastic job leveraging that pressure. Merlin is following suit as well. Paul just trying to make sure that they stand above all. Level 6 for each of those folks, so get ready for some big Spirit of the Nine wins. I want to hark back to what we saw in this duo lane. Inbound knows what to chase. It's that Aphrodite. And Uller, wisely knowing that, is the one stepping forward to try to tantalizingly pull yourself in for a pluck, which really could be Inbound's own doom. So I like the fact that we're recognizing Afro's the true threat. Sadly, that Undying Love is going to come up very soon, and that makes her that much harder to kill.
Very, very true. There it is. Level 5 means Ultimate is online, and it's going to be hard to make that pluck happen, but here comes Scream regardless. Does have Fear No Evil ready to go, but does not use it just yet because that tower is right next door and couldn't find an in just yet. Inbound also wasn't there, so no pluck to be found. Cyclone very low on health. Here comes the ult from Princess Bari. Maybe looking for a kill here. Cyclone makes it to 100 health, but he's alive and well. Here comes Nemesis trying to take advantage of Scream on the side, but Scream is pressing up hard here. No mana on Tegveer means no fighting potential as well. They're going to back things up. Maybe you take a camp while you're here, Scream. Stop and smell the roses, why don't you?
No roses here quite yet programmed, but Unreal Engine 5, I'm sure they look beautiful. Instead, we'll stop and smell the Cyclop camp. Probably doesn't smell as good. Nonetheless, we'll grab a ward for our troubles. And yeah, right? We're seeing what we were talking about at the desk. That lack of stun. Sure, Tegveer didn't have mana, but they also had nothing to fear because they put up the shield. You apply the Sacred Monkey, there's no stun from that Staff Slam, which means there's no real threat to Nemesis while that bubble is still active. It's going to all come down to Inbound or Cherio to knock it off. I'm very worried about Tegvir's potential. They're already a level ahead despite that first blood being in Scream's pocket. And Scream, how many times have we said it? That's someone who wants to be a pest. That's someone who wants to be invading. But no, it's Tegvir instead who's leveraging the pressure and setting that rhythm.
It's not just also the god too, but one thing that keeps me very interested in the Nemesis is the fact that there's so many healing items that really benefit Nemesis because she does have a heal in her kit. So Vital Amplifier, very strong item. Heartwood Charm, maybe the Striders. There's a couple options that Tegvir could pick up that maybe not are what we're used to seeing, but could be very strong regardless.
There's definitely a lot of room to itemize and counter. I'd imagine there's going to be potential for some beat sticks. We've seen those being built along the day, but worth noting those beat sticks are protection items, no longer about damage. Instead, we're applying that damage to Hydrogen.
Great pluck followed by the tail whip. Very low on health, waiting for the sub-execute, and chomp, there he goes. Hydrogen down in the grave, Inbound, make sure of it. Might grab a purple buff as well. Great way to set Orange Kiss a little bit further in the lead.
Leverage that dual lane pressure, baby. Don't even need a jungle to do so. I'll eat my words. It seems that Ullr was the right target in this case because Inbound was positioned well far enough forward that they could catch the leap still with those lurking waters. Really well done. Gold Fury is available, but I do think we sustained a bit too much time in that fight to easily pull it. Now Inbound might be walking to their own doom. Sharks in the waters, and Inbound, you might be the minnow. Inbound a little bit out of position, but Charge Bright is going to take him a little bit closer to safety. Happen maybe able to find something here. Couldn't find a stun, but good slow from the Slice and Dice. Inbound down to a couple hundred health, but reinforcements have arrived. Great Fear No Evil from Scream. Going to take down Tegvir. Reinforcements did a great job of saving their friend and grabbing a kill in the process. Cyclone and Scream back things up and go back to doing the farming game. Intbound? No, in bait. That was really well done, honestly. I totally expected him to meet his end by that Gold Fury pit. Instead, was able to just have faith that their team would come to save the day. Also, now got those regrowth Striders too, so Sobek quite literally has a new pair of shoes, which they can use to just saunter out of any fight. Once you use that Sickening Strike, you apply the disease, but you also get the heal, and that means you get some movement speed alongside it.
Sitting at about 8 minutes in, a little bit more. 3 kills on the board for Orange Kiss, and none for Clocked In as of yet. There's a 2,000 gold lead in the pockets of Orange Kiss. No Gold Furies, no Pyros, no nothing of the sort. But we're about to get to that objective playing phase. But right now, Orange Kiss just kind of maintaining control of the early game. Do you think they're going to continue that snowball down, or do you think Clocked In eventually find their pacing in the mid game?
Well, that's the thing. Clocked In, they're supposed to be getting the picks right now where everything's spread out, where things are a bit more manageable, bite-sized chunks. But they're actually starting to lose all the pressure they had. And Tegvir dying in that last fight really stings. They're still ahead in levels because they've been doing such a great job invading and controlling the farm. But those days will soon be over, especially once this first Gold Fury goes down. One more death on this dual lane side of the map, and it's Curtains. And we're already seeing a precursor of that. Naga going to go down unopposed to Orange Kiss. They're playing the macro beautifully, and that results in them playing the micro in their favor as well. Paul's constricted to the tower, and one of these picks that you might normally expect, you'd say, well, just gank this Kukulkan. It's got no mobility. One, it's got a dash. It's Smite 2, baby. But also, it's slow immune. And that makes things so much more difficult for the Merlin and the Nem both, who both really rely on that soft CC to grab the kills.
Pressing up a little aggressive here. I think Inbound's just trying to show face and show pressure as he walks into the jungle and comes across a wild Nemesis. Gold Fury is trying to get soloed by Scream. Are they still going to be able to find a Tegvir busting out the ult, looking for a fight here? Not able to find a potential charge prey. Instead, Inbound might have to use it to get to safety. Great zoning whirlwind. Spirit of the Nine Winds does good damage, but doesn't find a kill just yet. Sobek's lurking in the waters. Merlin's getting good damage out. Is he going to be able to find a kill? No, he is not. Inbound's down to just a little bit of health, 100 to be exact. Merlin's still getting great damage off. A lot of low health bars on the side of Orange Kiss, all 5 to be exact, but nobody loses their life, which means everyone goes back to base and Clocked In cash in on a free Gold Fury.
That's the difference. This sustain comp, even though they're trying to get picks, if we don't, we'll just heal right back on up and take the Fury for ourselves. This is a big turning point 10 minutes in for Clocked In, because now they can stand on their own 2 feet. We don't necessarily need kills. We just need to stay around longer than you can. And with that Afro in pocket, you're very capable of doing so.
That is true. Happen is doing a great job on this Afro pick. I mean, it's just so much healing. You've got so much utility. For being able to just say, I don't like that ability, I'm going to cancel it. I'm gonna not take that ability, and so is my friend. It's like a Uno reverse card. Maybe not a Uno reverse. Maybe it's like a cancel card. Is there an Uno card?
Skip
for
card.
Yeah,
Skip card.
It's a skip card. I'll skip that one. It's all right. You can hold on to that one.
It's really solid in making sure to shrug off massive things like that Fear No Evil, like that Spare the 9 wins. And sure, that was a good Spare the 9 wins from Benny Q. Only hits 1. Doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things because we can heal back up that damage. Orange Kiss need to play for grander things. They want to leverage their CC into more CC. Chain a stun from the Pluck into a Tornado, into the Zephyr. And I'm sure they're going to be able to do that a lot more once these fights get a bit less chaotic. That one kind of had multiple waves of cavalry entering the fray. But so far, they're still not worried too much about it. Orange Kiss, I think, benefit from this game going on longer, so they're happy to wait for that team fight phase where it can really start to get in their favor. Inbound just needs to find a nice little sneaky pluck on top of Happen, and things can all fall apart from there.
3 wards in that bush right there. I mean, there's no such thing as too much vision, right?
We really want to keep our eyes on that bush, man. Make sure there's no snakes lurking in the grass.
Yeah, that is definitely one way to go about it. Firebrand getting a bit of pressure from Orange Kiss. Tegvir is pushed off of it, and Whirlwind is probably going to melt those things down very quickly. Great zoning from inbound. Tail Whip is going to make sure that Happen doesn't press up hard. Maybe looking for a potential charge prey, but no potential targets nearby. No ability to follow up from Orange Kiss because they back things up and resume the farming game that they're known for.
We're fighting over flame brands like it's Fire Giant. 12 minutes, baby. I love it. And again, you can see Clocked In. They retain center of lane and center pressure because they just have that sustain. And Orange Kiss are going to lose the poking game. Now, the shoe's kind of forced onto their foot because they've got to make sure that if they're going in for an engagement, it's going to result in deaths. Now, I also want to point some attention to the fact that right lane, we've really heard nothing from them since that first blood. You have a slight level lead from Cherio. I again, would like to see them maybe making some rotations, trying to take down Paul, who we know is a massive threat from Clocked In. So hopefully we can get some Anvil of Dawns. They already have got tower pressure. Why not leverage that into a bit more for your team?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I mean, there's a lot of potential later on in the game for both Kabrakan and Thor, but up against each other, I mean, it's a slap boxing festival.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing really that happens there too often.
There's definitely not going to be too much kill potential in that lane, especially when you have a Sanguine Lash being built by this cab, which is, again, that's great. That's great for the meta. We see the lifesteal for a reason. It's because that means just standing next to cab is quite deadly for you. Good pluck on top of Happen, but there's not going to be anyone, sadly, around. And Inbound's just getting the reps in, practicing for the real thing come late game.
And the real thing might be coming a little bit sooner than he thinks. Very low on health, having to use Lurk in the Waters for the crowd control immunity, but it doesn't save his life. Paul puts him in the grave. 1 extra kill for Clocked In, and their first of the game, actually. Only at 14 minutes. Wow.
That's what happens when you get your reps in. You didn't have a spot. You know, he tried to up his PR. He's like, help, someone. And then he realized the gym's empty. The bar collapses on his neck. He's dead. Happens to the best of us. You got to make sure that you got someone there to watch your back. Using that pluck just to kind of pad your stats on Happen resulted in your stats getting padded on the death timer instead. Now Clocked In, gathering around this Fury. Should be a pretty easy cinch if Thor doesn't say something about it.
Well, I don't think Cherry's going to give it up for free, that's for sure. 5,000 health, and Cherry is getting poked down pretty quickly, but so continuing the burn, Cherry is kind of ignoring the damage right now, waiting on reinforcements, waiting for Bobby to show up and maybe sunder this away. It's about 1,500 health, 1,000 health going down. Thor ult does not land, does not stun. The Gold Fury goes to Clocked In, another one secured. That's a great way to try and get back into this game. That gold lead is now favoring Clocked In.
Yeah, they take down Benny Q as well. That's fantastic. It's so hard sometimes to kill that slippery serpent, and the fact that it's Benny Q piloting it, no less. Really impressive work by Clocked In. They didn't lose sight of the grander objective, quite literally the objective, and they made sure to take it down. Again, Orange Kiss just felt a bit split up there, but now Inbound trying to split the difference, gets the pluck off, might find their own end though, unfortunately. Great stun, you're done.
Yeah, the Mushroom did some decent healing. It's definitely a good pickup from Inbound, but just didn't heal enough to save his life from Paul and Happen. What a dynamic duo to talk about. I mean, Paul was already scary, right? Now he's got a pocket afro in this game. Yeah, GG's. This is scrap. That's a wild.
I'm seeing 2 Devo's Gauntlets on the side of Clocked In. I see a million heals. I see a Sanguine Lash, and I see that we're in a patch with no anti-heal. That is just rough. There's no other way to cut this cake. The fact that Clocked In can sustain through so much of your damage. I think to start this fight, I'm considering where Scream should be placed. Because a Fear No Evil can be great to start a fight, but can also be great to interrupt and even end a fight when they're attempting to disengage. I'm starting to lean towards Inbound maybe not being our best engaged. We're seeing some great plucks. We're also seeing a few plucks mismanaged. So maybe I'm waiting for what we're seeing right now. Scream to gather their ganas and try to dive beneath and find a good Fear No Evil.
Inbound, charge prey into the tower, looking for hydrogen, but didn't find them. Yeah, that's. I think it's going to be the theme for this game, D'Lo, is that Inbound's going to charge in, looking for a pick, and the rest of Clocked In's going to say, hey, there's a crocodile. Boom, boom, boom. Just delete him, kill him immediately. Meanwhile, Clocked In secured that Pyromancer and make their way towards the Fire Giant. Ult is used from Cherry to get him to safety because Karmic was piecing him up a little bit. Fire Giant is still being slain. Benny Q over the wall. He does have ultimate online. He could be sealing this away. The Fire Giant is still getting burned. Paul putting great pressure onto Benny Q, though. He's going to have to whirlwind and dash on out of their 2,000 health on that Fire Giant. Cherry very low on health, having hammer on out. Great Amenity to Charm from Inbound, but Happen secures the Fire Giant. Also finds a dagger as well. Great pluck onto Tegveer, but you just don't have the reinforcements for that, my friend. Ends up falling to the grave. Inbound is dead. Fire Giant in the hands of Clocked In, and they continue their push down the middle lane.
At the very least, Scream does nick a quick dagger for their troubles, so Clocked In don't get all the benefits to reap of that objective, but they get damn near everything. What amazing zoning from Paul, recognizing that Benny Q was the big threat. That big blue diamond is still full because Benny Q never had a chance to even do anything about it. That one death maybe starting to weigh on them a little bit. It's casting a big shadow over this game. And now Clocked In can really start to leverage things. What happens when you're the macro team and the macro is not going in your favor? You die. You lose. They got to find a way back in, whether it's trying to find a bigger team fight. Because, again, that was a filter flow of people into that game, into that fight. Benny Q arrives first to the scene, instantly gets poked out. You had Cherio try to move around. They had to pop a Phantom Shell just to stick even for a little bit. And even then, they had to instantly TP back out. Clocked In are playing their game, and Orange Kiss are kind of just letting them. You got to make sure to fight as 5.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game. Orange Kiss kind of funneled that. I mean, you have to show up when you can if you want to try and steal an objective like that. You can't just wait for your friends and hopefully everybody shows up on time. No, if Fire Giant's getting burned, you show up and look to steal, especially if you're Inbound. He does have Sunder online. He's got Lurking in the Waters, which can provide him crowd control immunity when he wants to try and steal that away. So yeah, whenever you find it in, you take it. Meanwhile, Clocked In trying to find it in on that tier 2 tower in duo lane. 4 bodies there. Benny Q and Inbound on the defense, trying to defend that away. Meanwhile, Cherry's trying to do a bit of split pushing, but not able to find anything just yet. He's going to have to recall back to base. 4 bodies have Clocked In, still around this tier 2 tower. Not able to find it in, though, because Benny Q's Whirlwind is just going to melt those waves. There's no way you push past that guy.
That was a bit of a panic beads there from Cyclone Spin. That's data I'm registering. If I'm Clocked In, I got an Ula axe with your name on it, Bari. But now Inbound's got to charge prey with any member of Clocked who tries to step up. Thor's in the sky.
Thor's in the sky, and he lands down quick, finds a stun, and in goes Inbound. Is he going to be able to find a pluck? Instead, he goes into Lurking in the Waters, but gets melted down quick by Hydrogen. What a shame. Fear No Evil's massive. Scream turns things around very quickly. Cyclone's been able to find a kill on top of that. 2 bodies down for Clocked In, losing a couple Fire Giant belts. That's a great way to turn things around for Orange Kiss. Looking for another kill on Karmic, but takes Cyclone Spin into the grave. Are they going to be able to take down Karmic? Benny Q getting forced away, and the damage from Karmic is massive, chasing down Benny, and there he goes down into the grave. And maybe the fight continues from Cherry. He's going to have to hammer on out, taking a lot of damage from Paul, and Paul's still on the chase. Is Cherry going to be able to get out? I think the hammer will let him. The wind sprite definitely favors him as well. but Paul may be looking to cut
Pincer
him
maneuver.
off. And I think it's what's going to happen here. Look at this. The sandwich, the clocked-in sandwich. Is it going to happen? Cherry zoning out yet again. Big damage from Paul. Takes him into the grave. But here comes Scream, looking to revenge his fallen friend. But Scream gets put down quick by Paul. Fear No Evil wasted. Did not happen. And clocked in, turning that fight around entirely.
There was so much to talk about there. An amazing Fear No Evil by Scream. That's why you wanted to see that start the fight, because unfortunately Inbound had already died before they get sub execute off on Uller. Crazy Fear No Evil makes things possible. Karmic just walks at Benny Q and whips them down with the Sanguine Lash, because that item is crazy. And then the fight spills out into that left. Nemesis has got mobility. Clocked in love to be on these hyper-mobile gods, so they're able to make that winding noose around their neck. Scream tries to assuage their losses, but instead adds to the bleeding, and Clocked in add a third Fury to their coffers.
Paul takes down Benny Q. Spirit of the Nine Winds does good damage. Paul's very low on health. This could be a sub-execute if he falls low enough. Waiting for that threshold, but he's not able to find it. Has to get up out of the water. Couldn't find the chomp, and now has to find a way out of harm's way, as Paul, although low on health, did a good amount of damage. Omni Charm definitely brought him back to a decent amount of health, and maybe they look for this Pyromancer, the only objective left on the map.
I again say the fact that the longer these fights go on, the more Clocked in stand to win, especially when it gets split up like that. What happened? You had Benny Q go right.
Yeah.
You had, who was it? Cherio go left. And we just kind of divide and conquer. And in that mid-fight, that's just unfortunate, the fact that Paul is 5-0. You got to reconcile with that. You can't contest them directly if you're just in a 1v1. They're going to flame you. They're going to burn you. It's going to get rough. Someone get the burn clinic out here. It's third degree. And Clocked in are in third gear. They are shifting forward. Orange Kiss are on the back foot by a significant margin. Z-Tan ain't here, but if he was, it's uh-oh territory. Pyromancer in pocket too for Clocked in. It's only going to get scarier from here.
And they just got that Pyro off the board. 3 gold Furies in the pockets of Clocked in. They've also got an 8K gold lead, 7K, something like that. I'm not great at math, but we'll give it a shot. We'll call it there. 8K gold lead for Clocked in. And now looking to take away this Fire Giant as 5 members of both teams surrounded. Clocked in on the siege. Orange Kiss waiting for a potential engage. Ultimates up all across the board. Where does this fight start? Great Whirlwind does good damage. Inbound having to use that charge break to get back to safety, because Clocked in dropped that Fire Giant with hopes to try and take a kill off the board. Omni Decharin does good healing for Orange Kiss. But what happens from here? Whirlwind looking to do a bit of zoning. Cherry's in the air. Where is he going to land? Is he going to look for an engage? He's still in the air, and instead he hops on out. Doesn't look for anything there. Didn't trust the engage. That's fine. That's okay. He's going to go farm up a little bit, and Fire Giant has been dropped completely. Clocked in back on top of it and waiting for potential burn.
Only one ult drop, but Happen getting back into full health, because again, the longer this takes, the worse it's going to get. It's a slow burn, but one that you've got to try to find a way to get past. Heat-resistant gloves, something. Inbound on the front lines, and Fire Giant at half health.
Half health indeed. Inbound is still here. Does have Sunder on the board as well, lurking in the waters 4. Same thing with Kabrakan ult. Whirlwind does a great job of zoning to make sure that Orange Kiss don't make their way onto the squishy back line. But Karmic's pressing up, looking for a stun. Can't find anything just yet. Uh-oh. Look on the left side. Cherry is getting melted down. Hydrogen takes the first kill of the fight around the Fire Giant. Now Orange Kiss is down one body, and Minikyu doesn't have Spirit of the Nine Winds to steal it away, but even with that in favor, Clocked in, drop the Fire Giant, walk away, and decide to come back later.
Yeah, I mean, you have 40 seconds, back, reset, do it all over again. At this point, you can just keep on going with that battle of attrition style of play. Inbound's got to step away from Paul because they're freaking scary. Tahuti in pocket, you're a monster. And now Clocked in say, run it back, suckers. What you gonna do? Scream says, not anything. I'm going to split push down left.
Yeah, that's kind of what Scream does. Scream's like, I'm not really here for this. I don't really care. I'm just going to go push something. That's like the Scream way. He's known for this. Meanwhile, Fire Giant is getting taken down by Clocked in. Inbound does not, it does have the Sunder, but doesn't have the ult to find a way in, so they're just going to drop it. That's smart. You don't want to give yourself up and also potentially lose a Fire Giant, so just give it away. That's all okay.
And that's going to be an easy reset from Clocked in. I don't know if Scream even gets much from this split push besides from some decent jungle farm, which is good. You'd realize you couldn't really fight that one. You didn't want to push any more chips in the center. Orange Kiss are just getting out poked. And where Benny Q is going to find their value is that zoning. We saw how much Clocked In fear the tornado, but I'm wondering if maybe we need to save it instead of for zoning. We need to save it for the CC. I want to see a Thor wall or a big pluck and then instantly followed by the tornado. And this is where Scream not playing the aspect, I think, haunts Orange Kiss, because that would have been such easy setup for your most potent player. Instead, it's going to be another Fury, an ancient one, in fact, going the way of Clocked In, and they continue to farm on from here. Might be farming up on top of Cherry.
Yeah, Cherry's dead. Tried to get up in the air, but couldn't make it up in time. Meanwhile, Princess Bari is split pushing over in right lane, but all 5 members of Clocked In are running down the middle. Benny Q and Inbound are on their way there, but can't really find it in for the fight. So Ancient Fury is going to make sure that the tier 2 falls down quick. Inbound around the corner, but you're all by yourself there, big dog. What's going to happen? They're still pushing up on this bird. All 5 members of Clocked In still here, and the bird is melting down pretty quickly. Karmic looking for an end, looking to take down some health bars. Mini Q does use Spirit of the Nine Winds, does some decent damage, but no kills as of yet. Karmic still pressing forward. Cyclone's been taking a lot of damage, and the bird is as well. Bird falls. Clocked In find Inbound as well. 1 kill on the board. Are they going to be going for an end game? Cyclone is fallen. Paul is pressing hard. All 5 members of Clocked In still here. A couple low health members, but what happens from here? Scream doesn't have Fear No Evil. No ult to save their Titan. 10,000 health. It's burning quick. Tegbeer finds a kill. Paul takes out Benny Q. This is going to be endgame for Orange Kiss, and Clocked In are going to clock their way into the finals as the Titan falls.
Disgusting. Disgusting, Paul. You, yuck. Blah, 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 blah. That's right. I'm vomiting in my mouth. That was beautifully done. Let's talk about that last fight, right? Inbound says if you can't beat him, join him. And then when they all start to shoot him, they say, what the heck, guys? I thought I was on your team. You called that positioning out that it was a bit awkward, very awkward, in fact. I think he just tossed the Uller up in the sky, and Uller just like puts his arms in the air like he just don't care, because he doesn't. He was at full health and in no danger because he was with the rest of the team. Not having your Sobek there, it doesn't go with what your comp is trying to do. Again, fight has 5, and the pick comp, I think, just picked apart their strategy. That's going to be a fantastic victory there for Clocked In. Orange Kiss, unfortunately, just couldn't find it. They're going to miss.
Well, if you want to watch the replay, too bad. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes, but don't go anywhere. We'll take a quick recap on how amazing that game was.
a kickback when you fake like that. Pretty sure let me go, no, you never come back. Dawn's up and my door shut. D&D, so don't call up. A few missed meals, so what? Crunch time about to crawl up. I'm a force under big pressure. Under pressure, they sprawl us. If you coasting with a mediocre, then any over you call luck. I've been about the grind though. Got plenty of receipts too. My lower back tell me all the time what 12 hours on repeat, dude. But can't stop, but don't got breaks. I've been putting in years, dude. Ain't it funny how you get lucky when you work harder than your peers do? Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess what? I guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. Now you wanna tell me that I'm lucky all day. So call me king of the
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here with Smite Prime. We're going to do a bit of a recap on what we just saw in the last game with Clocked In and Orange Kiss, because, man, that was a banger of a game.
Absolutely. You had the top two seeds going at it. You can see some of the highlights from it right now. It was intense, man, but I think at the end of the day, it's just two teams that had a vision, and one realized it a little bit better. This was a great starting fight here for Inbound, but I feel like it was very hot and cold with the Plucks today. Unfortunately, cold a bit more than often.
There was still some good plays throughout. I mean, I think Inbound definitely did a better job this game than last. Fear No Evil,
Yes.
great way to save his friend. That's when you said invaded, right?
Yes, bro, that was an amazing bait. Utilized their tank and spank very well. But look at this fight. This is a crazy one, right? That Fear No Evil, that finds 3, completely tears apart the fight and changes the entire pace. But then what happens? It gets split up in this moment. Benny Q gets chased out by the cab, and it's a slasher movie. They're just getting dropped one by one because they don't know where to go. Benny Q sees their only way out being to dash away, but they're dashing away from the rest of their team. And this is what's going to happen. You get disassembled by the Sanguine Lash, whipped down for the double, and again, split fight. Cherio, meanwhile, on the left side, it's like a Scooby-Doo. They're splitting up and looking for clues, but the clues all lead to your demise.
I feel like that Kukulkan skin is like so loud with its abilities. Like, look at the whirlwind; it's like massive. It's so bright and colorful. Like, it's hard to not look at.
It's very shiny. It's very pretty. But what's even prettier is that big fat W Clocked In and rocking. This last fight here that they took a quadra kill for Paul, deathless 9-0 on this Merlin. And that's just what Benny Q is rocking after. That feels rough, right? It's the god that you just had gotten your W on. You see if he used against you, it gets a quadra kill on your head top. That doesn't feel good. That hurts. That sticks in your throat. You're like, it's a bit of chest pain, some acid reflux. Get some Tums in you and try to come back in that loser's bracket big.
Jesus, dude, you got some health problems or what? What's going on here? A lot of like
acid reflux is a son of a gun,
vile
man.
comments.
Disease. Inbound, unfortunately, into a sickening strike. I've been a bit under the weather lately, but I'll try to stand strong for the rest of the cast. But look at the stat lines, man. Cherry had a rough go of it. The entire front line of Orange Kiss was getting bruised and battered, and Scream was, I think, the shining star that had some really great plays. It wasn't enough, though, to coalesce with the rest of the team. And Clocked In, we're locked in, man. They knew what their comp was supposed to do, and they executed on it. And they executed anyone who stood against them, and they weren't even the ones playing the Sobek.
Yeah, great job from Clocked In and Orange Kiss too. They did a decent job around the macro play, but overall Clocked In just knew like, hey, this is the macro team, so we need to out macro the macro team. Obviously, even it's easier said than done, but they did it. They pulled it off, and they were just left kind of speechless. Orange Kiss just didn't have an answer for their play style throughout the game. Great pressure from Paul on the Merlin, and Karmic was just pressing W key once we got to that 25-minute mark and just kept running down whoever was looking at him funny. And it allowed the rest of the team, Hydra didn't happen, Tegvir, to just kind of do what they pleased. And it was great. So let's take a look at the brackets as we are getting our way towards the final slowly but surely. We just watched the semifinals of the winners bracket between Orange Kiss and Clocked In. Clocked In make their way to the top spot, but that means that Kibbeted Book and Globe's Last Supper are going to be fighting for a chance to beat Orange Kiss in the losers bracket finals, which they're in right now. Gibbet Book
Solby.
and Globe's Last Supper are playing at this moment to maybe fight their way towards getting a redemption as far as getting that grand cash prize. But we'll find out who wins that game here in just a little bit, and then we'll be watching Orange Kiss take down the winner.
It's going to be interesting to see who ends up being on the top slot, especially considering the fact that we lost already so many great teams. Baile Inolvidable, no! The SMITE 2 bad boys expelled from school as well. Gibbet Book, once again, I say, they are the big fat upsetters. And you know, I will say maybe now that they're the 3rd seed, maybe they no longer have that title. Maybe now they're the ones to beat. They've kind of emerged from that chrysalis. They were the dark horse, and now they're just a horse. They are just what you expect to be leading the pack and potentially could take down one of these 2 juggernauts. But the first thing I do is wander through Globe's Last Supper. Like you said, that game's going on right about now. And we're still waiting for the results to find out who's going to step up to take down Orange Kiss.
One thing to mention, too, is that because Clocked In won all throughout the winner's bracket and made their way to a promised spot in the grand finals, they also have a choice on whether they want to be on the Order or Chaos side all throughout the finals. So that is definitely going to be a big determining factor on who is going to be coming out on top. But while they play out their losers bracket game, we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be back to watch the finals of the losers bracket.
I need to prove I cannot lose. Nah, everything I do that really is news. You look confused, why? You are what you choosing to do. Me, I've been making the moves, paying my dues, getting this done with the fam. Y'all know that I am the dude. Bend that low, hit that high, got that hustle, got that drive. One more time, best alive. I want it all, everything mine. I got something to prove. I wanna lose. Yeah, something to prove. You know that I wanna lose. Yeah, gonna leave this here. This right here gonna be that year. Yeah, that's too sincere. I don't really think I could be that clear. I'ma be right here, but y'all know that. Wanna feed my fists, try to hold me back. Y'all do that, try to hold me down. Karma is real and it's coming around. Take on the world. We're gonna take on the world. Standing tall, we gotta make it our own. No waiting around. Winners will never look down. No one can stop us. We got it. The future is right in our hands. Give it 100%. We're gonna take on the world. Yeah, we gotta move. Speaking the truth. Yeah, paying our dues. We making the news. Yeah, we hitting the roof. No, we don't wanna lose. Climbing and shaking the walls. We gotta break all the rules. We're gonna take on the world. 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 We're gonna take on the world.
What I mean when I see, what I see, what I feel, when I dream, when I be, I'm a freak, what up? Oh, what up? Everybody look at me when I'm free, when I feel, what I see, when I do it, I'm a freak, what up? Oh, what up? Say what we got, it's hot to spot, give up the drop, see what we got, do what, do what? We got to go, the body flow, too hot to show, the front row, we won't stop. What I mean when I see, what I see, what I feel, when I dream, when I be, I'm a freak, what up? Oh, what up? Hey!
play the game with the people that writing the rules. Ain't the fame that I'm after when paying the dues. I've been through the pain that's reflected in the attitude. Might be winning now, but the thing is that I had to lose. So go and tell me what you really want to do. And lonely at the top, cause there ain't a lot of room. Ain't no other option, it's all I ever knew. So I'ma get it poppin', you know how I'ma do. I've been down through the blood and the sweat. Guarantee you can know I'm a threat. I've been down through the blood and the sweat. And I ain't close to being done yet, I'm going all in. Yeah, I'm going all in. And I ain't close to being done yet, I'm going all in. Yeah. They know I'm going all in. Through the blood and the sweat, y'all know we ain't close to being done yet, I'm going all in. I've been down from the jump. Ain't no love lost, we just really doing us. Go and take your seat, looking silly getting up. Y'all know what it is, let me tell them what it was. It was 24/7 on the grind, one thing at a time. Hard to understand, kind of person got the state of mind. We was making moves every day, getting things in line. You could go and say what you want, but believe that I've been down through the blood and the sweat. Guarantee you can know I'm a threat. I've been down through the blood and the sweat. And I ain't close to being done yet, I'm going all in. Yeah, I'm going all in. And I ain't close to being done yet, I'm going all in. Yeah. They know I'm going all in. Through the blood and the sweat, y'all know we ain't close to being done yet, I'm going all in.
bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass. DJ, give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass. DJ, give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass. DJ, give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I said fire to the roof, boy. I might as well do it just a little bigger than. I said fire to the roof, boy. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I said fire to the roof, boy. I might as well do it just a little bigger than. I said fire to the roof, boy. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it.
Give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass. DJ, give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I said fire to the roof, boy. I might as well do it just a little bigger than. I said fire to the roof, boy. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I said fire to the roof, boy. I might as well do it just a little bigger than. I said fire to the roof, boy. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it.
change. You swinging in the park, not me. So what, you got nothing OG. You in it with a face, don't scream. So what you got, see, spitting venom on me.
Hold me like you hold me, and if it's over, let's pretend for one more night, for one more night, for one more night. Hold me like you hold me, and if it's over, let's pretend for one more night, for one more night, for one more night. Put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. Now let me see you put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up.
I might just have to go stupid. Hey.
Put your hands up, put your hands up. Now let me see you put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up.
I might just have to go stupid. Hey.
Hey everybody, welcome on back to Smite Prime. Our day continues. The loser grand finals are upon us as our grand finals are waiting to happen. Lots of money on the line, even more diamonds on the line, plus the handmade MVP trophy. You can't beat that. Would you stop looking at me? It gets
My
me
bad.
every time. It makes me feel like there's a person just like right there watching me. I'm Melon, he's D-Lo. We're back. Morty was on earlier. The whole Smite Prime team is still cooking away. And we got lots to go through here. We've got brackets, we've got pricing, like you name it, we've got stuff to show you. We're starting with the bracket here. And it's been a long bracket today, long day of Smite gaming, but I think we're pretty set up for a banger loser finals here, D'Lo.
Wow, Kiveted Book losing against Globe Last Supper, so now reclaiming. I guess, who's the dark horse when the dark horse gets beaten by another dark horse? A lot of horses in this race,
shotgun.
but only one. Yes, the shotgun when you break your leg, you get shot behind the barn. That's how it goes down.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
that's the
Kiveted
winner.
Book. Sorry, Secretariat. You had a good run.
Sorry,
Bang!
kittens.
Sorry.
Anyways, anywho's, that brings us to Orange Kiss and Globe's Last Supper.
Yes.
As the two teams in the lower bracket grand finals. The winner moves on to face Clocked In. Best of 3 for the lower finals. Best of 3 for the grand finals as well. So it's sure to be a fun
Big.
one. The match 11 there, the lower round 3, the game ended by Globe getting a quadra kill on Agni. It kind of looked like Kiveted Book just sort of fell apart at the finish line at a big fire giant fight at the end. And considering the things that we saw Kiveted Book do these last few weeks, to see them out this early, I know you touched on it, is just so surprising.
Globe is also a fantastic team to their own right. I really should get a crack inside what that fight was like, because they struggled when it came to the macro when they took a tumble up against Orange Kiss, but this time they are looking for the run back, and they're saying, we're going to change history, correct the textbooks, reprint them.
Yep.
We're the ones who are going to come home with that W.
I one time had a textbook that got reprinted in the middle of our stuff, and I wish I cared more when I was in high school. I could have looked and seen what actually got reprinted, because I was in Florida, so who knows what it could have been. But I do know how to
sure
outrun
it's a lot of
alligators and
fun.
track hurricanes, so that's big.
The only history that they're going to tell about Florida is Swamp Garrett and how he keeps yoinking all the wildlife down there. But we got a big game that we
you can't
plucked up
mention
for
that.
you.
Oh, it gets
He's
in my
so
head,
go-
but
he's so cool. I love that guy, man. It's funny that the
so
Sobek. It's funny that
so bad.
Sobek gets plucked because he's the one that's plucking up the alligators instead. But we got a
If
big
Inbound
game
played
plucked up here for
Sobek like Florida Man plays in the
Oh,
Everglades,
right,
they would
dude.
have moved on.
Yoink. That would have been it. Unfortunately, maybe just didn't watch enough YouTube shorts beforehand. You have to make sure you study up on that. Get your algorithm up, buddy. Instead, they
Yeah.
get their death timers up. But nonetheless, they're the ones who are ready to try to take them down once more. Orange Kiss say, listen, we have you down in the losers bracket, but we ain't no chumps. We ain't no losers. We're not slouching over it. Nah, come get this bread if you want it, but we're coming home with that trophy. And they have, like, all the big names that you'd expect to be able to make good on that promise for victory, right? You still got Scream. You still got Benny Q. I'm looking here for more synergy, though, with the P's and B's, and that's what we're going to be getting into in just a moment. We saw last time around, Anthony, Orange Kiss, when they lost up against Clocked In, it was because they just weren't executing on their team comp vision. So this time around, I don't care what I do care what they pick, but I know they're going to pick something fine. I just want to see them make sure that they're executing on the game plan they lay out.
I know. One thing I'm pretty interested in seeing too. The support picks have been pretty interesting today from Inbound in particular. I feel like we saw. We've seen him at his worst, you know. There's only up to
happens.
go in terms of the Thor, but in the Sobek game, there was a lot of strengths in it. I was noticing, and it seemed like the laning phase was played a little bit differently. And it definitely looked like Inbound was more comfortable. Solo, I think, is also worth talking about, D'Lo, because Cherry has kind of been throwing us for at least a little bit of a loop in terms of not just the picks, but the play style. It seemed like a different Cherry today.
I think the front line's been where we're seeing our struggles, and that's rough when you need them to initiate, because Benny Q is going to be one of your biggest damage dealers, but if they're playing a setup god, or rather a god that needs setup, like a Cuckoo, you kind of have to have someone who's willing to give that CC out to make sure they get their deeps out.
Yep.
Now, Orange Kiss, banning away the Pele, no Paul stepping up against them, but that god is potent no matter where or who is playing them, so by no means am I mad at that. I do think the Bari has been kind of solidified as maybe a bit of a misnomer. Didn't even take the game that it was played up on. It's not necessarily a win con. It's great, mind you, if the ultimate's placed in the right moment. But the issue that I'm noticing with it, and I think everyone else is, it's a lack of burst mobility, but also a lack of CC that really causes you fear. Aladdin certainly provides their own. I love the fact that Paul, who really kind of was the trailblazer for playing these two gods, particularly in mid, here on the Smite Prime stage, has set the meta just so that everyone is afraid of those picks, even if Paul is not part of the game.
The Aladdin impact has been wild to watch throughout the day, but one thing that you touched on a lot in our first cast of the day, that started us off, was healing, and I feel like that's taken a very fun course so far, because we've seen how much the itemization has mattered, but I was expecting to see way more Guan Yu, and then I feel like
That's
the
a
Aphrodite
good
game
point.
we saw was pretty lackluster.
Hold on a second. You're right. We haven't seen Guan Yu, and Inbound was a massive
Thank you. Now I'm blushing.
supporter of it. No, you're like, I don't know how I've even thought about that, but you're so right. Guan Yu has not received any attention, and when you're banning away Odin's, I wonder if Inbound maybe is just saying, listen, we tried that last week, it worked out. I cannot, unfortunately. Chithins, where do I go? Agni, though, is where we're going to be going in terms of the last ban for Orange Kiss. Merlin taken off the board. It's just like we're target banning all of Paul's picks, even though Paul's not here. But Benny Q obviously operated incredibly well on the Merlin. I wouldn't mind seeing the Cuckoo Khan return. Don't want it to be a first pick, though. Kali, I imagine, could be one we look towards, but haven't really seen Cyclone favor that. I don't know if we go back to the Bardi. I, again, want to see Orange Kiss playing at their best, which is macro, 5v5, big cohesive fights. Synergize, get things all nice and glumped up together, then we got a good chance. On her's the last ban for Globe, so we'll have to see where Orange Kiss decide to opt for that first pick.
Another character that I've been kind of... Oh, hang on. One character I've been kind of wondering if we might see as well. It's kind of on the topic of Guan Yu a little bit, too. It was kind of during my break. I was sitting there munching on some food, listening to you in Mortcast, and I started thinking about Fenrir. Kind of feels like he falls into an interesting place as well in the current meta with all the changes, especially with how good lifesteal seems to be. Well, we're starting with Yamoja and Shock, so we're keeping with Sustain and potentially some built-in anti-heal.
A lot of Wada. You know, make sure to bring an umbrella. Bring
a lot of
life
Wada.
vest. A lot of Wada. Got mine right here, baby. Bring your life vest. Get your Wada. You couldn't even say Juan. There it is. Now we're good. Kali, we mentioned it. We're seeing it now. Makes complete sense. Cav's been also a pick that I don't think I've gotten to mention as being a very big staple here across today, but it is. It's not because it falls in line with healing necessarily, but it takes advantage greatly of Sanguine Lash, because not only is the active so useful in just bursting people down, but just by standing near people, you're not only giving prots to your teams with the passive, you're also now passively dealing out damage too. Thor is going to be the pick once again. Now, this could flex over to Cherry or Inbound. Hasn't really seen success on either pilot of the god, so I just gotta hope that's going to stand up a little bit better. Or maybe, actually, now that I see a Cabin Emoja, it very well could be going to Scream instead. The Baron Samity on response from
Third
Globe,
time's the charm.
Ton more sustain. I guess so. Comedy comes in threes, so does
Surely
tragedy.
one of them is going to hit an ultimate, right?
We can hope, Anthony. We can hope.
That's kind of the that's kind of the biggest hope. The Baron taken by Globe's Last Supper, I find pretty fascinating, because that kind of feels like, I think you were the one telling me about it, or was it Musi? I don't know. You two blur
We
together.
blend
in my
together.
brain. Yeah. One of you was
We look
telling
exactly
me
the
about.
same.
Yes, 100%. Like it's two of the same person standing there.
Mm-hmm.
The Baron is kind of an inbound signature pick, as he's one of the only people who's willing to play it. But with all the changes lately, I wonder if Baron might find its way into some more pockets. It does seem like it could be a very strong fit.
I'm looking at what they've got on the other side here. There's some slows that Yemo gives you, and a Baron can be nice to immune those if it indeed does not go aspect. Does this go mid, though? I feel like, I was about to say, I'm more inclined to believe it would go mid than solo or support 2BH, but it can flex in multiple roles. But the Ares kind of seals its fate as that mid laner instead. That means we got a Kali carry, Shock solo, Susano jungle, easy peasy. Hecate, because we're not seeing the Merlin any longer, this is a staple Benny Q pick. And even though I would have liked to see the Cuckoo, I understand if you want a god that has a bit more self-sufficient set up instead of needing someone else to kind of drop all those stuns to make sure you have your fun with those tornadoes. So open the gates and open up some rib cages. Let's do it, Benny Q.
It feels like Benny Q was one of those first three. I feel like I talk about this a lot, but it was Benny Q, Globe, that were two of the, to name two of probably three or four, two of the most prominent Hecate players early on in Smite 2's life cycle, and two of the players who were first able to actually kind of make me a believer in the character. She had gone through some changes. We hadn't really seen where she was best suited at the time, but I feel like there are two people who can definitely pick it up. Now, on the other side, you touched on the Ares a little bit, but combining with the Susano, I really like that for Sunprod, because I feel like one problem Sunprod has always run into, D'Lo, and I know you're somebody who's cast him almost as much as I have, and you've probably seen this a lot too. Sometimes it feels like Sunprod doesn't forget to farm, because that's far too drastic of an example, but sometimes it seems like he gets so caught up in fighting and rotating, he loses out in the jungle. We'll see how that changes. Let's head on to the battleground, further our talking points, and start up our lower bracket grand finals. Ooh, I can't wait to get in game for this one. Once we get in, it's still Malum, D'Lo, and pushing the Q through the T's is going to be Tess and Rosie. But D'Lo, talking more about Sunprod and farm, with how much Scream was able to farm earlier, does this matchup worry you at all?
It's very mobile, obviously, but Susano, I think, can get just across as much. What I'm worried about is the mental fortitude. At the same time, Orange Kiss, they got so many veterans. They've been through this ringer before. As far as the matchup on paper, I think it's fine. I think Susano, though, knowing how Sunprod plays, is going to be in your backline early, and Scream needs to prepare for that. I expect to maybe see some invades to start things out, or maybe we actually play it conservatively. I already see a ward being placed very defensively by Sunprod. As far as the matchup on paper, though, the issue with Susano is they can attach that jet stream to a Thor, and if you're retreating, it doesn't matter if you have the TP up. You use that hammer to try to get out, Mjolnir's attunement. All of a sudden, Susano's right there with you. Hey, buddy, where are we going? I'm coming right alongside you.
I was just going to say,
passenger.
raise your hand if you remember Hecate's passive so I can start pointing out all the liars in the chat to you.
It buffs towers. Very familiar. Good C2 right here. It also could buff players right next to you, but sadly, you're all by yourself here. It's what we expected. Globe operating on this Baron Samity. And you know what we didn't give enough credit to in the P's and B's? Freaking Ares. That got first banned so many times by Clocked In for good reason. And you know what it's up against? 4 gods without CC immune ults. That is disgusting. Scream is going to be the only one immune from the chains once the no escape gets popped out. And I don't think we've seen a talisman all day because there's so many other great items to buy instead. And you might be forced to pivot your head away from them. Tear away from those Sanguine Lashes because you're going to get torn in half by all the chains and the follow-up that Globe can dish out.
Every time we've seen John rowing on the main stream today, John's been rocking that Sunder, making that 2 Sunders for the side of Globe's Last Supper. We'll see how that comes into play the later that we go. A deep dive from Globe's Last Supper, speaking of, in the mid lane, but they don't go for any kills quite yet. Instead, jungle invades, so Sunprod maybe trying to play a bit of Scream's own game a little bit.
We've seen that before. All the jungles today have been rather aggressive. I think of Tegvir as well in the first matches we saw. They were very frequently trying to, just on cooldown, take whatever jungle they have and also the enemy. Grabs the oracles for the side of Globe as well. So just going to get a bit of extra farm in pocket. But we're already seeing a rotation come out here to left lane. Benny Q, though, might be the real one in trouble.
Remember that shield only protects against magical, but it worked out that time.
Thor.
Meanwhile, left lane, like you said, the dive-in's there. First blood goes to Orange Kiss and Cyclone Spin on the jump to clean up the kill. A dive in mid lane, trying to see if they can get one back, but they cannot, thanks to the perfect purification beads by the Founder Series MVP.
That feels great. Orange Kiss back in the driver's seat. You love to see that. You want to make sure the Titans can kind of throw their weight around and say, listen, Globe's Last Supper, even though Globe and the crew have been here for a while, you're still the new kid on the block comparatively in terms of the amount of pedigree and prestige that Orange Kiss bear. This is the Founders MVP you're stepping up against, and their jungle alongside them. These are players that just have an insurmountable amount of experience, but Globe can hopefully, through some clever and wily tactics, find a way back in. This solo lane is going to be kind of a little bit of a nothing burger without, as Musi always calls it, divine intervention. You're going to need someone else to move in on that right side to ensure kills. But I'm really just focused on that dual lane once again, which is where everyone's been allotting that pressure. The fact that it goes into the pocket of your Uller feels great. Now Cyclone can leverage a bit more momentum since they had kind of lost it, and that's what got them the loser's bracket in the first place.
Another thing, too, is the amount that Benny Q can waste playing this Sakate. We're seeing more here. Ult out first from the Baron. Benny not level 5 quite yet. Does get some distance away, and so much damage falls onto Globe in the mid lane. Barely able to survive. You can see the hunt on from Scream, but speaking of no ultimate, same thing for the Thor, so you can't fully chase. But in terms of what I was going to talk about, which is wasting things, Benny Q's survivability on the Sakate in mid has always been so ridiculous. The amount that teams put focus into Benny Q was always insane. When Loki was at the top of the meta, Benny Q basically was wasting every Loki's time by forcing attention in the mid lane, ulting away every time he didn't have Purification and or Aegis available, and you would see the jungler fall behind. We'll see if he can do the same thing now to Sunprod to help Scream continue to farm ahead. Sunprod now looking to cut off Benny Q, but look who's lurking. It's the Thor, but he lands on the camp to the side. Benny Q takes the portal to the other side, trying to stay alive. Scream still can't get there. Benny Q falling lower, dash no good. Typhoon, perfect.
Yikes.
Benny Q dead.
That is unfortunate. I'm not sure if they maybe had a bit of miscommunication there. I think Scream was supposed to back them out, so they went in aggressive. Got good damage off as well with the Repel magic. That shield can do damage too. Now Cyclone Spin eating some themselves.
Beads good. Stun after forces the beads out from the Kali. So beads for beads trade in the duo lane. And Cyclone Spin is okay for now. But you talked about burning beads, D'Lo. It's one thing the Ares is going to do for sure.
Yeah, man, and the Shock, and the Baron, and the Typhoon from Susano. Again, I say, clutch your pearls, grab some talismans, because it's going to be really rough. Everyone needs to make sure that they're keeping a very firm eye on the relic timers, and Globe have to make sure that they're communicating every single time they see Golden Hour flash from Orange Kiss. But so far, it's been relatively even Stevens. I do think that mid-fight is a bit of a precursor in terms of who initiates first decides a lot of the action. We're seeing it again, Benny Q in trouble.
And might just go down. Ultimate's not dropping so far. There's Globes out. Thor dives onto the Baron in the mid lane, looking for that pick. River's Rebuke is up. When it comes down, Benny Q will have to kill on the Globe.
Again, who initiates first in this case can sometimes be your own demise, especially if you got two freaking members waiting to back you up in the back line. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. This Thor, we said it needs to work. The third time has indeed proven itself the charm so far. No kills, but 2 assists, still perfectly fine if you're Screaming. Now they just wait for a bit more in the duo.
Sneaky, sneaky indeed. Ultimate online for the Thor. The axe makes things less sneaky. The damage is on. The collapse is there. And speak no evil, speaking no more. Third kill for Orange Kiss.
All that CC, man, I'm telling you. Sadly, Sunprod's going to respond
between
back
tier
by
1 and 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, by grabbing one friend between the two towers, Benny Q will fall. But nonetheless, you're leveraging the pressure where? In that duo lane, baby. That's where it matters more, if you ask me. Sure, Benny Q taking a spill twice doesn't feel good, but if as long as you're able to get that first Fury, now that it's past 5 minutes, one more kill in this duo could very well spill into that pit.
It's a nice farm on top of it for Orange Kiss. They continue to work on a very tiny gold lead, just a few hundred gold separating as we get closer to 7 minutes so far in. 3-2 is the kills, and I'm getting the feeling we're in for a slow burn. Benny Q on a visitation to the solo lane, trying to help out Cherry. Does get the stun, but John Rowing is tough to kill, and Benny Q's already said goodbye to the solo lane, and is starting to work his way back towards mid.
Sometimes, like Mort said, you got to smell the roses, take the little victory lap around the map. And this is what Benny Q does. Benny Q last week as well was very willing to rotate to solo as the Kukulkan and try to provide a bit of assistance. Now, with the open the gates, you have even more potential to suck Shock out of position and kind of drop them so gently back into that grayscale. I want to talk more, though, about the CC of Orange Kiss in general. Their game plan is to drop so much on top of you. I appreciate that. Cherio's got the double stun. Stun from the Thor. Double stun if you got the ultimate as well. Benny Q's got a Mez. There is so much. Cyclone can add an axe on top of that. There's a ton of CC from each side, and I'm just really curious what starts a fight. Is it Benny Q with Open the Gates, or is it No Escape from Speak No Evil? And then in that case, what does Benny Q do in response? Open the gates has the potential to completely shift a fight and shift the position of everyone to make sure they're not ready to capitalize on the Ares pulling people out of position. So there's a lot of pressure, honestly, on Benny Q to make sure you're keeping those portals for the right time. Now we're playing with portals, as GLaDOS once said.
And I don't think I think your point is made even stronger by looking at Benny Q right now. No ultimate, because it has to be used for escapes. That's the problem we've seen. Speaking
Right
of,
there.
there's no escape. And just like that, Globe gets popped by Benny Q. Scream adds on. Make it 2 more. 5-2 for Orange Kiss. Meanwhile, though, in the right lane, Cherry? Does he go down with 1? No way. The ticks won't
Yuck.
bring down Sunprod, but Orange Kiss will walk away with a Gold Fury. So they end up getting a couple kills. They lose 1, but they gain a Gold Fury to give themselves really the first true gold lead of this game.
Cherry, I guess, should have gotten that second one last, buddy. A couple more ticks of that, and you would have been good. Nah, Helma Radiance is going to do just fine up against, just trying to make sure you're staving off the jungles, especially these physical ones, can be very frustrating, and you want to make sure you're building up some prots for it, so don't mind it one bit. Overall, though, that fight was a perfect example of what we were just talking about before, Anthony. When there's a no escape, there has to be a response. You can't just kind of keel over and let it happen. Open the gates is one of the best, even though it's not CC immune. If your enemy is not going to shrug off that CC, they're not in position to actually do anything for a follow-up from the stun. In fact, they are now damaged and out of position themselves. You kind of just do a little swippy swaps, change places kind of deal. And in that case, you weren't in the right position to do so because you were trying to pull them into tower. All of a sudden, you're not even anywhere near your own tower. 2 easy kills swept up by Benny Q. And that feels great considering that they had 2 deaths before. Now they're starting to even the odds, and the pressure's back on the side of Orange Kiss. So great job leveraging their tools and recognizing that, hey, no escapes, not a win con.
Cherio, focus, the Sunprod, the pull back on, Storm Call to follow. Cherio
Whoa.
low, Scream lands down, but the ult doesn't find any. The double tap certainly does, and John Rilling will fall. That leaves Sunprod, but he's got the distance with Jetstream and gets away. So Soul Laners each fall, the junglers stand tall. That makes it 6-4 as we cross that 10-minute mark.
Looking at Globe's team in terms of what they do from behind, they are not the best at disengaging. It depends on who's participant to the fight. Sunprod certainly can. Globe has a hard time. Speak No Evil certainly has no means of getting out, really, whereas Orange Kiss can kind of decide the time and place a bit more easily, while at the same time bearing Cherio in mind, who really has to full commit to being part of the fights. Nonetheless, Orange Kiss are doing a great job doing what they do best, playing the macro, and it's also spilling a bit into the micro. You see them leading the kill board, and you see that lead being leveraged all on top of these junglers. 3-0 each. The first one that dies is going to be not only a huge shutdown bonus to your team, but also might be a big mental blow, too.
Wall no good from Scream. I thought maybe we'd see Benny Q try to follow up. If the wall had hit, won't be the case this time. Solo, Sunprod, looks like he's lurking, but no, it's going to be converging. The blue buff will be invaded on the right-hand side. Sherry's going to have to defend it off. Sasano in.
Run, Cherry!
Bracken in trouble. There's the beads, the speed out, trying to break ankles. The wall too, but he's gone the wrong way. Cherry still alive, pulled back. Now he will die. So that's another one for Globe's Last Supper, their 5th kill of the game. Left-hand side, there's the answer back. Scream lands down. Wall, combo, Kavika's still standing. Scream can't say the same. That's a shutdown kill for the Kali, and the jump away. Kavika's daring them to walk at him halfway to ult, too, D'Lo. Gonna need more than that to survive it. Kavika's got the distance so far. Working for the teleporter. Inbound's on the hunt. Riptide up soon. Here it is. Kavika, what do you got, buddy?
A leap and a dream. A wind sprite as well. Inbound still chasing after. Now you
Benny,
might
look
be
at Benny.
invaded, buddy. You got to be careful, but slowly closing that
Benny's
distance.
there.
Benny Q comes from the other side. Misses triple hit vision. The spell eater's off the mark. They leave the last
Oh my
auto for
God.
Benny Q. All right,
Oh, I love
that is
Kavika.
indeed my goat. In the meantime, Globe did grab themselves a Pyromancer, so overall, honestly, they're not that upset about that trade. That wasted a lot of time from Orange Kiss, and they still lost the overall kill board.
There's been way too much of near ridiculous survivals today. Nice, no escape to answer the gates. That will keep Speak No Evil alive. That certainly would have been his demise.
That's what you got to do sometimes. You don't want to see it used defensively, but when Benny Q's kind of popping off 3 and 2, it's a bit of an issue. And we're seeing similar stories here between all the roles where it's you have a death on top of screen, but they're still ahead, despite Sunprod being 3-0 deathless. We've seen this before up against Orange Kiss. Again, these two teams are kind of reliving the same narrative, and now Orange Kiss trying to make sure they can keep it on up with the Gold Fury.
1,000 in the rebuke. Gold Fury down. Cyclone spin able to get it for Orange Kiss.
Nice.
Scream lands back behind Globe's Last Supper. Trying to get the safety inbound. Will find no safety except in the respawn screen. That ties up the kills, but Orange Kiss continue to run away with gold. Now a couple thousand to their name with their second Gold Fury of the game.
You only lose your support, too. In the meantime, right side, that tier 1, the solo lane is going to go down, opens up a chance for Cherry to start rotating. If you're Orange Kiss, you're completely fine with that. It was a risky endeavor, and it still is. Cyclone spins under a lot of pressure here from this shock, forced off of their own purple buff. It's consolation prize, but one that Globe will have to settle for. These fights are going to be interesting because, again, it's about what big resource you expend first. The two ultimates I'm looking at are Open the Gates and No Escape. And when those two are empty, I still think that Orange Kiss have the better hand of things because they're doing a better job running this macro. Running Scream maybe rag into the ground, though. It's a 3v1.
Oh my god, he's got him!
What?
Benny Q shows up for the assist. Scream does go down to the flames to speak no evil. The Ares will be stuck with two members of Orange Kiss inbound. Gets a CC on. Actually, no CC. The stun didn't hit that time. So Benny on the chase with inbound, but it's an Ares. Maybe they'll let him go, but maybe not. You got Cherry here with the Wind Sprite. Now the No Escape with the answer. The wall is so good. You're going nowhere, speak no evil, but he's still not dead. Now the Typhoon inbounds almost dead. The Storm Call brings him down, and speak no evil's jumping for joy and walking away unscathed.
That Ares is too freaking tanky, man. I mean, yeah, Spirit Robe, all that CC you're applying, just giving me extra mitigation. I mean, sure, why not? Lovely, feels great. That stinks. That was a crazy fight. Starts with the red buff, goes all the way back to the jungle. Everyone's just trading back and forth in the meantime. And I will say, I want to throw some credit to Inbound, who's been having a rough time so far today. Now I feel like he's doing a really good job of leveraging their deaths for meaning. Their deaths mean something this time. It means we get a Gold Fury. It means we get a couple extra kills. They're not just dying for reckless abandon. There's purpose to their sacrifice, and that's exactly what we want to see from a support. So Orange Kiss, once this front line is starting to fire on all cylinders, then we start to see things really come together.
Whew. This game started to pick up the pace, and we're just coming up on 15.5 minutes. You know, we were kind of expecting it. We got that vibe from the beginning. Inbound is dancing around with the support. But it makes me wonder, D-Lo, with two Gold Furies already done, Fire Giant now actually considerable to do, who makes that first true move? Because everything feels so even. Everyone's around that level 15 mark, so who starts to be the first one to blink?
Good question. Double Sunder on the side of Globe means they got better confirmed. They also have Nagas. So really they have the better objective stance at the moment, but if you look at the general game pace, the level leads, it's not in their favor. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to just take a bit more time and try to get a pick before you look for it. Sunprod is doing a pretty solid job keeping up. 4-0 still, deathless, despite being a level down, and they might be looking for the Uller on the left.
You can see the gank in, the Typhoon out, the knock
Easy.
up good, but now Sunprod's got to go. One hit from death. But the chase has been called off.
Comes inbound.
Scream won't commit, which means no ult. But, ooh, look at the Cabrakan, too. Inbound won't catch it, but the Cabrakan's there with inbound onto the Kali. So the gank will certainly be there on Kaveka, who is aware, has the jump. We saw this before. Speak No Evil's on the way to help. One stun's going to hit Kaveka, holding on to the jump still. There's the beats. Distance created. Kali safe.
Inbound as well. You don't really have to worry about those chains since Riptide is not actually a leap, so cripples don't quite affect it. Cabrakan might be in a bit of a tough spot, though. Chained up, but has slow immunity, so I don't imagine they'll be dying anytime soon. Nonetheless, though, it's a no escape forcing the bees, and Thor's down from the sky.
When he landed and everything kind of fizzled out already, you see the urgency's light. Double tap does connect with Kaveka. The jump away is simple and good.
Gold Fury being picked up here by Globe. Would be maybe their first attempt at it for the Last Supper. But two members of Orange Kiss and also more joining the battle.
Gold Fury is up to 2K. The Wind Sprite taken by the Cabrakan now in for the fight.
Big
look
amulet.
how they're grouped! And look at the
Oh,
Hook Force
no!
vanish! Betty Cute has got everybody with that one! Trips! Almost 4. Cherry locks down the 4th one himself. The leashes get dropped. The storm call for
Run,
the
Benny!
answer. But John Rowan, can he take on everybody? I don't think so. The stun, the wall,
Oh,
stunned
yuck.
again. He's dead. Deicide. Orange Kiss show up at the Gold Fury.
You know what the difference is? Speak No Evil didn't have a full diamond, and Benny Q did, baby. And they're looking to add 12,500 more to their coffers. What a fantastic open the gates. It's an ability that just instantly shifts the entire tide of battle. No River's Rebuke needed, but certainly appreciated. Great work by the mid, and now they can leverage that even further into a Pyromancer. If you're Globe, you just can't group like that. You just cannot group like that unless Benny Q already has that ultimate offline or is dead. Sunprod, unfortunately, was not able to make that happen, and that's why everything turned so sour so quick. There's so many ways for Orange Kiss to initiate a fight. That's certainly the best one, but Scream as well with the ultimate. It didn't find a mark there, but there's a lot of options that Globe have to fear, and there's really only 2 big counter cards to it. That Storm Call and No Escape. If one is even off the mark, you are cooked.
Whew. These fights have that kind of, hang on. Typhoon out, double tap away, and the back before the Typhoon even finished crossing. All right. My bad, Scream.
Well, bit of a pause in the bloodshed so far. Without too much left on the map, save for that fire giant. Again, this is what we were talking about before. Who takes a first breath at it? I don't think Globe want to, especially after that. I mean, no, they just got kind of bullied, battered, bruised. They're going to go slink back to their closet, you know, just try to lick their wounds before getting back into battle. Maybe needing some more wounds to dish out, though. Shock could be in a bit of trouble, but given the escapability of that character, I don't think they're taking down John Rowing anytime soon. So now it's Orange Kiss instead, positioning around this pit. Globe, I think, have great steal potential with double Sunder, but they first got to make their way into the pit to do so. How does that happen when you don't have any Blinks, any Cersei's Hex Stones? It's a bit more difficult for the Shock in the areas to bluster their way into the backline and force Benny Q to actually fear for their life.
I think it's pretty interesting how quickly this gold lead exploded. For so long, it was so close. The first real significant lead we felt was 1K. And now 20 minutes is about to cross, and it's exploded in comparison. Inbound stepping up the
Bracken?
wall, gonna hit. Bracken holding on for his son. No escape will be used, but you bring him closer. They're just closer to killing you.
What
The
a great
wall
ult!
keeps him in to the portal. And when he gets back, he's once again speaking no more. Meanwhile, though, the rebuke is out. Won't save inbound.
call.
The re-engage from Globe's Last Supper is going
no.
real good. They take out Scream. Benny Q
no.
next up, and Kali's online. Shut down on Benny Q. Now it's time for the Cabrakan, the run for the hills. The knock-up from the Typhoon. The dive in, the pull back, the damage on, but Kali isn't at the fight quite yet. So Cherry's still alive.
This is tough. You have Uller just kind of do a little 1v1 saying, hey, Shock, you want to agree to pad our stats a bit more? And they say, yeah, sure, buddy. You got it. You need it seems like. Near the bottom of the kill, or rather the damage board, Cyclone Spin, despite having a kill in pocket, is just not getting off those Uller burst combos you're expecting. Now it's Globe taking first looks at this FG. You want to know what happened there? Orange Kiss didn't fight as 5. Cherio went all the way to the back line and abandoned Benny Q to the Wolves. Now you might be the one being left on the sidelines as FGs get whittled down even more.
Below half. Cherry's still trying to contest, but no beads to get through the CC to make the contest happen. Trembles now on the way, is inbound. The pull back from the coffin. Cherry should be
Goodbye.
dead and is to Globe. Now inbound is there with Cyclone Spin. The Fire Giant's below half health. Inbound can't get close enough yet. Does have Sunder though. 3K, 2K. It's dangerous already. The Sunder's dropped. Kaveka gets the Fire Giant. Inbound could not get the steal, but can you get away to help out Cyclone? Can Cyclone escape? So far, all the answers are looking like they're no. Inbound will fall. Scream arrives. That gives Cyclone a chance to get away, but the damage is done. Fire Giant on 5 of Globe's Last Supper.
Yikes. Big turning point here, folks. Keep an eye on the map state. We have Pyromancer available, Ancient Fury available. All that is going to turn what is an Orange Kiss gold lead quickly into being in favor of the side of Chaos. Pyromancer is first, and shortly after that, Ancient Fury will fall. I also see Tier 1's available. Tier 2 is so tantalizing, so delicious. Let's just topple those over like quick dominoes and start leveraging all of that into our big fat builds. It's only going to get scarier from here. And again, I say, it all stems back to that fight in the mid. You need to fight as 5. If Benny Q is thriving, you're all surviving. If Benny Q is dying, there's no hope.
We saw this earlier too, happen to inbound, where he kind of became a bit of a target, and as soon as he did, the mistake earlier was there was too much attention too early. Now it seems like the attention is coming late, and without the emoji in these fights, it feels like they're kind of half-hearted. And you notice that Cherio can only live for so long, D'Lo. It feels like Cherry's dying.
Yes.
Well, not dying, but getting TKO'd, essentially, so quickly.
And without Cherio going a damage build, there's so much pressure on Benny Q to overperform. And Benny Q's having a lights-out day in this game. But if you die, that's all your damage gone. Again, I say, where is the damage from Cyclone Spin? Yamoja's doing more damage, and like you pointed out, even that feels like a half-hearted attempt. These Rivers of Bukes can be really useful to lock them in, but if the axe combos aren't finding them right after, especially with all the setup you have, then we're just not executing on the vision of what this comp is supposed to provide. Right now, Globe trying to provide a bit more global gold with this tier 2 in the left.
Here's the defense. Inbound stepping up. The gates are out, but the gates are only going to hit a couple minions from over the wall. Is that a go button from John Rowing? Not quite, but the tower will fall regardless. Remember at 20 minutes when I told you it was about 4,000 gold for Orange Kiss? Well, it's flipped in 4 minutes, D'Lo. 4 minutes. This game is completely flipped on its head ever since right before the Fire Giant. Essentially, this game has become Globe Last Supper's game to play with. They've gotten 1 tier 2 off the map. No tier 1s remain. 2 tier 2s left to go. They have all their tier 2 standing and 5 members with belts.
Scary stuff, and they're looking for MVP trophies as well. Mid-tier 2 about to go down. Ancient Fury buff already applied. It's just a matter of time.
Scream's got an interesting position if he were to ult here. I guess it depends how far Globe's Last Supper goes. You can see him lurking back. He'll step up, so holding the ult for now. Double tap at a wall. Rebuke is out. That's the go button from Orange Kiss, looking for the fight and trying to make it work.
Open the gates, bring in one.
Got just the one, though. They can't bring him down, but the retreat is there from Orange Kiss instead. So everybody still standing. 10 members on the field. Tier 2 gone. You can see Orange Kiss want to consider it, but the Chalk is playing such a good position as linebacker.
Man, no kills, no blood, but the issue is we got all the sustain after this FG buff comes through, as well as Globe
30 seconds.
Heal themselves back up. 30 seconds. How long does it take is the question. A big wall, though, could provide big trouble. Cyclone grabs John.
Now Cherry's looking forward to trying to get that step up for more CC. The Phoenix might just go down. It does, but Cyclone's got a double already. Scream with the land down in the back line.
Oh,
Stuns
no!
up 2, sets up Cyclone for 3. Benny's got the 4th. That's only going to be Sun Prod left standing, and Orange Kiss are marching down mid lane.
That is terrifying. How did it all just come down so quickly in our favor? It does seem that it's truly the
hubris.
Hubris! They got overzealous. It's true. All of the buzzwords. Orange Kiss were able to make sure they found the CC. It came from an amazing Thor wall from the Scream. Sets up Cyclone Spin so beautifully to follow it up with the axe and all the damage right after. Now look at them soaring on the damage charts. Well, at the very least, starting to hover next to our friend Scream. And now they can drop this bird. Oh no!
They're going in. Oh, the Typhoon catches everybody, and Sunprod gets inbound.
What?
And he gets away. Oh my God! Wait, that bought some time. Now the Titan starts up. Everybody's starting to respawn up. Titan at half health. The gate's going to be out. It brings 2 back in. They're still trying to defend the Titan. It's going to keep at its health. Now Sunprod finds a double with Cherry going down. Scream's ultimate isn't going to be enough this time. He gets caught up and let down, and John Rowing will bring him down. The Titan lives. What a Typhoon to keep this game alive.
They need to run now. Cyclone cannot die here. That's 50 seconds off the board for Scream, 30 for Cherry. There's already a mid-Phoenix down. Globe could very well attempt to do the exact same thing we saw Orange Kiss attempt, but with far better success. Globe has ultimate as well. Fountain will not save you from this party.
We end, they end. They end, we end. They end, we end. We end, they end. Maybe they do. Globe's Last Supper stepping into the throne room, but can they? 3 members up, you can see the hesitation, and that stutter step is a call to go to the tier 2 in the solo lane, maybe Fire Giant, and just slow things down.
They don't end, is the answer. They end, we end.
They don't end.
No one ends. That was scary. I'm glad Globe recognized that speed is very powerful, but it constricts you. It gives you tunnel vision, and it can be a very alluring, but also very dooming thing to try to obey its call to action. Right now, the call to action on this FG dropped down to half.
Here we go again. Inbound is here, but Sunder is not online. So that's going to be the big one here. Nobody's got one. The fight after, so far,
Benny's
is looking
dead.
real good to be a member of Globe's Last Supper. They erase 2, and Cyclone will retreat with Scream and Inbound. The 3v5, Sunprod barely standing, but Scream is still lurking. No ultimate online, but you've got that hammer, and the fire hasn't been started up.
They can try to get it back going, but without Sunprod there, it's not quite as promising.
Inbound's got
Scream
Sunder.
certainly is present. This is scary stuff. Didn't go the best with them last time, but maybe this go around it's not going to be a Sunder blunder. Hopefully. You see John rowing on the front lines, waiting for Scream to pop out their ugly head. Won't oblige until the last moment necessary. Fire Giants at 1/3.
Here we go. 4K, Inbound not spotted. Scream might go first to get the attention. 2K, Inbound, looking for a way. It might be too late already. He is! Globe's Last Supper blow it up, but now Scream's trying to do the same thing back to Sunprod, but Sunprod had backup, and John rowing and Prod bring down Scream, and Inbound will go on for the retreat.
Okay, glad that Inbound is actually able to distract them for a few precious seconds. Mid Phoenix is about to be back up, and Orange Kiss can actually, if they so please, try to put up a hasty defense. Ancient Fury is going to make it harder, but the objective actually will probably go down before the bird comes back up, which means it will be at its full strength in terms of the tower shots that it's dealing out. Now, why did Globe have the advantage all there? It's just because, again, this seesaw that we've seen is favoring them in the last engagement. Orange Kiss were crushed beneath it. It's an Ancient Fury going down. It's going to affect that left side bird. That's where Globe are going to direct their attentions first.
Oh boy. Look at the march coming out from Globe's Last Supper. They want out of this game. John Rowing leads the way. The left side Phoenix is already dead. Mid Phoenix has respawned, so it's at half health. CC out, an ultimate committed as well from Cherry onto the solo John Rowing. And Globe's Last Supper are just backing away. Interesting.
Okay. I think they just fear Benny Q. Understandable. I fear Benny Q too. My worst nightmares, I see him opening the gates to me in my sleep. It's terrifying. Wake up in a cold sweat. But Globe's Last Supper want to make sure they can wake up to see tomorrow in general, and because they back, they will be able to do so. I would have liked to see them push for that mid-bird, especially given that theirs is only just coming up. But you still got 140 seconds left in this FG. There's a Pyromancer to grab as well, so they can get that bomb for a bit of extra insurance. I'm looking towards, again, Benny Q. I'm looking to Benny Q, and I will say, Speak No Evil on this Ares has done their job in terms of tanking and spanking. These no escapes, though, have really not resulted in the same game-shifting, team-fight-altering impact that I quite expected. Instead, I want to direct your attention to my friend Sunprod, who's 9-1. I know that there's so many people who say, like, oh, Orange Kiss, like, clearly they're the winners. They have all these accolades to their name. Globes and their squad has been here for a while in the amateur queues, right? We've gotten to cast them since they were baby prod, and now they are standing on their own 2 feet, and they're cutting down limbs.
D'Lo, Prod's got the motivation of summer's coming to an end. That dude's going back to school soon. He's trying to finish them off before he gets to his next recess. Like,
A+.
Sunprod's got a timer in his head.
And we got one of this bird as well. Pyromancer bomb in pocket. Sunprod's rocking it. They're looking to close out school and close out this game.
If Sunprod gets this, he'll be telling the homies over a bunch of juice boxes about how he brought down Scream and the reigning MVP.
Yeah, all right, buddy. Go back to nap time.
Nah, guys, it was crazy. You should have been there.
Benny Q got absolutely wiped. It was insane. Who's Benny Q, they all say. Not enough Smite players here in the middle school scene, but don't worry. They'll be hearing about it after today. It's a great day for a no escape. Let's see if it brings in anyone.
The chains to lock them back. Recess might just be
no!
in session, but maybe not. The rebuke is there. Inbound will fall. And into the backline goes John Rowing. The Stormcall finds 4, but Globe's Last Supper slow to get this full siege on. And the call is to back away from the Titan. Instead, they go clean up the right side Phoenix. There are no Phoenixes remaining. The waves are beginning to push, and Globe's Last Supper stepping up to end this game. But will that stutter step be too much? Already a lot of damage on the John Rowing. He's been there. Go button.
And he's dead.
But
Jerry's done.
Kamika's cleaning house. A double already, and the Titan will fall just as quickly. Globe's Last Supper take game number 1.
Best of 3, keep in mind, folks. That means we are by no means done just yet, but already Globe are saying, this isn't the same book you read. No, sirree. It's an alternate universe here. The timeline has shifted, and if you are a fan of Orange Kiss, it is the dark alternative. But nonetheless, fantastic work to our friends on Globe. Looking forward to seeing what they got for us in Game 2.
Oh man, this is gonna be a fun one. But yeah, reset, quick reset, fill the drinks, get everything ready. We'll be right back after a short break to continue our lower bracket grand finals.
Hold me like you hold me, and if it's over, let's pretend for one more night, for one more night, for one more night. Hold me like you hold me, and if it's over, let's pretend for one more night, for one more night, for one more night. Put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. Now let me see you put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up.
I might just have to go stupid. Hey.
Put your hands up, put your hands up. Now let me see you put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up.
I might just have to go stupid. Hey.
Hello, everybody. We are back. The best of three lower bracket grand finals continues. I've got myself a new partner for game number 2. Morty joins me this time. D'Lo has been sent to the gulag for a little bit, as I was for half a second there, but I'm back too. Game number 2 on the horizon, Mort. Game number 1, I know you got to see it from the sidelines. That was kind of nuts. We can take a look back over it and kind of address where we are going into game number 2.
I think one thing that stuck out to me about this game was it felt very neck and neck, especially with kills. The objectives as well, definitely a little bit of back and forth throughout the game, but kills just felt neck and neck. I feel like every game so far has had a relatively decisive lead on who's taking charge of the early game, the mid game, the late game. But this has just been an all-around back and forth awesome game to watch and a great way to start this best of 3.
It feels like it was just one of those... I'm trying to think of the best way to explain how my brain viewed that game. It seems like Globe's Last Supper took lessons from earlier on. I think that's the simplest way I can put it. Sunprod didn't get out farmed the same way. They didn't force the issue on kills or picks, even if they were making themselves obvious. They went objective to objective. Now, that almost bit them, because we saw the kind of weird back and forth end attempts that just came from a lot of committal to fighting nonstop, and I think that was the Globe's Last Supper of yesteryear that they still are trying to kind of break the habit of. But when they went tower to tower, objective to objective, one cohesive effort, they looked nasty.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, look at them go right here. Orange Kiss just coming together and doing a great job of moving around as a team, but eventually Globe's Last Supper did catch up, especially around that fire giant phase, and they just did some amazing stuff. Great resource pulls from the Ares. Obviously, Ares did just get pulled right here, and it's a little unfortunate. You kind of pay for these aggressive picks. I mean, either you take charge or you get taken advantage of, and that's just how it goes as Ares.
Does tend to be the way it goes, for sure. And one thing that was cool too was that 20-minute mark, just the difference, the swing of 4K gold and the swing back to 4K gold at 5 minutes after that. That was sort of a wild term. But this was that first end attempt that seemed a little bit preemptive from Globe's Last Supper, and they definitely paid the Pied Piper for trying to.
You know, even though Orange Kiss did walk away with an L here, it is interesting to see how well Inbound did on this Yemoja pick. I feel like Inbound's kind of been bouncing around on support picks all day. I feel like he looked best here.
On passive supports.
Yeah.
Yeah. That does kind of tend to be the secret sauce for Inbound. It's kind of the inverse of Happen and the strengths I feel like Happen has.
Yeah, it's definitely there's a lot of reward behind playing this like peel potential pick, and Yemoja just has so much to offer in the back line, just hanging out with your friends and throw out some basics, heal up your allies, and then you can just use the game to your advantage. Do you need to lock down? Do you need to get people picked out? Do you need to peel for your friends? Like, you just have so much to play with as Yemoja, and I feel like Inbound felt a lot more comfortable on this one than the others. And I wonder what he's going to be picking up in the next game too, now that we think about it.
I know, for our first best of 3 in the lower bracket, kind of a big switch up. I wonder what bands carry over too, because one that was interesting to me was Benny Q and the Sakate.
That's been a Benny Q classic for a little bit now. He did play it a little bit in the Founder Series, I'm sure you know, and even recently in Smite Prime. I think that it just doesn't offer as much damage as other mid lane picks like Baron or Merlin. Maybe why he doesn't like to use it as much, but the utility you get from Open the Gates, not just as a tool to pull people out of position or pull beads, but also you're opening up a portal for you and your allies to use if you need to get over a wall, if you need to get out of danger. I mean, that portal can just do so many things for your friends as well as hurting the enemy. So a lot of utility with the Benny-Q Sakatse. Really glad to see that picked up.
I'm right there with you. But if you do put the attention to banning it, things that you open up, that could be even more scary potentially. And that's with us still being in this big exploration period of what this patch actually means for the top picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's, we still don't even know. I mean, we're finding out from the pro players right now what are the top picks. I was anticipating that Sir would either be picked or banned this entire day because he's the only source of AoE anti-heal that's in the game right now. No more Ruinous Ankh. There's no more anti-heal passives or anything. It's all just either actives from gods or it's Sir versus passive. And I figured Sir would just be like such a high priority pick, but he hasn't been picked or banned yet.
I feel the same way about Guan Yu. I keep expecting to see it. I was in the kind of build up to this. I expected to see it. Still haven't. We'll see if that changes now. Picks and bans for game number 2 is up and ready here on Smite Prime. Lower bracket grand finals. If Globe's Last Supper take this game, they move on to the grand finals to try to take home the cash prize and be eligible for that MVP trophy. Orange Kiss just trying to stay alive, which feels insane to say considering the names you see at the bottom of your screen. But if there's one thing I think not just Smite Prime, but Smite 2 should teach you, it's that you should really start to open your mind to some other names in the scene because there is some true hidden gems.
Yeah. There are some hidden gems, and in the roster that is Globe's Last Supper, Speak No Evil is the Ares player. I've talked about it before, and I'll say it every time I see his name. The Ares player of Smite 2, and also Smite 1, but mainly Smite 2 right now. This guy is just an absolute beast. He doesn't miss chains. He really doesn't. He's great at utilizing ultimate cooldowns and pulling resources however he can. He's great at finding kills for his team. There is no better aggressive support. And look, he's forcing the ban on Ares consistently. And part of me thinks it's a combination of Speak No Evil being such a monster on the Ares pick, but also the fact that they added anti-heal onto Ares 3 Searing Flesh. So he is able to give anti-heal for his team. It's an extra utility bonus on top of everything else that Ares has with his 2 and his passive. Like, he's just an awesome god to have on your team. So no surprise to see him banned away.
All reactive bans, it feels like, from Orange Kiss. Susano taken away from Sunprod. Speak No Evil cannot run back the Ares now. Globe's Last Supper going a bit traditional. We've seen Aladdin banned for most of the day. The Odin, that's a bit more interesting. We've only seen Karmic play the Odin today on stream. So I'm wondering if that's just something they're worried about or it goes against their plans. Maybe they're prioritizing the Emoja?
That could be the case. That could definitely be the case. I feel like Inbound was pretty comfortable on that Yamoja pick. I do like Inbound on these more passive gods. He's backliner. I'm going to hang out with my carries and make sure y'all are good back here. One of my favorite picks from Inbound is the Baron Samity. Maybe not as valid of a support pick right now. And that's the thing. I feel about Baron Samity how you do about Guan Yu. I figured that this would be a god that is so much stronger now that there's like 10 new items in the game and half of them add to the utility of supports that heal, or just gods that heal in general, Vital Amplifier and everything else. But there's Heartwood Charm, there's the Striders, there's so many items that just benefit healers right now. It's kind of weird to not see Guan Yu or Baron Samity, but what's not weird is to see Chalk locked in first pick for Orange Kiss.
I'm on the same wavelength. I like the On Her ban a lot, taking that away from Cyclone Spin. I know we kind of just got reconditioned on picks for ADC for Cyclone, but I think the On Her has been Cyclone's go-to, especially these last few weeks. So with the Chalk first lock-in, you already took away the Odin as a potential direct counter, plus you have the Emoja still available. Do you take that away if you're Globe's Last Supper? They've got a lot of options to figure out, and they will indeed take away the Emoja from Inbounds, not letting him get that back. That kind of puts the ball back into the court of Orange Kiss, especially considering Kaveka now has Kali and you banned away the Ares yourself.
That just those two gods really spell fear for Orange Kiss right now, because Umoja forces a relic. That's one thing that people sleep on for Umoja. She forces that Phantom Shell. That or River's Rebuke is an absolute playmaker of an ultimate. If you don't have any way to get through that territorial creation that Umoja is capable of. So you either force the relic or she makes plays with the ult. That's a huge thing about Umoja. Now, Kali locked in, she's able to take advantage of that linear space that Rivers of B creates and just chunk basics down the slot right there. And you're going to get so much damage off. It's going to be easy to just wipe away kills because hardly any carry hurts as bad as Kali does right now. Oh my God, that aspect is nuts.
And we've been waiting to see Princess Bari kind of be successful today. At first, we were waiting to see her picked because she was sneaking through a little bit of picks and bans. But after we've seen her once, it kind of feels like we're waiting to see her perform well. Now, in the hands of Cyclone Spin, and especially against Kali, this could be an ideal situation. Now, do you think there's any world where there's any flex potential here with Princess Bari?
There could be. I don't see Benny Q as somebody who plays Princess Bari, because Bari's really known for that utility with her ults. She does have a little bit of crowd control. She has good damage for sure, but that ult is really where a lot of her usefulness lies. That utility of like keeping your friends alive. That's really what Bari's most useful for. And Benny Q is not really one to play these utility focused picks. He just wants to delete health bars. I can't blame him. It's a good feeling when you just
Right.
like 100 to 0 somebody. So I can't blame him. And obviously somebody's got to do it. So if you have a team full of utility, then who's going to do the killing? Benny Q wants to do the killing. So he's going to play a god that wants to do the killing. Wouldn't be surprised to even see him. He's usually a mage player, but even a Pele mid wouldn't be that shocking to me right now. One thing. Oh, the Akatse's back in. So I guess Benny Q's back. That's a smart one. I love Benny Q on the Akatse.
I'm with you on that for sure. It's Benny Q's one of the older signature picks, older in reference to Smite 2, of course, that I feel like Benny has just made work consistently. And we saw in the replay, actually, when we came back from break, just how nasty that ultimate can be when you've got good setup. They still have that in the form of Bacchus as well, but we saw earlier today that Pele is in a very interesting spot with the new items that came out in the game. But now let's go to the other side, because we got two things that we both have been waiting for. I got the Fenrir I've been asking for all day long, and you got the Cerberus that you came into this post-break asking for. So we're set.
Got some dogs off the leash today. Really excited to see that. And I'm assuming it's going to be a Cerberus solo. He has a lot of sustain in lane, and there's not a lot of interruption to stop him from using Ghastly Breath. If you want to stop Cerberus from using that awful breath that hurts so bad, as Bacchus, you have to channel your whole burp. As Chalk, you don't have anything for it. Bari does have the knockback, which is a little inconvenient. Akatse might have a Mez, but there's not a lot of counterplay for what Cerberus is capable of with the damage, with the prot shred, and oh man, that one from Sir right now just hits like a truck. It hurts so bad. One thing that I saw Snatty put me onto this, well, not me specifically, but in a YouTube video, is that you can pick up the Bluestone on Serb, and then you can one tap the ghost that your 3 creates. And it's so much easier to just jump onto a wave and then one tap the ghosts, and you get so much health back so quickly. So with that little trick right there, Serb is just so great in lane, and I think he can really give Chalk a run for his money, especially if Chalk doesn't go the aspect of fulmination and wants to heal his butt off. Serb's not going to let him.
Does give Cerberus some interesting fight back potential when the Pele ganks as well. I feel like Cerb has a pretty decent answer to the kind of quick, and not to be punny, but the fiery kind of gank you get from a Pele. Cerberus has a pretty quick response to that. If you can combo your jump pretty well with your ultimate, you can really work around that strongly. And it sounds silly because it's like, duh, the stun helps out in the gank, but I feel like with the kind of distance a Pele can try to position herself in to utilize her kit, I think his spit might be kind of interesting to watch on ganks, because I feel like Pele kind of walks right in that perfect zone at the arch of Cerberus's spit to get the stun. I think that's kind of a smaller thing that I feel like I've seen a few times before in the past. You touched on it before, but now that we know exactly what it is and we got some time before we get in game, as the teams are working out a trading issue, Princess Bari versus Kali, what can we expect?
Princess Bari versus Kali. If we're looking at poke potential, Princess Bari is going to outpoke Kali all day. That's what's going to happen every single time. Princess Bari just pokes and pokes, keep using your 3. Mystical form, use your 3 again. You're going to outdamage Kali just through trades. But in these long engagements where Kali's allowed to just free cast and throw out basics, Kali's going to win. Absolutely. Would not surprise me at all. So
I feel like I should be moving my mouth for you as you're speaking.
If you like to, you can.
I should have done a puppet bit there for you. I let you down. I don't have any royalty-free puppets around. Who does? Like I can't exactly grab Kermit and start yapping him.
Is there royalty-free puppets in the world? Is that even a thing?
Yeah, I mean, you could just I could make a puppet that looks like you, and you could sue me. But like that's kind of I can make a puppet that looks indiscriminate, but I can't exactly bring out like Olaf right now. I could just do a sock and draw a face on it like Mick Foley. That's just true. If you didn't hear me before, we're waiting for a trading issue to get worked out. That's why we're talking about sock puppets.
Nasty
We'll
socks.
get in game
Mick
soon
Foley
for game
socks.
number 2 here for the lower bracket grand finals. If Globes Last Supper win. They move on to the grand finals. $7,000 and 125,000 diamonds at stake. Orange Kiss is trying to hang on.
You know, it's interesting. Last time that we casted together, Malum, I was the one talking about socks, and now that we're here again, you're talking about socks. It's like like a destiny thing. Like it's meant to be.
Yeah, I'm with that. I mean, I think we went to the same sock store in Vegas because I got socks for the days I was casting. I think I saw you in there.
Nah, I think you saw April in there. They have nothing in my size, dude. I wear a size 17 shoe. They do not have socks in my size. There's no way.
I bet they had clown shoes.
Yeah, that's all my shoes. I just look like a clown.
So is it one step for you, or is it two steps? One for your heel and one for your toes?
I walk on my heels, so yeah, my toes come down eventually. It's a bit of a landing.
Can you show me your knuckles? I'm kidding. Don't. It was a joke.
You asked, dude. Oh, okay. How was that a joke? What's the punchline?
I think it went over your.
Boom! Oh, that's pretty good. Right?
Oh, that's the punchline. That was good.
Yeah,
I was making sure there wasn't any, marks from concrete.
Okay, so back to the game. So we got 5-on-5, and I'm trying to determine who's gonna walk away on top with this. That is Smite, and dude, I'm telling you, the damage potential.
3 lanes, a jungle separating the lanes.
It's gonna get nasty, folks. Dude, I'm telling you.
Hey, the game's ready! Thank goodness. Let's head on to the battleground of the gods. It's here in Smite 2 for Smite Prime Saturdays and get this thing started. Game number 2 in the lower bracket finals. Best of 3, so. There we go. Thank you, Tess. Saving the day. Smell more Tess and Rosie. Billy and Jithin's behind the scene. Delo's taking a water break. He'll be back later. If you miss him, don't worry.
I do.
What do you see that's catching your eye early on?
The Bluestone on the Serb. Called it. I'm telling you, that's a snatty creation right there, and he's influenced the masses, even here on Smite Prime, to pick up that Bluestone on the Serb. And most people look at it and they're like, why would I want strength on a Serb? It doesn't matter, because it gives you that one-tap potential on the Ghost for your 3, and you can just heal up so much so easily. I'm telling you, it is awesome to see. So the
if I was
Bluestone,
good at Cerberus, I want to try the tech. You sold me on it.
if you're good at the game at all. No, I'm just kidding. You're a pretty good jungler. I'm not gonna lie.
Ooh. Now I'm blushing.
Yeah, you've got some good Thanatos games under you. I definitely enjoy playing with you. We'll get back to it sometime. Another thing that sticks out, too, is that Cherry, yet again, no aspect of fulmination on the chalk. So even though he's up against the Serb, even though he's going to be having anti-heal under him the entire game, he still went with the aspect, or without the aspect. So it's wild to see him investing in that tank potential regardless of the counterpick unfolding.
I'm going to be watching this dueling like a hawk this game. Partially because you've set it up so well during the picks and bans, right? Of just kind of how the Kali Princess Bari matchup works, but also Cyclone Spin versus Kaveka is really interesting as a player matchup. That's something we didn't really get to touch on too much in the previous game, but I feel like their playstyles, they kind of butt heads a little bit. Oh, I tapped my knuckles together when I did that and my watch came undone. That was kind of wild. It almost went flying.
That's
don't mind me, Superman here. No big deal, you know. Anyway, but I'm also looking at more. There's so many things to try to watch. Scream in the jungle and his jungle pathing, but how Sunprod answers it.
Sunprod just invades. I mean, they just kind of enjoy each other's jungle and then go from there. I'm sure that they've played this matchup enough times. Orange Kiss, they've been together for quite some time under some different names, but Scream has been around with Cherry and Benny Q for some time. Inbounds coming in and out of the team, and Cyclone's been, I think they had another carry at one point. Maybe they've had Cyclone the whole time. Not exactly sure, but this team has been together under different names for a good amount of time, and they definitely know what Scream's capable of. They know that he just loves to invade. He just looks at the enemy jungle and he's like, oh, I want to be there so bad. He just walks up, does what he wants to do. That's kind of how Scream plays Smite 2. It's just the enemy jungle is my jungle, and if I come across somebody, then we'll play the little juke game, I guess. See what happens from there. Sometimes he ints his brains out. Sometimes he steals a lot of farm and sets him back. Earlier when we were casting together, Malum, Sunprod and Scream, and Sunprod was he had 5 or 4 kills or something like that, and down on levels just because of Scream's farming, just because of the invade.
Yeah, we kind of accidentally were in the game that set the course for how our whole day has gone, realistically speaking.
Yeah, it's just that's how it goes sometimes. Just a lot of invading, a little bit of aggression in duo as well. That seems to be the name of the game, especially. Oh my God!
The bell, first blood. The bell does indeed toll. Cyclone Spin grabs it. Kaveko will fall. We were talking about duo and how it might go, and we're starting to get our eyes on it. John Rowing takes a swift left turn, trying to break the hunt. See, I told you! What did I say about the spit? Oh, dude, put me in the analyst chair. I'm a genius. Scream gets caught. Rowing might still die. The pre-beads on the knock-up. John Rowing gets away.
Very nice indeed. Maybe another kill happening over here in duo. Cyclone Spin on the run. Gets caught by Brutalize and taken down quickly. Sunprod picks up a kill for Globe's Last Supper.
I'm sorry, I feel so validated about that spit thing. I've seen that so many times, and I've never heard anyone talk about it, and now I feel like a genius. I'll never have that again, and that's okay, but...
You probably will. I think that you get more of those than you think. Also, I feel like Musey's talked about that before. I don't know if you put Musey onto it or if that's the thing that he's known about just because he's the Delphi demon.
Yeah, I like that. The Delphi, yeah, the demon of Delphi. Olympus Smite League. A lot of these players, like Kaveka, that's where I first saw Kaveka was. Actually, I think that was Smite Draft League, but Kaveka has competed in many a finals in Olympus Smite League. Same thing with Sunprod. So seeing these players kind of now go up against the biggest names you can find, it's been fun. Cyclone Spin stepping up, might have another kill, and Princess Bari is 2-1.
I love that you mentioned Sunprod participating in OSL because there's just so much love for the game with most of these players. That's why they sign up for Smite Prime. You don't see all the former pros showing up to Smite Prime because some of them don't want to participate in a tournament that lasts this long because, oh, I got better things to do. I could be streaming. So there are some old heads over here. Well, I don't know why you say that like you're not part of that group, Malin.
Well, you know what? With how much you were flirting with me, if you didn't bring me back down to earth, that would have been awkward for me anyway, so I'm okay with that comment.
Okay, all right, we'll move past it then. Yeah, a lot of old heads that also just don't feel like it's worth their time investing into Smite Prime because it takes so long to earn this much money, but a lot of these people do it for the love of the game. Sunprod, overall, Sunprod loves this game. We talked about it earlier. We can say it again. Sunprod just plays for the love of Smite 2, and I absolutely love that about him.
5 minutes have passed. Couple hundred gold for Orange Kiss, a lot of it thanks to Princess Bari and how she's been dominating the lane so far. So you have to wonder if this aggressive lane of Princess Bari combined with the Bacchus, if maybe they start to rotate that around. We still haven't seen an attempt for the Gold Fury early on, but it feels like that's gotta be on the horizon. Maybe it's now. 2 walking over. You've got Sunprod nearby as well, and that looks like it is the case. And perhaps Orange Kiss have been caught sleeping as the Gold Fury has started up and there is nobody around to answer Globe's Last Supper. That Gold Fury goes. First one of the game to Globe's Last Supper.
Dude, their sieging potential is going to be so nuts because they're going to be burning that Gold Fury so consistently. With a combination of Fenrir, the Sunprod's Fenrir, he's going for the Devos, he's going a basic attack build. Kaveka with the Kali aspect, obviously going to be melting health bars as well. And then you have Yamoja, whose basics heal you. So you have the tankiness through Yamoja, you've got the burn through Fenrir and Kali. There's no way that these structures don't melt so fast as the game goes on. If you let one team fight slip up as Orange Kiss, then they are going to run these structures down your throat before you can even blink. It's going to be wild to see how this game goes past 25-30 minutes. I mean, the split push potential from Sunprod, Scream does the same exact thing. We've seen Scream all day today just say, I don't really think there's a fight here. I'm just going to go left or right lane and do whatever I want to do.
And just like that, Kaveka is gone. Just getting blown up. Body block on Speak No Evil combined with the ultimate and the bells, and Speak No Evil will go down. That's 4-1 now for Orange Kiss. Right side of the map, a response gank as Fenrir is looking at the chalk. Sunprod will go in, gets the jump, but gets his ankles broken by the Torrent, and Cherio's got backup in the form of Scream. Scream turns the corner. Now Benny Q's here too. Ragnarok's the answer, but the gates are waiting. Sunprod turns to the left, that leaves him open. Stormcall won't hit. He gets the jump away in time. Somehow everybody walks away from that.
And Cherry's going to stop and smell the roses by the blue buff. Take that away from John Rowing. Great pull. When you're in the neighborhood, stop and smell the roses. The blue buff is a great reward to cash in on, but part of me thinks they might be turning around for a fight here.
That is indeed the case. The rebuke is out. Scream is dead. Speak no evil with the credit. John Rowling was kind of just hanging out trying to get that last hit, but it didn't work out for the dog. So Yemo gets the credit instead. Mid lane, Fenrir is there with Agni. Maybe this is a gank on to Benny Q. Already the Brutalize in, but inbound separates it, but Sunprod walks away. That gives him a way back in. But everything's on cooldown.
I really love that belly flop from Inbound right there. Definitely saved his ally. Inbound looks more comfortable on supports as we get through the game. I feel like he started off this week 4 with just like an uncomfortable Thor support. Then he moved on to a different support, doing okay now. Now he's on the Bacchus, and he feels better than ever.
Great knockaway from Cyclone Spin, but I think the damage might be done because Kveka will have jump up soon. Just a matter of time. Auto not close enough. Cyclone Spin takes the turn. Does drop the bell. It's going to take a while. There's the jump. That'll get it. Finally, down goes Cyclone Spin. Second death for Princess Bari. First kill of the game for Kveka.
Great job. Great job from Globe's Last Supper. Not only are they grabbing a couple kills here and there, but they're also capitalizing on these objectives. Belly flop goes in from Inbound, but he's just kind of playing the fun pokey game right now. Nothing too crazy. It's going to unfold right here. But Gold Fury is slowly but surely going to be coming online. And because Sunprod's over here, part of me thinks that Globe's Last Supper are going to be putting a lot of pressure onto that as soon as it's online.
9 minutes passing. Very close game so far. This dual lane continues to be the most fascinating across the map. Now Kveka in some more trouble. But notably, Princess Bari is halfway down the lane. Inbound, trying to buy time. Gets a knock up before Kveka jumps. There's the jump. Princess Bari decided to go for farm instead. So Inbound just kind of being a nuisance at this point.
Yeah. I really like this Stampede pickup from Inbound. That's a huge utility buff for your team. Really love how that can impact these mid to late game fights. Just when you think somebody's getting away, that Stampede, plus a belly flop too, that will make sure that you catch up to the enemies, or you could Stampede during the burp to make sure that you stick on to somebody, even though they might have a speed buff or something of that sort. That Stampede will absolutely help as we get towards that mid game phase.
Gold Fury up, and you can see both supports on it. We'll see if this is another quick attempt to burn it by Globe's Last Supper. Speak No Evil does step up, sees only Inbound, but there's backup lying in wait if the call is for gold. And Orange Kiss seem aware of how fast Globe's Last Supper did the Gold Fury for the first one of the game. You got Globe here now as well. Rotations out from Solo. It's going to be full-on chaos for this Gold Fury. Inbound with some poke on to start the fight already. The gates, nobody. In goes Cherry. No luck so far. You can kind of see the step back, the posturing. Now the go button's pressed by Scream. And the rebuke, the knockup. Who's going to be the first to fall? It's not Speak No Evil. Yes, it is. But it's a trade back as Kveka finds Inbound. Now Scream alone with 2, trying to get back to the rest of the team. He realizes he doesn't have to as Cherry's cleaning house. Now on the right-hand side, Scream with John Rowan. Couldn't bring him down. Matter of fact, Sunprod somehow wrestles a trade. 2 dead for Orange Kiss. 3 dead for Globe's Last Supper. The Gold Fury should go to Orange Kiss as well.
Yeah, the kills were a little bit lopsided, but overall an even transaction as far as the team fight goes. What's really important is this Gold Fury getting melted away by Orange Kiss, and I really love the respect that both teams put onto this. All 5 from both sides showing up to the Gold Fury at 10 minutes. They realize, 1, how big of an objective it is, 2, how easily it could be burned away should it be ignored by Sunprod and Kveka.
Cherio barely able to get away. Inbound with the jump back to follow, and Globe's Last Supper kind of go about their business. Pyromancer's still up on this right-hand side. Still over 3 minutes until Fire, which maybe you're wondering, why is he mentioning Fire already? It's just the way these two teams have been playing. It's just so objective forward, and the fights just seem to follow. I mean, even the ADCs we saw rotating so early in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, these are the top dogs we're over here, Malin. These are the big boys that know how to play this macro play. Great beads pull from Sunprod.
The fight's out. The gates are there. Who's it going to grab? It sends the dog away. Scream with the engage. Volcanic Lightning for the kill from Inbound. Can you get 2? Yes, but the shield won't be enough to keep Inbound alive as Speak No Evil is able to find a trade through it. So 1 for 2 underneath the tier 1.
Nice, nice. That's 2 for 1. I love that. I would lose my support for 2 kills any day of
And
the
a
week.
solo
And
bolo.
yeah, Cherry's going to grab a kill on John Rowing in the process. And that's wild. To me, that's spell skill diff because Serve is the counter pick. There. Oh, man.
The ghostly fadeaway from Cyclone Spin will find another kill. 11-6 now as Orange Kiss stand tall over Globe's Last Supper early on. 4K gold as well, because the gold's been the big thing to watch today, especially with these two teams in particular. If Orange Kiss is leading in gold, it means they're playing their style of game.
Yeah, this is what they want to be doing. They want to be taking advantage of these objectives at all times. They want to be cashing in on these team fights. It's always about the yes and for Orange Kiss. Yes, they win the team fight, and they grab this as well. They steal away farm. They grab this. They grab that. Orange Kiss is phenomenal at that style of gameplay, and it showcases right now. They're 11 kills up, but have a 4K gold lead.
There's the rebuke that separates out the lane entirely, and it seemed like it was an attempt at a pick, but just nobody had the right positioning to fully make it happen. Funny enough, if Speak No Evil was on Orange Kiss, that would have been an amazing defensive ult to protect the tower.
I really do like that. It's a great pull from Speak No Evil to force the ult from Benny Q. From what I understand, the Rivers Rebuke has a much lower cooldown, so he's going to be able to cash that in a little bit later should they want to put focus on Benny Q again. I think that'll be a great idea indeed.
The Belch won't find a stun, but when inbound turns the corner, the squad's going to collapse. But where's your backup? It's right there. Scream gets a knock-up. Volcanic Lightning will find a kill on the Globe. Now everybody groups up in the mid lane. The server assault's a big one to keep inbound away. A Scream will fall. Sunprod eyes on Benny Q, but Benny Q's popping Sunprod in the meantime. Storm Call too, but Speak No Evil over the wall is able to handle Benny. But John, you're not getting away from this one, right? Right? The stun?
No.
The autos? Oh my goodness. Come on. No way.
Oh!
No way indeed. Thank goodness. I don't know if I could have handled that one. Jump over the wall from inbound. Looks to find Kaveka. Can't do it quite yet, but inbound still got eyes on. We'll see how far Bobby chases this one. Cyclone keeps Speak No Evil back in the mid lane, and the tier 1 tower will fall.
God, that was so close. Talk about an almost perfect situation for John Rowing. Did force the ult away from Cyclone Spin, and that's a huge utility that Orange Kiss will be missing as they move on over to the Gold Fury should Globe Supper decide to show up to it. And based on the pathing I'm looking on the map here, it looks like they are. They're fully anticipating that Orange Kiss will show up here as a team of 5 to try and put some pressure onto this Gold Fury, but it seems like Cherry doesn't seem to care as much. Cherry's going to go back over to solo. So does John Rowing, though. So it's going to be a 4v4 potentially. It's already getting burned by Globe's Last Supper.
Down to half health. GLS on it. Here's the answer back. Scream takes the win. Sprite gets the damage on. That Gold Fury is at 1,500, and it gets leashed back towards the blue side. Now the Volcanic Lightning in, and look at the damage. Look at all those big numbies. And Scream will find Speak No Evil. Cyclone Spin over the wall handles Kaveka. Time to go if you are Sunprod, barely avoiding the gates. The Gold Fury's down, but my goodness, the fighting Mort of Orange Kiss has been so clean this game.
Dude, that Volcanic Rush from Scream, not only was it used offensively to go in and start the fight, but it secured the Gold Fury simultaneously. Talk about timing right there. Violence and timing is what Orange Kiss is great at, and they are showcasing it in spades over here by the Pyro as well.
2K health. Is there a contest? The spit out. Cyclone Spin able to secure the Pyro for the side of Orange Kiss. Now, is there an engage? There is. Inbound jumping in, looking for John Rowing. Some fadeaway damage on top, but not enough to progress further into the fight, it seems.
Yeah, just an awkward song and dance by this Fire Giant, because I think that both teams are scared that the other is going to take it away, but neither of them really want to siege it right now. Orange Kiss don't really have the resources for it because a lot of them are still waiting on ultimates that are coming up very soon. However, on the other side, Globe's Last Supper, they've been losing a whole lot of team fights, even though they do have the structure damage to take it away very quickly. Should they have to fight over it, it might not go their way. So both teams are a little scared to really go after that very scary Fire Giant.
Inbound just gonna run down Speak No Evil. I mean, there's not a lot of damage to do there. So more, take me through builds. What's jumping out at you so far?
Spirit Robe is an item that has been very strong for, let's call it, at least a month, if not longer, and it's still strong, and it's still getting picked up on pretty much every tank in this game right now. John Rowing and both support, Speak No Evil and Inbound, all have built Spirit Robe already. Amazing item, gives a whole lot of procs when you're crowd controlled, and if you look at the gods, a lot of hard crowd control on both sides, so it's going to get cashed pretty easily, and it's going to give a whole lot to your tanks.
For a second, I thought GLS was caught sleeping. The Fire Giant got started off by Orange Kiss, and there was no answer. But now the fight from Orange Kiss seems to be the biggest thing on their mind. But that rebuke is so good to get Supper away. But it don't matter when Cyclone Spin does damage like that. Are you serious? The Bari blows everybody up. Sunprod's trying to fight back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They're going to lose John Rowing too. That's a 3-for-1 for Orange Kiss.
Dude, I'm so embarrassed that it took me 20 minutes to realize that GLS is Globe's Last Supper. I was like, who is GLS? Like you said it earlier, I had no idea what you were talking about. Just hit my mind. Just looked at the name up there and put together the acronym. It's all right. Fire Giant getting melted down by Orange Kiss and Globe's Last Supper. A couple members awaiting around the corner. Sunprod doesn't have Sunder, but he does have a dream.
Below half. Sunprod wants to get in there so bad just to put any kind of contest up, but he can't get through. Forced to pop the Ragnarok. Grabs one. Now they're going to try to finish the fire. Benny Q's almost dead. Stormcall pre-beats by Prod. He gets Benny Q. Can he get the steal too? If he can grab the steal and the dagger, Mork, there's a chance Sunprod turns this. Couple hundred health, but he gets stopped short, and the Fire Giant goes to Orange Kiss. The idea was there. The execution was so good until it wasn't, and Orange Kiss kept themselves afire.
I think the only thing that really hurt him bad right there was the fact that there was the huge burning on the floor damage from the Fire Giant, and he just walked right into it. Obviously, when you're in the heat of the moment, get it, heat, Fire Giant, a lot more things on the mind as GLS secure this Pyromancer. There's a lot more on your mind rather than, what's the Fire Giant doing right now? Is there a Fire Giant AoE on the floor? But he walked into it, and if he would have had that little bit more health, he could have landed that last or two last basic attacks, taken away the Fire Giant, grabbed that dagger. It could have been a completely different story.
Ancient Fury will be the contest. Inbound coming from high. You have Princess Bari low. Speak No Evil aware. You have Kaveka there as well, who's starting to hit pretty hard, but notably behind the Princess Bari. That's been doing chunks of damage just like that to John Rowing, who's already dead. Cyclone Spin's having himself a game. Looks for the chase. Nothing there.
I love that. I love that pressure that they're putting on the Gold Fury. They realize how important this is for both teams. Globe's Last Supper, even though they already have a lot of structure damage within their gods, need that extra help.
One more auto will do it, but you can't get through to find it on Speak No Evil, so the rebuke's enough to get him away. Scream, though, engages, almost pops too, and the Volcanic Lightning to follow. Scream's gonna take on everybody, but remember, with all that lifesteal, there's a good chance. Plus, now you've got backup too. Stormcall gets popped. Ragnarok eats Scream alive, but he's still fighting through it, and the lifesteal was enough, so a double for Sunprod, but 3 dead for Globe's Last Supper, and Orange Kiss still have 4 alive.
That was so huge from Cherry, too, to show up and help out his friend. That was amazing. Just when you think that Scream is down for the count, and he technically is right now, but I mean, it just looked really bad for a moment, and the Cherry out of nowhere says, "What's up, y'all?" and takes away everybody's health bar with that Storm Call. Huge way to follow up on the aggression that Scream put out, and they walked away with a huge reward, that being the left bird. Open the gates, pulls.
Oh, got him! Get over here and get in the dirt! Speak no evil, speaking no more.
God. And there goes our one for the cast.
Yeah, exactly. Mid lane siege is on. Maybe more kills to be had, and potentially the game, if it goes well. How is he still alive? Inbound just took no damage from everybody. Finally, he goes down, but the distraction worked, and the Phoenix will fall in mid. That is 2 Phoenixes dead. And Orange Kiss have 1 tier 2, 1 Phoenix left to go through, and they still have fire for 60 seconds on Cyclone Spin.
You asked the question, how is he still alive? 2 words, 3 syllables, Spirit Robe. That item is bonkers. You get a whole lot of health back, a whole lot of health regen. You get 40 extra prots of each, so you have 65 prots from just one item during this passive's active time. It is wild to see what Spirit Robe can make you do. Not only that, but the Stampede brought up in quick, but you're going to have to make your way to the Ancient Fury quick because currently it's getting burned by Globe's Last Supper. It's about 6k health.
Or do Orange Kiss actually be okay with this and go to take the fight? That seems like the play. You can see the high route from the Chalk. The ult to bring back Sunprod. Cyclone Spins almost got him soloed. The fight in the front's going well too. Kveika's got a retreat already, but there's no retreat from Scream. Sunprod will be able to get the back off, but he's already lost 2 members. A double kill for Scream by the Ancient Fury. And by the way, they got the Ancient Fury. So 3 gold coins for Orange Kiss. Only thing left is the Titan. 3 members to get through.
No way they end this right here, Malum. There's no way.
Maybe, just maybe, they can do it. The step in. You can see the defense attempt from Sunprod already, but oh man, John Rowling just got blown up. Volcanic lightning to force them back into their own fountain, but even that is not safe. And Orange Kiss will force our game number 3.
Amazing stuff right there from Orange Kiss. They played that macro game just like they do with every other game that they win. They put so much pressure on these objectives. They let 1 Gold Fury slip in the early game. They said, okay, yeah, we can't do that again.
Oh man, well, one more game here in the lower bracket grand finals to decide who goes on to the grand finals where all the money's on the line. So don't go anywhere. When we come back from break, we'll begin it. We'll be right back in Smite Prime.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. Game 3 losers finals coming at you off the heels of a nice and clean victory from Orange Kiss. Maybe these now found their flow, but we've certainly found our way here into the booth. D'Lo and Morty on the mic, Tess Almighty Eye in the sky alongside Red Rosie Panda, basically Billy alongside Malum back on the bench. Jithin's man behind the curtain as per usual, and we're getting ready to hop back into some P's and B's and some replays of what we just saw prior. Mort, walk me through. You were on the front lines taking a look at what we got here in terms of the combat. What was the story behind this game? Mort, oh dear God, he's dead.
So
Just
then,
like Globe,
Orange
unfortunately, took a spill in that last game as well. But nonetheless, Orange Kiss were able to find their flow, and maybe now with Cyclone Spin starting to get into their avatar state, starting to activate all the chakras, we could see the back line and the front line working fluidly to bring themselves home to that grand finals.
Yeah, so Globe's Last Supper ended up stealing away. Well, not stealing away, but grabbing Gold Fury as soon as it spawned at 5 minutes in. And then Orange Kiss said, that's not going to happen again. And they put full attention on every Gold Fury objective in general afterwards. So at the next Gold Fury that Orange Kiss took, they had all 5 from both teams there. A lot of presence. Look at that. Oh, barely hits the ult, and the Crusher proc is what took down John Rowing right there. That was awesome to see. Rivers Rebuke does block a couple, but Phantom Shell does save a couple lives. Great stuff indeed. The Princess Barrier just does such massive damage along with that Crusher as well, and a Heartseeker doing a good amount of damage. The build is great, the damage is great, and Cyclone Spin really just putting on a clinic this time around.
And that feels great considering the fact that Cyclone was having a really tough time on the Uller, wasn't really quite able to find their way back into getting on top of the kill board. But this time around, look at the damage charts. You see Scream, you see Cyclone. That's exactly what you want. And then right behind them is Cherio. It's just a blue smorgasbord of damage. So you just gotta hope that they can keep that going. Globe on their hands, they started with the hot hand. Maybe ran out of gas in the tank. You got to make sure that it's a battle to the end. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Now that we have best of 3s here in Smite Prime, you got to make sure that you're not putting all your cards on the table come that first game. It can't be coming down to gimmicks. It's got to be sustained lane pressure and technical finesse.
And we came into today's episode after a whole lot of changes in the patch notes, not knowing exactly what was going to be built, no anti-healing items anymore, a lot of healing buffs through the items that have been added into the game. We didn't know what was going to be meta, what was going to be thrown in the trash, and we're now starting to see a theme with some of the items here. Devo's Gauntlet being picked up just about every game on the gods that can use it for sure. So Pele, Cyclone Spin, and Kaveka all picking up that Devo. Same thing with Spirit Robe, still a stupid strong item. And that Sagine Lash is just so strong. I honestly have no idea what thought was being put into that item when they threw it in. But oh my God, the damage is nuts. The stats are good as well. Not too expensive. I love that Lash.
You love it unless you're on the receiving end of its wicked blows, man. It gets vicious. And I think what we saw last game, because you talked about the double dog dare, you know, that double dog comp that unfortunately kind of got dog walked itself. And I think that partially has to do with the fact that you got to make sure you're playing your own game. As we hop into P's and B's here, I want to see Sunprod and the rest of the Merry crew make sure that they go into one of 2 spots. Either your sustain or your burst. We were talking about in the green room, us and the production folks, the fact that given that we have this heal landscape, Aladdin first ban, doesn't quite apply to sustain, but it applies to burst. Anyone who can just punch right through all that healing is going to be ripe for the job.
I'm not surprised to see the Aladdin get banned away so early here. Last time that we were down to the end of a set and Aladdin getting picked up by Scream was not good. For those of you who remember the Founder Series finals, yeah, that was Scream on that Aladdin, and we're not going to let him do that again. So banned away here. Same thing with Susano. Very powerful pick for both Sunprod and Scream. Really know how to use that Susano well. Merlin getting taken away because Benny Q's done great stuff on that Merlin. Ares, a bit of a respect ban again for Speak No Evil. Maybe Inbound doesn't want to play it, and they certainly don't want to give it up to Speak No Evil. So let's just take it off the table regardless and not have to worry about it. Probably the best way to go about things.
I was about to say, I wonder if we take the Hecate ban and just try to really dip into Benny Q's God pool, but no, we're sticking with the classics. Kali taken off the map alongside that Shock. So it's just meta staples, but meta staples that have been operated well on so far through the series. Don't blame them whatsoever. What does that leave open? All Father. They're back in action. We saw it be used oh so well by Karmic Prior, by Clocked In, Globe's Last Supper, trying to follow in their stead so they can also reach that grand finals alongside them.
And the anti-heal, you mentioned this earlier, the anti-heal from the Odin Cage is huge. Obviously, like the
100%.
biggest form of anti-heal in the game, 100%. But also the damage from the Odin earlier when we saw it was just nasty. I was like, dude, why have we not been playing this god the whole time? Like, low-key, it looked smooth. It looked comfortable. It looked like this is a god that belongs here on the platform that is Smite Prime. I mean, it was awesome to see. Umoja gets locked in to follow. Very comfortable pick for inbound. We talked about that earlier, that inbound feels very comfortable on these backline picks where he can sit next to his carries in the back of fights, make sure y'all are good. Okay, here's a couple basics for some heals, and then we're just staying comfortable there with the Mending Waters. And Princess Bari did huge things for Cyclone Spin last game. Not surprised to see that locked in again.
I'm also happy to have that Bari return. If you're an Orange Kiss fan, you should be too. The response is going to be that Agni, which we've seen a lot of times be locked into that carry role. And the Baron Samity has flex potential, but is oftentimes being put on that aspect inside the mid lane. That grants you a good amount of CC, a lot of pressure in those team fights. But this is what we should expect in response. Ganesha, which makes me think, do we lock in Ganesh? No, it could be Ganesh jungle and then Cab maybe afterwards, because if you're Globe, you want more walls to stop that Ganesh from knocking them all down, and a Cab puts even more obstacles in their path to remove.
That's true. It's a very good point. Glad you mentioned that. Cab could be even though it seems like Ganesh is the counter pick, I mean, Ganesh can only counter so many walls without just a whole bunch of CDR. So yeah, that's a really good point that you make. Pele locked in probably for Scream. That was absolutely nasty what we saw last game from Scream. Just build a whole bunch of life steal and keep yourself alive and just do a bunch of damage because Pele's base damage is super high.
Bugger.
So very awesome lock in for Orange Kiss. Their comp looks nasty for team fights right now. You have Ganesh, who's the ultimate shutdown god when used as a support, or the ultimate damage dealer who can control zones of fights when used with the aspect. So really awesome to see Ganesh locked in, Pele. And then Neath on the other side. Talk about healing on the side of Globe's Last Supper.
Neath Bacchus, Baron Agni Odin. Here's where I see some struggles, all right? It seems like we're trying to counter the flow. You're trying to literally hold back the tide with your bare hands. They got a Umoja after all. But that didn't work for you last time. You picked the Serb, but a Serb is not a win con by itself. You still have got to play the game. And I don't think that this is going to be as good as it would have been if you had a Cab personally, because Ganesh is going to be able to knock down those walls just like Mr. Gorbachev himself, and just lead the promised people to their safety. And that's going to be rough if that's your entire game plan. If Odin Cage is down, everyone's able to just filter on out. Ullr's got a leap as well. Not too big of an issue for them either. The rest of the squad has got to make sure they're being careful, but Globe have got to play carefully on this Cage. That Odin's likely going into solo. Bacchus. Wait, hold on a second. Who is their solo?
Okay, I'll pitch this to you. This is a Chrono Classic. I'm sure you should know this. Odin Jungle,
okay. Sure.
And then Bacchus solo, and then Baron support.
I like that though. That all right. Now I'm with you, and now I'm with the team comp again. All right, Globe, I'm back. We're back, baby, because I like to see the Cage rotating. If the Cage is why you're top locking this, why keep it just in solo lane? Spread the love. Spread the anti-heal.
Yeah. That's a really good point. On the other side, I see Princess Bari and Ullr, and part of me wonders, well, in the team fighting phase, it's not going to matter as much, but how this early game is going to go, who's going to be controlling the Gold Furies, who's going to be putting pressure on those Pyromancers and those Firebrands, where is Princess Bari going to go, and where is Ullr going to go? Is Ullr going to be taken for Benny Q, or is Benny Q going to pick up this Princess Bari, and then Cyclone Spin gets put on the Ullr? That would be wild. I mean, you and me both, Dilo, have seen Cyclone Spin on the Ullr. We know it's disgusting. We know it's absolutely nasty. What is possible with that combination? And now that strength items are really strong, this is going to be awful, dude. This is going to be crazy to watch.
It's a tough decision because I think Bari has oftentimes operated a bit better in the mid lane. I think she does a bit better in terms of not losing the mana war. And in Smite 2, that's not a big thing to worry about, but Ullr is mana hungry. The reality is, unless you have Transcendence up, it does cost you to use your abilities and frequency in tandem. And that results in your clear being a bit rough. So but I'm also torn because Cyclone, while you see Ullr, you say it's a match made in heaven, the last time we did get to see Cyclone play that Ullr, had a bit of a rough going. Had a bit of a rough time. That's why they're in the losers bracket in the first place. So is this your redemption arc, Cyclone? Is this your time to spin things around, turn the tail and say, no, I am dope on the Ullr. Learn it. Clock it in. And then we can take down Clocked In maybe with that redemptive god in tow. Or do you stick by the Bari, which you have momentum on because you just performed so well on it before? I think there's a good argument for either way, so I won't be disappointed no matter what. What I think's going to happen, though, is Ullr likely in that carry role just because of the practicality and the sake that I don't have the mana to clear by myself.
Yeah. And one thing to keep in mind, too, is pressure is at an all-time high. We haven't talked about this yet. We're in Game 3. Globe's Last Supper walked away with the W in Game 1. Orange Kiss just came back looking for a potential reverse sweep in Game 2. And now we're here setting up the picks for Game 3 on who's going to make it to the grand finals and face up against Clocked In, who have been awaiting on the sideline and biding their time, studying their potential opponents, both Globe's Last Supper or Orange Kiss, depending on who's going to win away and who they're going to be facing. I mean, there's a lot to study here on who are we picking consistently, who are the bans to take away from these teams. We need to know that we need to take away Susano from Sunprod. We need to take away Ares from Speak No Evil. A lot of stuff to study here, and I hope they're watching.
Well, we can get our rulers out, calculators at the ready. Game 3 coming at you to decide who moves on to grand finals. Once again, Globe's Last Supper. Will this be their last meal, or are Orange kissing this bracket goodbye? D'Lo and Mort behind the mics. Tess and Rosie are almighty eyes in the sky. Jithin's basically Billy, the men behind the curtain, and Anthony Malum somewhere grabbing a glass of water and resting those lungs for a job well done. Taking a look at the roles, Mort, is it what we expected?
Ullr in the mid. Benny Q picks up the Ullr. Maybe Cyclone Spin feels a little bit more comfortable on that Princess Bari. And based on what we saw last game, no surprise, no shocker there. Cyclone Spin put on a clinic with the Princess Bari. Huge damage numbers. And I didn't get a chance to look at exactly what it was when we got out of game 2. But man, oh man, did Cyclone Spin look phenomenal on that Princess Bari pick. And the build was fantastic too. I'm a really big fan of that Bluestone purchase, so you're able to clear camps a little bit easier. You also had the Heartseeker and the Crusher early on, so your abilities just do that much more damage. And that's where a lot of damage comes from Princess Bari in the first place, is just keep throwing out your 3, Mystical Form, throw out your 3 again. Just keep hitting your 3 as much as possible, and you can really start putting on a show.
We're seeing a bit of a show here in basic training, but Benny Q seems to have the better hand of it. A great axe as well. One more auto to do the job, but the minions arrive just in time. They're the real MVP, barely saving Globe's life.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy to see right there. Oh
Winions
my
right
God.
there.
Yeah, Winions low key. Benny Q almost secured first blood and just a slither of health away. But look at Globe already back up to full almost, just thanks to those pots. I don't even think that he's got Unravel yet to heal all that damage from his 2.
Baron's Brew is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, it is. It's some good stuff too. I'm just kidding.
Tastes good, man. Electrolytes got the whole full package. Sponsored, no. But maybe, honestly, that would low-key be kind of a sick
That would be pretty fire.
deal. Just have real Baron's Brews. I bet it would taste delicious. Nonetheless, trying to get that delicious first blood. Ullr dives back into combat. Now we're fighting over Oracles, though. It's a good stun from the Spirit Arrow, but they're going to decide to turn back. Sunprod does not want to over-dedicate their forces. The hail of arrows going to slow down Globe just a little bit. They're lining up, though, for these AoEs coming from the Pele. Unravel does find the mark. A Phantom Shell is the response. Aegis forced out there by Globe and Beads by the Odin. The best CC is death, and Pele is still looking for it. Pyroclast just a bit off the mark. Orange Kiss chase him all the way back to that tier 2, but at least Globe survived.
Great stuff still. No first blood taken away yet, but a lot of aggression, especially from Scream. This is what Scream is known for doing. We talk about this in literally every game that Scream is in. There he is in the enemy jungle, just walking around like he owns the place, like he bought the title right from under the guy who owned it previously. It's wild to see, and now he's making his way over towards mid.
Could be trouble once again for the Neath, but Kveika's experiencing all that damage at the hands of this Bari. And I want to go back to what we were talking about at those P's and B's, the fact that you could decide to opt for this Bari in the left or the mid. I'm glad that they didn't go with the practical option that I mentioned, because I think momentum and mentals are so important, especially when the stakes are riding this high. Putting Cyclone on the god that you feel good playing because you have such fond memories of smacking people in the face with 500 autos on this pick, whereas Uller, you're maybe feeling a bit of PTSD. So putting this on Benny Q instead works perfectly fine by me. What I'm curious about, though, is who are you going to be picking? If you're that Uller when it comes to these later game engagements, which is where Orange Kiss always get their big bucks, who are you trying to give an axe?
That's a good one. That's a good one indeed. There's a lot of different priority picks here. This might be one.
Oh, nearly able to bite it right there, but a thankful beads from Benny Q keeps them alive. A great Gungir's Might from Sunprod. I love an Odin jungle. I loved what you mentioned earlier, the fact that we can see it here, and we're getting it now in front of our faces. Once we hit level 5, which Scream's already done, then things start to get a bit more interesting. I see a Phantom Shell being born by 2 members, the Yemo and the Pele. It's oftentimes been used by the jungle, so that does grant them a bit more reprieve from the walls. You're going to try to hope to get that relic off before you make a big engage with that Ring of Spears.
So we're still no first blood suffered yet. Pressure is being spread out across the map. Scream seems to be everywhere, but hasn't found an opportunity to kill someone yet. He's just biding his time, holding on to that volcanic rush and farming away, trying to take as much from Sunprod as he can. This has been the theme ever since we started today. Sunprod and Scream up against each other, and Scream is just better when it comes to the rotations, when it comes to farming away. Sunprod does really good in fights, but Scream is just everywhere at once. Uh-oh.
Look at the left lane. Baron has to dodge the Moonstrike and takes a wrong trip down the alley. Cyclone spin runs their pockets and runs them into the grayscale. On the counter kill, though, Benny Q goes down to the mid. Sunprod considers going further into the aggression, but Scream has enough health to make that not quite the best endeavor. It's a 1-for-1 overall, but Orange Kiss do grab the first blood.
First blood indeed for, I mean, both have a kill right now. There's not an obvious gold lead, not a lot of objective security yet, but the Gold Fury comes up quickly, and part of me is wondering who's going to be putting focus on that first. Kveika has a lot of opportunity to just melt that thing down quick because Agni is known for just that super high structure damage. Ults out, Dharmic Pillars. What's going to happen to John Rowing? Nothing. He's going to sit around the Dharmic Pillars and wonder, why is that in my lane? Get that out of here.
Pele was just standing there menacingly. Scream is waiting in the back line. Like they're from the Scream series of movies, the slasher film. John Rowing's the final girl. I'll be back for you later, buddy. Do you like scary movies? Nah, I like winning games instead. Winning lane solo as well. Gets the Intoxicate off, but this elephant is sober. Stone cold sober, stone cold dead. John Rowing leaps on in, grabs the flop, and takes down Cherio.
Bacchus solo, what is this, closed alpha founder series? When did this come back and why is it here? Dude, this is such a fun pick that I love seeing in meta, and now that there's healing items that make you feel so much stronger as a god, I think Bacchus gets a lot more success, especially out of those Striders. You get so much more movement speed, you get a lot of mobility, maybe even a Heartwood Charm, you can get extra damage from your one as Gold Fury gets secured by Globe's Last Supper.
Nice. They're playing the macro beautifully. Baron, got to make sure that they make the beautiful escape back safety, or maybe pull you back into their clutches instead. Agni's stun on top. The cage is dropped, and Cyclone's got nowhere to go, but the Boreal keeps him alive for just long enough for Kveika to rob hope from them once more. A flame dash forward, but the Moonstrike blocks the path. Globe, dissuaded from any further bloodshed, grab one kill and an objective for their troubles.
Objective indeed. And I feel like Globe's Last Supper, the same thing they did last game. They walked away with one Gold Fury, and then Orange Kiss said, oh crap, we completely forgot about that. Let's go put pressure on every other Gold Fury afterwards. And I think the next time Gold Fury comes around, there's going to be a lot more attention from Orange Kiss. Right now, they're going to let it slide. It's cool. It's whatever. You have a tiny little gold lead, eensy teensy gold lead. for now. It's cool. We'll catch up. We're going to farm. We're talking about Scream here. Scream just kind of runs around the map and farms whatever he wants to. He goes back here, and then he just goes back to farming. He's got a whole bunch on that left side ready to go on his side, and he's just going to keep getting closer to that in-game build much faster than Sunprod will, is what it seems like in the past, and is showing true today. Even though Sunprod has a kill up, Scream is up a level.
Exactly. That's what the general plan is. Even if we're losing on the kill board, I'm going to make sure that I'm taking your the jungles, I'm taking your buffs, I'm constantly haranguing and harassing your jungle to try to ensure that you're starved for farm. Gold Fury is nice and all, but where's the XP? Unfortunately, not enough in Sunprod's pocket. 1.5 levels down, and that makes each gank that Scream has all that much more potent. But you might not even need a gank. Instead, you just need the damage that Agni provides. Whoa. Cyclone burned away before they could even think to turn back. A great kill by the Agni.
Dude, that Flame Wave does so much. It is wild to see health bars just get deleted, but look at the backside. Scream is here.
Oh, Scream's caught out. Neathold incoming. Could be trouble, but still has mobility in pocket. No way you're getting out of this one. The body blocks atop the Volcanic Lightning. Stay for a while inside the coffin. That's going to be your new home. Agni grabs one more kill. Moonstrike, though, dealing some good damage, and BennyQ makes their entrance in. Takes down one. Speak No Evil, the only one left before Sunprod can arrive to the scene. BennyQ takes the double kill. Fantastic rotation by the mid. Speaking of, Globe shows their face and leaves inbound dead without a trace. Sunprod going to be able to dive, duck, juke, and dodge back beneath that tier 1 tower. Overall, a 2-for-2 trade.
That's what I love about having BennyQ on this Ullr pick in the mid lane, because what Globe does is, I'll send an ult over there and hope for the best. And then BennyQ says, all right, bet, I'll be there in a minute. And then he just jumps over there, and he's there before you even know it. Next thing you know, you're a body up, even though Globe did send an ult. Helpful. It's cool. It helped kill Scream. Okay, I'm not mad about it. But BennyQ was there to even the odds and make sure that Orange Kiss walks away in favor of the fight. That's just the potential with Ullr, the mobility, the high damage as well. Once you're in range, it's just so awesome to see.
And we're already seeing BennyQ execute where Cyclone had a bit more trouble landing the combos. Simply put, if you're not hitting axes, there's really not too much purpose to the character. Now we're seeing rotation on the right side instead. Cherio grabs that assisted kill on top of John Rowing, but in the left, things are going awfully sour for Orange Kiss as the dual lane is going to be taking another dive. Scream will fall as well. Inbound just wandering around the jungle saying, what the hell happened?
Well, he better put a little more pressure on that Gold Fury, because walking over to it is Globe's last supper. They're going to probably grab a camp or something first and then make their way over, because it's going to spawn any second now. Scream is still dead. Cyclone Spin just now walking out of the base. Part of me thinks that there's no way that Orange Kiss could possibly try and contest this. There is not a single Sunder on the side of Orange Kiss this game, which is a little scary considering their biggest strength is macro play. Here comes inbound.
Emojo says, I am a Sunder. You're not. You have no confirm, actually. But they're going to try their darndest nonetheless. Speak No Evil does have Sunder. Will grab that second fear for Globe. They're doing a great job playing this gold game. So even if Sunprod is falling behind, a level down now, it's okay, because you can only do so much. Even though it feels like Screams everywhere, you can really, in reality, only be in one place at a time.
One thing that really stands out to me still is, look at Sunprod, who just got level 10, and he's 1-0-4. He's got 4 assists to his name. He's been all over the place and helping in fights. Scream is about to hit level 11, and he's 0-2. He's down right now. He should not be up where he is, but here comes Scream.
Great stun response. Going Gears might stop him for further pursuits. BennyQ is the first one to fall, and right inside the coffin, nice and snug, fits Scream as they will fall down as well. Pyromancer, so tantalizingly close. Why don't we stop by? It's a quick drive-through for a Big Mac, a big 2 kills, and the bomb right after.
A Big Mac and a bomb. Wow, that is not...
That sounds terrifying. Every fast food worker's worst nightmare. That's a Whopper, right? Boom! Just terrifying. I'll get some extra sauce with that. Put the fries in the bag. Kaiveka gonna get bagged up as well. Inbound will take that kill. So at the very least, not all doom and gloom for Orange Kiss. They still got a fight left in them. But watch out, because incoming is that Baron, and Cyclone is quite low.
You know what's wild too is that Speak No Evil is doing a lot of damage with this Baron as well. It's not just about utility, but it's also the damage that you're adding onto the board for your team, healing up your friends a little bit. Great, phenomenal, not mad about it. But also the lockdown, the healing, it's just so much. I love to see that for Speak No Evil this game.
I think Cyclone's about to be in a lot of trouble. Speak No Evil is present, inbound. Turns back and realizes a bit too late, leaves them to the crows as Speak No Evil will happily feast on their corpse. That's just a bit of hubris, a bit of overzeal, if I might say. Cyclone Spin staying around for way past their welcome.
That's just what he does, dude. You could build no intelligence for an entire game.
Bacchus.
You know what's still going to hurt like ever is Life of the Party. Life of the Party just hits so bad. Uh-oh, John Rowing's in trouble.
Axe is hurt too, for sure. The Belch stun, going to be instantly purified. Benny Q finds the kill. Divine Intervention's all it's going to take, and Cherio's got plenty of damage to their own boot. So making sure to stall some of the pressure. You talk about how fun this Bacchus pick is. Doesn't seem like Orange Kiss agree. They want to kill it immediately.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Pyromancer is a little bit far out, but Firebrand's ready for taking.
Yikes.
Instead, we're putting focus on this middle lane tower. What's going to happen from here?
Yamoja low, but they're going to focus the Baron instead on the Pele, who's in the back line, trying to whittle down Globe. But wow, what a Spirit Arrow. Going to sever your soul from your corpse. It's killing spree there, grabbed by Sunprod, and Scream. All that farming doesn't do you much good, though, when you're dead, huh?
No, it does not. No, it doesn't. Look at the Rivers of Buke, but Globe's able to jump on out. Here comes Benny Q looking for a flank on Globe.
Oh, going to find it. The World Weaver does not stun you for long enough. The wrap it up, though, might change things. Speak No Evil has been doing quite a bit of damage, just not enough, unfortunately. Overall, 1 for 1 beneath the mid lane, but you consider the fact that John Rowing went down as well. Overall, these small engagements are kind of going okay for Orange Kiss, but they're bleeding. They're slowly bleeding. These Gold Furies, every single one that goes against them, it's going to result in further dividends being stacked up against them. What, in your opinion, has got to be Orange Kiss's way to turn the momentum, start to shift the balance?
They need to find picks one way or another. Scream needs to get online fast because right now he's 0-4. He's not showing up in these team fights, and for the first time all set, he's now down on levels compared to Sunprod.
True.
This is the worst spot he's been in this set, potentially all day. So he needs to find a way to get online quick. This farming game that you're oh so good at is not paying off. You need to be showing up to these fights and capitalizing on kills. Here's a good example on John Rowing.
Dodges the knockup, but John Rowing had to leap into danger to do so. Is going to be safe from the pillars. They just belch right past them. A Wind Sprite to try to evade. Doubles right back into the axe of Benny Q. Surprise! Didn't expect to see me, did ya? A little present in the form of that combo kill. John Rowing goes down, but Gloves say that is just fine. 3 in the right sounds like a third Gold Fury for us.
Talk about dude, I cannot believe that Orange Kiss are letting go of this macro play, because this is what Orange Kiss is known for. We talked about this from the get-go of today's whole setup, is that Orange Kiss is the macro team. They're great at capitalizing on macro, which means they're there for Gold Furies. Just in last game, game 2, Orange Kiss sent all 5 to Gold Fury by the time the second one spawned. They were showing up to even Pyromancers with that much force, and they're letting it slide this game. What changed? What happened? Is it a mental thing? Is it just a difference in priority? Are we not communicating these things? There is a change within Orange Kiss as a team that is letting them down right now. They're not as confident with their fights. Their comp maybe doesn't look as good, but whatever it is, it's leading them to a potential defeat, and they need to group things up and get back in this quick. Otherwise, Globe's Last Supper will probably have this game over by 25.
Need to remind you, this is the first seed we're talking about here. Orange Kiss, though, are getting shown up at their own game. Pyromancer secured by Globe in their face. And I can answer your question, Mort. We don't have Benny Q on a mage. We have Benny Q on this Uller. It doesn't have objective secure. What secures the objective? I guess Cherio, but they're bound to solo for God knows how much longer. So instead, we're going to focus on the opposite side of the map. Dual lane might be where we go. It's a flame dash forward. Agni could find themselves in trouble as Odin makes their late rotation on in. Decent damage applied to Bari, forces their ultimates, but the flame bomb over the wall takes them out before they meet their end at Scream's hands. Volcanic lightning has ended, which means a lot less mobility, especially if a cage comes on down. Phantom Shell expended, but you become a ghost right after. Scream's dead.
Dude, what is that damage from Baron right now? Speak No Evil is landing every ability and doing massive numbers to follow. What is this god, dude? It is crazy to see the damage numbers he's pulling. He doesn't have a single bit of strength or intelligence or anything like that. It is all just prots and a dream.
Good damage there from the Belch. Forces beads, forces Benny Q back into the grave. Too much pursuit. You have the backflip, you have the belly flop, and right after that, unless you got 3 pairs of beads in your pocket, you're going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble. 17 minutes in, 15-9. Look at the scoreboard, man. Globe are dominating on every cylinder. Level leads across the board. It's incredible when you consider just how much these players have fought to get to where they are now. And where they are now is in that FG pit. You do have the Emoja lurking around the wings, but no Sunders, again, is going to really cost you. No Confirm either. You got the Sunbeam Bow beginning to whittle it on down, but it's going to be a fight to the finish. Orange Kiss not going to let you go down without any combat. The pillars are applied, not going to find any objective, but instead looking for damage inside the River's Rebuke as well. The waves will rock him back and forth. Globe's the one to go down to the back line. Scream has their head. The FG no longer the prime objective. Speak No Evil, hip-hopping, skipping and jumping, but there's nothing to jump for joy about. Kaiveka's dead too. Scream on top of the double kill. It's a good knock-up from that ability from Ganesh, but not going to be the real source of damage. Instead, it's Scream with one more strike from their volcanic fist. They hew a third lifeless body to the ground.
Let's talk about where that fell apart. So Fire Giant's getting sieged, and then everyone commits to a fight, right? Everybody from Orange Kiss goes back to their side of the jungle. However, Globe's Last Supper split up. They don't stay together. They split up, and that's what led John Rowing to his tombstone.
Big heals there from the Baron Consigned Spirits. Also grants you slow immunity, so Speak No Evil was a bit of the red herring there, while Sunprod in the back line is able to take down Cyclone Spin. Great work on their part to ensure they get something for what seemed to be nothing. That might stall Orange Kiss their attempts to try to grab this FG, so instead those go back to resume laning, resume the farm game. I wanted to talk about the fact that Cyclone, before that fight, was really struggling the damage numbers. In fact, was the lowest, but now maybe he's starting to hit their stride. Maybe that two-step, that dancing is starting to get going. The Jig's pace is kind of quicken a little bit, but Globe trying to get right back to their formerly scheduled programming. They're back on FG, but members of Orange Kiss are lurking around in the shade, in the curtains. Anethult going to be looking for the Uller. A lot of damage forced on top as Sunprod drops the Ring of Spears, goes in deep to stomp out the Glorious One. Benny Q's already dead, and the FG continues to be whittled away. Scream pushing down mid says there's no dog I have in this fight, as FG around all 5 members of Globe.
And Ancient Fury's up as well. They have all the freedom in the world to walk their butts right over there and take that as well. And this could be what puts Orange Kiss in the coffin. This could be what puts Globe's Last Supper on another level that is almost insurmountable by Orange Kiss. There's no way that they could possibly find an upset unless it was an absolute miracle. Scream's way out of position. How did they take advantage of him?
Can we get the Belch off? No, the Ancient Fury stands in your way, which is a good reminder for Globe. Oh, we should probably do that. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. Scream is actually back to having level lead. 2 levels, in fact, over Sunprod, but 6-0, 4-5. What would you rather have? It's not just about the fact that your team's in a better spot. It feels better. You feel more dominant. I'm sure Sunprod's mildly frustrated by the fact, like, man, how is he getting so much gosh darn farm? But if that farm's only on one player, and they're not even present for these big FG contests, there's not really much value being gained from it. So Scream's just scaling, which makes sense. You have the Devos after all. You're just waiting for that late game, but will there be a late game to even wait for?
One thing that stuck out to me, I just saw for the first time, I don't think I've ever seen Void Shield in Smite Prime, ever. Scream just picked it up. That is bad. If Scream's building defense like that, I'm a little worried. Usually Scream will build a lot of life steal. Usually Scream will get a lot of strength. I don't see Scream build tank items that often. And the moment that I see something as tanky as Void Shield on, I'm starting to worry for Orange Kiss.
And it's only 2 members you're protecting against from the physical side of the spectrum. Speak No Evil caught beneath the waves, but just going to spawn with an ultimate of their own. A Neath ult on top. Not too much damage being applied. Speak No Evil is rather tanky, but the Void Shield might help in shredding them down. Consigned Spirits gets a bit more sprig in their step. Not enough, though, to stay alive. Cyclone finds the shutdown on top of Baron.
Okay, upset. Cool, good. That's probably the farthest they've gone in the right direction in a decent amount of time. This leads Orange Kiss with a little bit of farm, no objectives to go after. They have a little bit of farm to take and maybe some minion waves to capitalize on. But other than that, I mean, they're kind of just biding time and waiting for little things like that to happen often. Globe's Last Supper can afford one pick like that. Okay, cool. We lost Baron. It's our support. It is what it is. They lose him again. Okay, maybe we should stop feeding. If they keep losing bodies like that one after another, they're not going to hold on to these FG belts. They're not going to hold on to these objectives and fights because they don't have the numbers to secure them. They need to stay as 5. GLS, you're in the lead. You are by a long shot in the lead. You are dominating these team fights, even though the kills don't reflect it. It's nothing but picks for Orange Kiss. It is all team fights for Globe's Last Supper. Utilize this. Group up as 5, run objectives, go to towers, especially because they're affected by Ancient Fury, take them away, waiting for Speak No Evil to make his way down mid, and 4 members of Globe's Last Supper are aiming for this tier 2 in the middle lane.
22 minutes in, 17-13. The kill board doesn't read too dire, but 6,000 gold lead for Globe. A bit more spooky if you look at it. Going to be rejoining the battle. John rowing from that right side. Oftentimes their primary engage can either come from them or Sun Prod, but instead we're starting off with the pillars. That's not going to do too much other than slow him down for a moment. Talisman's already popped, which is Baron's cue to go on in with the life of the party. But who's going to be the first death at the function is the question. Speak No Evil in the back line. Decides to step back and watch as Scream goes down. Unstoppable for Sun Prod. As they now look for the tier 2. No, we're looking to go ivory hunting instead. But the Elephants able to dash back to safety just in time. Tier 2's Dunsky. The Bird is next.
But is it going to go down quickly? Pyro bombs out, pressing forward. John rowing, looking for an opportunity, and the Bird melts down quick. But what happens next?
Could be decent damage on top of the Odin. You're trying to get that big, fat, juicy shutdown, but the B just will not allow it. Globe are able to walk out with impunity, and they're not going to have any trouble doing so. It just seems like free for them. The way they're able to maneuver between these structures, they've generated so much objective pressure, and it's translating now into the fights. That's what we weren't able to see on the opposite side, where we had a lot of Globe winning fights, but Orange Kiss winning the macro, and that got translated as well. Now the shoes on the other foot. The Sunder is going to result in that Pyro Bomb being put back in the pocket. Globe can do no wrong.
Dude, 7-0-6. The bounty on Sunprod's head could pay my car note. That is a wild stat line to have. He has not died yet. Shout out to Spirit Robe. Shout out to Spectral Armor. And shout out to the new Brawler's Beatstick. Dude, I cannot believe that GLS are in the position they're in, especially based on what we've seen from Orange Kiss in not just today, but past weeks as well. Orange Kiss has been in the finals for both week 2 and week 3 of this July circuit. And the fact that they're here losing in the losers bracket, what happened? How far did we fall from grace to where, I mean, we're fighting, I don't want to say in the slums, but the losers bracket, the number 1 seed Orange Kiss with glorious legend Benny Q and support God inbound. Like, I cannot believe the upset that Globe's Last Supper is causing right here in game 3 of the set as we now fight for the Fire Giant. What's going to unfold?
John rowing is their primary target of aggression. Great stuns and a great knockup as well applied. Remove obstacle, and that one's name is John rowing. They're dead as already to start things off. Globe in the bushes, but has to just watch from afar as the swimming lessons begin for my friend the Baron. Can they get out to safety? No, can't do if your name screams. Speak No Evil, though, has the consigned spirits, gives them a burst, and allows them to run safely back out of the pit. That Ohm will not reach you. Instead, you might be the one getting silenced. But Chario's in hot pursuit. Speak No Evil's got to wrap it up. Another heal to boot. And that's just going to allow them to continue to move away as Globe sets the trap. An amazing backflip, but not enough damage to find the kills. Odin moves on in, but best be careful, buddy. You got a bounty on your head. Sunprod seems to realize it. They're going to have to step back and carry Speak No Evil's corpse with them.
Yeah, dude, I honestly don't think that it was worth for Sunprod to chase right there. I'm really glad that he backed off, because if he would have given up that bounty, that's the upset for Orange Kiss. They were already starting a potential upset by picking out John Rowing, by taking Speak No Evil off the map, who overstepped just a little bit. Now, if Sunprod would have died right there, that's Orange Kiss. They come back right here. I mean, even though they're down 3 Gold Furies, even though they haven't taken a Fire Giant away yet, that could be their opportunity to show, hey, we are still alive and maybe not well, but we're certainly breathing. But 26 minutes in, and it's not a massive kill difference, but the gold lead is huge. That's why I'm saying that shutdown on Sunprod, 8 kills up and no deaths to his name, could be an absolute game changer going forward. That needs to be Orange Kiss's number one priority. That is Mr. President. That is who they need to be taking down.
The national debt only exists because no one's killed Sunprod yet. The moment we kill Sunprod, man, will the economy soar. The thing is, you're absolutely right. Sunprod's got to go. John Rowing presents himself as a very alluring target, especially if you're going to be that unsafe standing in front of a Ganesh. I don't care if they can't silence you. There's other ways to silence you, buddy. It's by just putting you to sleep. The permanap, as you get those knockups and all that CC to follow. That Void Shield pays dividends if you play as a team, and Scream was with the rest being a team player. Right now, the team, though, looking for this FG once more. It's Globe inside the pit. Scream around that left side. Not going to be a long winding flank, so they will be able to call it out. Indeed, they changed their attentions, looking for the Pele. But can you burn her out, or do they have the hot hand instead? Globe finishes the job, but not before Kaiveka falls as well. Now it's Pyromancer in on the action, but the real fight going on inside the pit still. Speak no evil, speaks no more. BennyQ takes them down. A fantastic Barial keeps the rest of the team kicking, and John Rowing can do so no more. Globe in the air, down 6 feet under. BennyQ stopped down beneath. It's a divine for Sunprod, but I heard you got a bounty on your head, buddy. Dead or alive? Seems that it's going to be the latter for now. Sunprod's the sole survivor.
Bro, how did they kill everyone but the one guy they need to kill? What is going on in this game? But Cherry's not giving up here. Lash in hand. Cherry is pressed forward, waiting on the rest of Orange Kiss to capitalize on the situation. Great 3, but jumps over the wall. Sunprod is not giving up life yet. They might lose a tier 1 tower, but that's a pretty easy loss considering we're 30 minutes into the game. Ancient Fury and Fire Giant are both up. Where does Orange Kiss go from here?
Sunprod says, I'm just a kid, man. I got my whole life ahead of me. 9-0. I'm convinced of the same thing. Orange Kiss at 28 minutes do stand a bit behind, but they've started to shrink down the divot. Only 4K in this moment. And Globe, I feel like, no longer feel that they have the wind beneath their sails. They are no longer the ones controlling the pace. Orange Kiss are doing a pretty solid job splitting up these fights. And Scream, if they're going to go down, I'm at least taking one with me. We need to not trade out. That's why Orange Kiss around this FG, when they took down John Rowing for free, that's when things went all in their favor. Globe got to do the same thing, but they're once again focused around this FG. Let's see if it goes better this time around. It's life of the party to start things off. Could be danger there for the elephant. Caught beneath the cage. You can't remove these obstacles. Said your life's going to be removed off the chessboard. Speaking of on the left side is about poked out. Kaiveka as well has to make a hot dash back to safety. But it's, again, a free kill. It's exactly what Globe wanted.
But what unfolds from here, Kaveka's going to go back to base. He's going to heal up, and he's going to walk his way back to the Fire Giant. In the meantime, maybe GLS go for that Pyromancer. That'd probably be the smart move until that point. Sunprod's just going to walk around with spear in hand, ready to just chunk it at the face of whoever looks at him funny. This guy, what I love is that he's so aggressive, too. He's not just like, look at him. He's all by himself. Oh, not by himself.
Hey,
he got a little bit of reinforcement.
Oh, he's got a lot of reinforcements, actually. Forces a talisman off Yamoja. To use that selfishly is so good for Globe now. The rest of the team fight might spell better in their favor as long as John Rowing stays alive. Neath ult on top of BennyQ forces their beads as well. Dunk the jug on top, but you're going to go down nonetheless. Pull over, buddy. You're drunk. Cyclone takes them out. And now it's an even trade. In fact, it's going to be a 5v4 once Cherio arrives, but Scream's already dead. The Bari ult will find no one to save, and FG still leaves Globe looking to take it once more. On the front line stands the team mascot, Globe trying to ensure their safety, but has to backflip back amidst the flames. Stepping up is the Emoji trying to extinguish them alongside the resistance. The bouncing bubble won't be enough, but the pillars drop too. Globe grabs the FG for the rest of the boys, and now they're the ones eating supper tonight. Inbounds the first course. But Speak No Evil might be put on a platter themselves. Dagger in hand for Orange Kiss, picked up by Cyclone. Globe have got to turn back home.
Okay, they take a dagger out of it, which is fine because Orange Kiss are trying to just pick away at these fights and see who they can take down, see who they can win a little bit of gold from, and that's more than okay. Walking away with a dagger in order to win in their next fight, that could definitely be an upset. Sunprod looking for a pick as Cyclone's a little bit far out, but going to force the beads away, which is good. That's honestly a huge resource that I would want gone from Cyclone by the next time we walk over to this Ancient Fury, which is right now very, very soon. Speaking of Evil's already showing face, probably going to be warding up and getting ready for what could be the final fight of the game should it go GLS's way.
Very smart to take the beads off the Cyclone, because now if you're able to CC chain them to the point where they never get that threshold of 500 health before they're already dead, hey, pick up a nice little dagger for yourself instead. Ancient Fury is what's on the menu right now. Globe's Last Supper starting to eat real good. 31 minutes in, 24-20 in their favor, and with this Gold Fury in pocket, it's going to be about a 7k lead. Yuck, disgusting. Now what do they leverage that into? Two birds on the left and mid side are weakened.
I am, D'Lo, it feels like this game has been going on for a year. We've been here for 30 minutes, but the intensity is so high. Every second feels like an hour. How this game is going, it is wild. We're not even in the finals yet, D'Lo. This is game 3 of the losers bracket. This is to determine who's going to go to the finals. And the amount of pressure that is on the field right now, the tension is in the air. You can cut it with a saw blade. It is awesome to see how both teams are unfolding, but this game might be coming close to an end. Ancient Fury has been taken down. Globe's Last Supper are done playing with their food. They're ready to prey on it. And Orange Kiss getting ready for what could be their last defense.
Scream and Sunprod interlocked in their own little 1v1 on the right side, playing their own game of duel, I suppose, which means the jungles will not be here. This is a deforested fight. Mid lane, Bacchus begins the split. Speaking of Evil, gets the good root, finds the silence on top, that's some decent damage, pulls them back in for a bit more, but the Barrial not gonna allow anyone to die. Instead, Globe, you're the one going to the grayscale, buddy. Speak no evil, gets absolutely eradicated by Cherio. Kaiveka, the sole survivor on the front lines, will be falling, but Sunprod wins their 1v1, 11-0, but the rest of your team is dead.
Wait, but Bacchus got mid-bird. A little bit of pressure taken off of GLS. He might be going for another one instead, but he's going to back things up because here comes Yamoja. Definitely don't want to go up against that inbound. We'll have you out of position before you can even blink. Sunprod is still alive, and he has 11 kills, 9 assists, and no deaths. If you put the kills and assists together, he has more kill participation than he does years on this earth. This guy is an animal.
Yuck. Remove obstacles, gets you out of the ring of spears, but Sunprod seems like wants to add to that numbers ledger. Not going to be a gifted such without at least a big fight, because the two carries are around. Bari and Uller, awfully scary. Sunprod agrees, going to try to hippity-hop back on home in time for supper.
Well, supper is surely coming soon. Globe's Last Supper, to be exact. He might be feasting very well with his team should they be winning the finals. And they're getting closer and closer to that end game point. Tier 2 tower taken down in solo by John Rowing. And now there are two birds in the way of that delicious Titan that Globe is surely looking to feast on very, very soon. Goodbye,
you see all the red dots just converging on him. It's just tragic. It's just a swarm of flies. But maybe we can make darkness into light as they look to try to take down Betty Q beforehand. It was a great knee ult. Wasn't enough damage, though, quite just yet. Globe's Last Supper, shake it off. No time for grief here. The grand finals, or rather the losers finals. We want to move on to that stage. Instead, we're going to direct our attentions to that Pyromancer. Easily grabbed by Globe.
Giving up a kill for a Pyromancer, I'm cool with it. Any day of the week, I'm cool. What is a little worrisome for both teams, really, is the fact that Fire Giant and Ancient Fury are coming up at just about the exact same time. Very little difference. Fire Giant does come up first by a tiny bit, and it seems like that's where Orange Kiss want to put their focus onto. They want to make sure they win these fights because we're at that 35-minute phase, D'Lo, where one deicide can win you a game. So winning these team fights is just a little bit more important than running down the structure. So a lot of focus being put onto that Fire Giant. What happens from here? Who is going to be engaging? Sunprod does have the Odin Cage online. Everyone has ultimates online except for John Rowing, but he'll be here in just a moment, just now respawning and heading out of the base. A lot of pressure being put around this Fire Giant, but Orange Kiss can't stay here long. Mid-bird's down, Flame Waves are going down middle lane and potentially reaching that Titan should no one interrupt those big old waves. Meanwhile, Globe's Last Supper have nothing to do but a little bit extra gold, maybe pay for a 3K pod or a ward here and there. They don't have a whole lot of worry. Meanwhile, Orange Kiss are sitting there thinking like, dude, this is bad news, bro. Like, we need to pull something out quick.
Might be needing to pull a kill out of your magic hat, and Scream would be the one to do it. Cherries oftentimes led the engage by finding a good remove obstacles on a target that's straight out too far to position, but Globe position around this pit instead. It is John rowing in the mid lane, might get caught pincered between Cyclone and Scream if they stick around for too long. And the numbers advantage isn't even being leveraged by Globe because they're not looking for the objective, they're looking for the fight. John rowing already dropped down to about half, but is going to be able to disengage successfully. The question is, what do you do from here on out? Because Orange Kiss are now the ones controlling the pit. Steps back up, has that amazing suck back from Speak, but now they're in a bit of trouble themselves. Almost blocked in by the Riptide. The pillars dropped as well, but Globe are doing a great job zigging and zagging around all of these different hazards around the map. They are poked out, but they also have a lot more ult economy in pocket, and Orange Kiss recognize that. They're going to step back as well and wait for Globe to make the first move.
I haven't heard that one in a long time. Ultimate economy. The ultimate economy. How much worth does that ultimate have, and how much does it mean when you take one away? Sunprod finds the cage. Is he going to be taking out Cyclone Spin?
It doesn't matter if you got a Barial. I got a spear with your name on it, buddy. I'm trying to get up to 20 kills unopposed. 12-0-9 is Sunprod. Can anyone kill this absolute juggernaut? We'll find out shortly as they step up to FG once more. Without that Bari ultimate, Orange Kiss stand to lose a hell of a lot more. There's no get out of jail free cards. There's no second chances. We're in game 3 of Losers Finals, baby. You might want to kiss your bracket run goodbye if you lose this fight. They're still trying to engage on it, looking for the Ganesha, forces their beads in to rush back to safety. Still leaves John rowing, looks for their entrance, finds the double flop, gets them all a bit turned, but can't turn them right back into mutton chops just yet. Instead, it's Kaiveka who grabs Scream to start things off. Speak No Evil will go down in the grave. Scream always making sure to take one with them, but the Death Ult on top can try to grab inbound alongside it. The Moonstrike won't save you. Instead, you see the sun set on their life. Inbound will fall. Sunprod still strays forward, looking to kill this gosh darn elephant, but it might be your head who's getting put on the spike. No! I will never die! I'm godlike, god damn it!
Oh my God, Sunprod is a different beast. He's a different animal. I thought for sure that 12 kill streak was going to end there, but there he goes yet again doing what Sunprod does best, and that's top fragging in every game he gets in. This kid is a nightmare that Orange Kiss cannot wake up from.
It is terrifying when a 16-year-old is running your lobbies like this, and now Globe can finally, with 3 members off Orange Kiss, look to take down this FG, and then they have grander aspirations. This is an awfully ambitious player, and they're looking to lead the rest of the crew into the throne room. Plenty of birds still up. The mid has respawned, but with FG around 4 members, a dagger firmly in the pocket of Kaiveka, it's looking to be a grim prospect for Orange Kiss.
Grim is the nice way to say this. Dude, they are just stockpiling resources to use against Orange Kiss. They're kind of just wondering, like, we're 40 minutes in. Why is this game not over? They've taken like 5 fire giants. They've gotten daggers out the butt. Kaveka's holding one right now. Ancient Fury is surely to be taken down next, which means that those birds that are up on left and right side aren't going to do anything, especially when John Rowing is as tanky as he is. Sunprod has half of the items in his kit with protection, so he's going to be tanky as well. Spirit Robe is just OP. Even Speak No Evil, who's healing his butt off and healing his friends as well. So much utility on the side of Globe's Last Supper. Ancient Fury goes uncontested, goes the way of Globe's Last Supper, and now there's nothing left to do for them but to push.
They might have another meal lined up for this. I think they got plenty of dinner dates with Destiny as they now march 5-man strong down this left lane. Both birds weakened by the Ancient Fury's curse. A Pyro Bomb, 2 in fact, in pocket, and Holy Purpose writ upon their face. Sunprod lurks in the bushes waiting for their next victim.
Waiting for an in. Who is going to start it? Speak No Evil looking for a potential life of the party to try and find a pull, but who is our target? Doesn't hit a root, but it's still waiting around the corners. Dharmic Pillar's out.
No, Kaiveka! uses the dagger before they lose it. No, is picked up instead by inbound. Things have already turned awfully awry, and Sunprod doesn't know whether to turn back in or cash in on their own bounty's head. Sunprod's got to go over the wall, try to escape, but they're not going to let you live this time around. A wind sprite to try to escape, but they're all in chase. Sunprod finds himself surrounded by enemies, removing obstacles is the attempt from the Ganesh, but they're going to go back in for more. If I'm dying, someone's coming with me, but it won't happen. Cherio, turn of fortune and a turn of the balance of this game. Sunprod's tasted death, but John Rowing has grabbed the left Phoenix.
There's no way they defend this, so I think that John Rowing's going for a base race, but I don't think he beats 5 members of Orange Kiss. I've seen crazier things. Scream backs up because he's scared. That still leaves 4 from Orange Kiss in the middle. Wait a minute, John Rowing!
John Rowing going for the base race. It's 2 members up against 4, but it seems that Globe's Last Supper are gonna be eaten for a bit more. They step up, they take him down. They're moving on to grand finals.
Holy crap!
John Rowing, bro. Someone give this man a DUI. He's crazy. He's off the rails. Did you see that? What a play. We've seen it already once before. He took down the Split Push Phoenix after the fight goes awry. Says, all right, y'all want to go try to take my base? Good freaking luck.
Oh, man, I told you the tension is high, and just when they thought they had it locked in, there was an opportunity right in front of them. Orange Kiss were about to walk it down and enjoy their sweet taste of victory, but it was taken right out of their hand by John Rowing. Scream had one opportunity to take it away, to try and defend that Titan, and John Rowing shut it down quick. Oh my God, that was probably the most intense game of Smite I've seen in a hot ass minute.
In a while, dog. Holy crap, dude! I need to call my general doctor, get my heart rate checked, get the blood pressure good. Y'all do the same. We'll be right back for a recap of that absolutely insane barn burner right after the break.
To go stupid. Hey.
Hey, we are back here on Smite Prime. What an ending to the lower bracket grand finals, but that leads us to the grand finals. All the money's on the line, all the diamonds are on the line. I'm Malum, and I've got D-Lo with me, who's still recovering from the end of that previous game. We're going to handle game one for you, then we're going to throw it over to Morty and Musi to finish off these grand finals. So, well, let's just hope we have as chaotic of a game as you just had, D-Lo. No breath for you, no breathing.
Well, don't worry, Anthony. I also have a special guest with us. I've brought Scream here. It's Scream. Scream here on the scene from Orange Kiss, ready to give their take on what just happened
I
here.
love that we cut the camera away from you. Let's
suck.
go, production.
I hate you. Let me do my bits. Don't worry. I got props for days, baby. And holy crap, did Globe have plays for days. Sun Prod sunned the competition. You are everyone's father now. Happy Father's Day, but also you got to go to take your child to work day because that kid went to work. Let me tell you, take your child to work day, it's every day for this monster of a player. And the moment they die, you think that's going to shift the balance? No, because John Rowing is there to helm the ship and keep things on the straight and narrow. Solos Scream, solos the Titan, Sanguine Lash, Sanguine Lash, Sanguine Lash.
You sold me. I don't I don't know if I need more. But that was the kind of game that I think we've been expecting from Sunprod and kind of waiting for in these moments, is for Sunprod to step up in one of these games against the players that, if you go back all the way to the beginning of Smite 2, that Sunprod's been trying to get a leg up on, in particular, I think of Scream, but this ending was just insane. Getting the kill there was wild to me. Every active is popped, by the way, except for beads. John Rowing got through that with purification beads, but everything else, like the Pridwin, did numbers there in that moment. There's so much to kind of break through about it. But let's start and go simple. Let's look at our bracket and take a look at how we got to the point we're at right now.
Through blood, sweat, and tears is the response. Globe's Last Supper, 5 seed, and you know, again, I want to really implore the audience to keep in mind, people back in Founders series called Globe Food Drive for Globe the underdogs, and everyone was like, man, it's crazy that they're stepping up to the big names like this. How many times do we have to see Globe and anyone that they're playing with, Sunprod, all these folks that made their name when Smite 2 was released, how many times do we have to see them take down titans of the industry before we start to say that they are also contenders for the trophy, contenders for the prize pool, contenders for that MVP trophy that Jithin's lovingly crafted by hand?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? We've seen plenty of MVPs come and go today. Speaking of that, you know, that's when we just said goodbye to, realistically speaking, but the MVP trophy, right? Let's talk about that a little bit more.
Beautiful.
Give Jithins some flowers for putting it together and creating it. But the MVP from these grand finals will be getting this physically. They get the hammer. They get the whole everything with it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, I think that's a light there in the middle too that makes the whole thing glow. The whole thing is so sick and well done. Just adding that little bit of extra touch of excellence for what's been such a great run so far from Smite Prime, with more to come, and we'll have more on that later. But, D-Lo, let's talk about what's actually on the line now, right? On top of the MVP trophy, you have the cash prizing, the diamond prizing. I mean, $7,000 and 125,000 diamonds is no laughing matter. It's nothing simple, right? I mean, look at Thor's face. Even he knows.
Got the shades on and everything because it's just so bright. The prizing, it's so beautiful. I can't look directly at it, just like your solar eclipse. But I think we're starting to see as well with this series, this to me is like the passing of the torch series. We've already conquered some of the best players that have ever set foot on a Smite stage, right? They've experienced the high pressures of LAN, and nonetheless, you were still able to conquer them. But we are trying to get the proof in the pudding now that Globe deserves to have their team cemented as Smite 2 greats. No longer can people say, oh, I didn't realize they had game. You knew. You knew damn well enough when Sunprod went 19 and freaking 0 or something.
Well, that's kind of been with different players coming and going, that's been Globe's arc, right? If you want to
Yes.
kind of individually point out Globe, that's been the situation there. Go back to the Vegas stage. They came to Vegas, and while they didn't have the greatest showing in terms of where they finished, if you were to go back through those VODs and look at how they actually played throughout the day, Food Drive for Globe at the time, including Happen, Valo, Tegvir, Karmic, and Globe, the way that they played was they had their own strategies. They didn't waver in their strategies. They didn't try to be something they weren't. They came in with their own strategy. And teams, and I know this to be a fact, by the way, some of the teams with more experience that you wouldn't even believe if I told you were looking at Food Drive for Globe in scrims and trying to figure out what their picks were, because they wanted to use them as a baseline for planning out through Vegas, including teams that made it to the finals, not for nothing. So they've always been on the precipice of being that kind of team, and the players, when you break them apart individually, we saw all those moments from Globe at times, but they've always come a little bit short. Sometimes it's been inexperience, sometimes it's been the farm game. I feel like that's probably been their biggest Achilles heel over time, has been their farm game.
Yes.
But so far today, it feels like they're figuring out everything as they're going through, and they're taking advantages of things when it presents themselves. And that's been another small thing. When the team with experience makes the mistake, you capitalize, and that's the thing that they're doing today. Let's get into picks and bans. Let's start our grand finals process by going through the P's and B's, seeing what goes, what gets grabbed to start us off. And man, it feels like forever since we saw the clocked in names. But you know, it's funny, we were talking about Globe, right? We're set up perfectly because on the other side of the aisle from Globe is Karmic, Tegvir, Happen. So there's bad blood, there's good blood, there's this matchup has everything.
You know what's so great about the position that Globe and their squad is in is that everyone feels great. John Rowling just had the backdoor of a century. Globe played that beautifully as well, giving the last little mwah, the little chef's kiss to give that nice life weaver that put down Scream at the very end while they're on the threshold of their fountain. Sunprod went freaking ballistic. Speak no evil, as Mort was pointing out very rightfully, had some amazing damage, and Kaiveka was doing great as well with their in-hands, as well as fantastic stuns off Flame Waves and Rain of Fires the entire time. Clocked in? Are they clocked in? They've been clocked out for a long time. Now they're getting paid overtime. Hopefully it's time and a half, because they need to make sure they're investing everything now. There's not going to be much left. There's not going to be many games left. It's only a best of 3 remaining, and then it's curtain. So hopefully Clocked In have warmed up their fingers sufficiently while they waited for the loser's bracket to take place, because now we're back in the race. Ares ban to start things off.
If you haven't watched Smite 2 competitive and you just started right this second, we'll say, like you just tuned on Smite game for the first time seeing Smite 2 competitive, you're probably very confused looking at the players and you're not recognizing any of the names except for Paul. That's what's so crazy about this. But on the flip side of it, if you're somebody who has watched all the competitive of Smite 2 so far, starting in Founder Series, working all the way up through the Smite Prime, then you're just kind of sitting there like, see, I told you this was going to happen eventually. I've been waiting for this day. But the reason I bring that up, D-Lo, is as we're finishing out our 6 bands, getting into the first picks, Paul, his name and his presence in this game, I think carries so much extra weight, because the amount of experience differential between Paul and everybody else is ridiculous. And I know this isn't a LAN, I know the stakes aren't quite the most insane ever, but there's still a lot of money on the line. I really want to see Clocked In lean on Paul in this game and try to set him up for success, because that's also worked for them throughout Smite Prime already, D-Lo.
Well, Anthony, if that's what you want, I think there's one thing you should wish for. One thing that I wish for.
Okay.
Power, wealth, immortality. Globe only have 1 band left. Damn it! I'm so mad right now. All right, fine. Screw you guys. Yeah, that works.
Odin locked in first overall, so you're giving it to Karmic, I would assume. Tegvir isn't really the type to play those kind of big, bulky junglers, but you're taking it away from Sunprod, which we just learned you kind of have to do.
I'm not mad at that, I guess. I am still kind of mad at those. Shock's pretty good. pretty happy
Who'd you
about
just?
that as
Oh,
well.
are you looking at Chalk? I was like, who are you talking to now?
The demons in my head, baby. No,
Like,
the Shock's on the map.
you're
I'm
just
just
like,
having a,
"Hey,
having a
guys."
little short conversation with my guy. I'm pointing at him. He's right there. Dang it, there. It's really hard. There he is. He's there.
Yeah, I
Shock,
get it now, I
first
get it
pick
now.
for Globe, and that makes sense. They've been doing a great job on the pick. Globe might even play in the mid. Nah, probably going to be this Neath that got locked in. I love the rotation ability of it. I love the global presence it gives. Makes sense for a team
Global
name with Globe in
presence?
it. Bingo. And you also have a way to escape out the cage without forcing yourself to use those shells, which I still would like to see them buy. What else could you get? That Ganesha, it's been pretty typical, but now it's Clocked In's turn, and maybe they'll snipe it right back to ensure Globe can't take it up.
Aphrodite, Hovered, great way to combine with the Odin because you lose out on the fear of having the cage combination, right? That's the biggest thing in this instance. Usually Odin's a pretty good counter. Still being hovered though, so we can't fully put all the marbles on it quite yet. ADC's been a pretty interesting matchup today as well, D'Lo, throughout the day. I feel like we've seen it be pretty consistent, but every now and again there's a new one that steps up. It's kind of been, I think my favorites have been Kali and Princess Bari, which feels like an easy couple of favorites. But I do think On Her was kind of worth just keeping in the back of our brains considering the Kali's banned.
I agree that On Her is really solid. I like Bari personally for Clocked In. I like a
Ooh.
Merlin pick as well. Back on Paul, played it beautifully, 9-0. You want to talk about Deathless? This guy never saw the gray screen in the game that got them here. Aphrodite locked in alongside it. If you put a Bari next to that, dude, it's kind of insane because you have two massive get-out-of-jail-free cards. Susano's going to be what Globe instead decided to opt for, not wanting to let Tegvir have that, and they take away the Bari. That's really smart because you don't allow them two ways to just escape death.
Okay, not the ADC I was expecting to see on the other side of
neither.
Princess Bari. Well, I've seen it a couple of times. I feel like he's probably in a sneaky spot because there's one thing that's been consistent. We haven't seen CERN touched in a while, so that could be strong.
Yes.
Now, Dilo, you cast Nemesis already today. You've already seen what she
Yes.
has to offer. If I'm not mistaken, you were calling for the aspect to be grabbed, however. That was the biggest kind of issue you had with it.
Yes.
How are you feeling about it in this comp?
Well, I honestly didn't mind the aspect so much as Hoonbot's not using aspect. And honestly, in this comp, I'm not super upset about it because whatever you do, you kind of are in a good spot to get those resets off. You can take advantage of a shock that if it does indeed not go that aspect of fulmination, it's going to have a lot of sustain. Neath as well. Baron Samity for sure. Especially if this Baron is likely going support, so it's giving heals to the entire team. More heals for the Baron and for the entire rest of the gang would mean more heals for Nem to use their ultimate off of it and balance the scales. But if you're just trying to wipe someone off the map, you just use your regular Nem ult, shred those protections. That's also solid.
Well, chips are on the table. We're ready to do this. Let's get it started. Let's head on to the battleground and start off the grand finals. Game number 1 between Clocked In and Globe's Last Supper. It's Malum, D'Lo, Rosie, Tess. The whole team is hanging, waiting. It's D'Lo and I's last hurrah today. We get to start off these grand finals right.
Huzzah.
Sunprod is rocking the Susano. That's always a guaranteed fun combination. One of Sunprod's signature picks in Smite 2 in particular. Tegvir with the Nemesis, a combination I've never seen. I've seen Tegvir play a lot of different characters, but I've never seen him on the Nem. You got 2 Sunders on the board, and a lot of Aegis and Shell, which is pretty interesting.
Makes perfect sense. That Odin's going to be scary. Doesn't have any other player-made walls alongside it because Globe wisely banned away that Kabrak and recognized we don't want to let them have a double wall comp. The cost of that is you let this Odin through. However, unlike Sunprod, it's going to be an Odin in the solo lane, which again means that that contribution with that cage, you're not going to be feeling that for a while. So all Globe have to do is just win the laning phase. And Sunprod, with the way that they distribute so much damage and chaos across the map, I'm convinced they've got a good chance at doing so. Paul, however, a little scuffle over here against Globe, but gonna get the better hand of it.
Paul and Merlin has to be one of the scariest combinations that you could lane against in Smite. I mean, anytime you're against a player who has a skin based on them from their character.
Oh, God.
Thank goodness for that shell, huh, Globe? Paul kind of pushes him out already. It seemed like Globe was trying to play off the autos deal, but Paul was just hitting harder.
This happened actually the last game too. Globe almost got first blooded by Benny Q, but then again, I'll say it, Baron's Brew is a hell of a drug. You can maybe call Globe an addict, but there's not going to be an intervention just yet, because what we really care about is the fact that they're just not dead. Dual lane interesting here. Sir Nunos and the Aphrodite. And last time I saw an Aphrodite, I said one thing, and I'll say it again as well. If this Afro hits level 5, it's significantly more annoying to kill. Me personally would love to see Sunprod make a rotation here early and try to put her down to the dirt before she gets the mojo going.
One thing that earlier I had to peek in on Bobby's stream after seeing how that Thor game went, and I heard him talking about the Aphrodite that he was landing against. He was saying since the healing from I forget what he called it, but he used a different term for the 3, but the healing from the birds is so much less in lane now. It's way easier to kind of play around it. It almost disrespected in lane, and I noticed that him and Cyclone were trying harder to play around the health potions versus the actual sustain of Aphrodite. But now you're combining that with Hydrogen on the CERN and that built-in lifesteal, which I feel like adds another layer.
Yeah, the Spring Form is going to indeed allow Hydrogen to sustain through all of these fights. Okay, how many Barons Brews you bring to the table? We got a BYOB. Bring your own sustain, but with a B. Nonetheless, it's going to be annoying to take them down for a bit. You've got to improvise sometimes. The mid lane seems to be where both teams are focusing their attentions instead, unless you're this friend the Nem. Gonna look for the blue buff, and potentially right after, could look for John Rowing. Wouldn't be bad to put a stutter in their step given how well they did last game.
Notably, the Odin's already turned the other way. Tegvir might be kind of caught. The pre-beads not going to matter because there's no pull yet. There's the
Goodbye.
pull. Tegvir, good as dead. First blood to Sunprod.
This is actually also what I forgot to mention at the very beginning at the PSBs when you asked me about this NEM. Why I don't mind it either way is because I think, aspect or not, it does have a significant amount of counters. If you're a Globe fan, you're feeling happy about that NEM because there's a lot of hard CC to take off that shell, to take off that shield. One of those being Wind Siphon, baby. It puts you out of position and it makes you dead. We saw it right there. Great work by Sunprod. They're on their way to another 10-kill streak.
Something that I kind of was thinking about too, which I feel like is relevant for this, is we've been talking so much today about the sort of rise of Globe's Last Supper and how it almost feels like they're a bit due in this instance. And before, Sunprod had to rise up to the challenge, defeat Scream. Scream has been a constant thorn in the side of Sunprod on his rise and his gaining of experience. Tegvir is somebody that Sunprod's been playing against for a long time in amateur leagues. Tegvir is also very prominent in the amateur scene, going back a long way. The gank, the kill already happens no more. Sunprod so far is getting the better of the jungle matchup, but that's something that I think throughout this best of 3, we have to also keep that in the back of our minds, is how does Tegvir and Sunprod evolve as the game goes on?
Well, you see what level that Afro was when she died, Anthony? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't 5. What amazing play by Sunprod. Great awareness that keeps Hydrogen in the dirt as well. You get a purple invade to boot. You're feeling good. You're leveraging pressure on the duo side where you want it to be. Once that Gold Fury spawns, we could see ourselves getting that objective for Globe. Hydrogen's got only one thing in mind, is that purple buff. But now turning back to damage. Sunprod's back in action.
The stream. The Siphon. Can you get him yet? Typhoon. Hydrogen's knocked up, but he's still alive. Sunprod low. Another Siphon to bring Happen back. The body blocks! You're not stepping anywhere, Happen. We'll see you later, Happen. Oh my goodness. You're not getting past that, dude. Speak No Evil's got the biggest stumper in Smite 2.
Holy, we got damage still on the right side, too. Stormcall going to provide quite a bit, but John Rowing is maybe in a bit of a spot of bother. The Torrent, though, might change things. We're here to rain on your parade. Tegvir double dashes forward, but do they meet their end? No slice and dice. Now Globe's got the thickums. They're body blocking everywhere. My God, Sunprod's here just to provide a bit of moral support. No matter where they are on the map, Globe can do no wrong. Karmic, no mana, no friends, barely any life. The Spirit are off the mark, but the Storm Catan Jetstream, a different story. 4-0. Hello, Sunprod.
There's not a Ymir. There's not a Kepri. Imagine getting body blocked by Ozempic Samdi. I would lose my mind, dude.
Oh, no. Dude, can we talk? You want to know what level that Afro was when that happened, Anthony? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't 5. It wasn't 5, Anthony. It was 4. She's 5 now, finally. Thank God. You can, like, wipe the sweat off your brow because I know that you were perspirating significantly. But that is exactly what they needed to do. Holy crap, how much pressure just got leveraged across the map. 5 minutes in and a kill for each one.
One day as analyst, and I'm thinking you're starting to like it. Gold Fury up.
Just a little.
Globe's Last Supper aware, clocked in, clocking out, and stepping away. No interest in contesting the Gold Fury right now.
Yeah, like you had no business being there. What are you doing, Tegvir? Tegvir looked at the kill board and was like, "Oh, we're 5-0. Oh, wait, that's them. Ah, darn it."
Life at the party. Hydrogen pulled back. The birds are there too, but the damage is too much. Kveika's got him. And now the damage on the Happen. Is that going to be a kill? The Typhoon's already hit, but he hit level 5.
Bingo.
It is A-okay.
Told you. I told you. I'm like the crazy man with the banjo. I'm like, I told you. This got hit level 5. But
I told y'all, you just ain't seen him hit level 5.
They didn't believe me. I swear to God. But now we're seeing a goal. What do you mean by that? What exactly do you mean by that? Globe mean business here around the Fury at the very least. Happen's gonna stand up.
Sunder early Sunprod gets it. Happen gets pulled in. Not stealing it this time, Happen.
That's unfortunate. They hit level 5, but they didn't have any business being up that far. It was a good attempt at the Sunder, but I think, dude, I'm not going to lie. Mental's low-key might be shot. This is a tailspin from Clocked In, and they got to make good on the name. You got to just reset, take 3 deep breaths, and be like, all right, this is going a bit crazy. We can still regain, recoup, come back in the lane.
Plus, when you look across the board, I mean, the early game of Globe's Last Supper does feel so much better than Clocked In, especially considering how the game started in the jungle, right? Sasano versus Nemesis, but the Sasano has 5 kills? That is not an easy matchup to play into if you're Tegvir.
No, by no means. It's so rough, dude. Holy crap. Not only is the matchup just, in my opinion, already a bit of a rough start, but then you got this freaking monstrous 16-year-old breathing down your neck, 5-0. It is credited to Tegvir that he's still somehow staying level. But that's because, again, Sunprod spreads the love. They're not selfish. They're not single-minded. Hydrogen's got one mind to get the hell out of this fight.
Pole! Got him!
No way.
Kveika with the credit. Happen. The last one standing, and he does not have ultimate. One more auto. Got him. Shot to the head. Double kill to Kveika.
Dear God, this duo lane is going freaking insane, man. Speak no evil. I don't know what they put in those Barons brew, but I think we need to see a test afterwards. Everyone get out the cups because this is performance enhancing for sure. Naga going to go down uncontested. Globe just across the map are firing on every cylinder.
You know, that is what they call Kveika, the Barry Bonds of the duo lane.
Ah, I heard that before. It's true.
Yeah.
Good for him. Doing great.
Sunprod's the Mark McGuire.
There's a lot of top athleticism here,
I was
to
gonna
be
say,
sure.
we're out of household names.
I'll try to think of more as we watch our friends just farm up a bit more. Globe, at this point, are running with it. The only thing that Clocked In can do is bide their time and wait. And they don't have the worst comp in the world for that. They don't have the best comp in the world for that either. Susano can lead to such a massive snowball. Happen, what are you doing there?
Well, actually, it's a pretty good push from Happen, but just not tanky enough to survive through. Stepping in front of Globe to get the push back towards Paul. It was really clever, but the problem is, D'Lo, Happen's level 6. So
yeah.
Ultimately, you're right. What are you doing in the sense of you can't play like that? That's why I caught out backflip. Speak no evil, can't get the root, but he can get the lasers. Happen goes down. And you've got Tegvir here. Sunprod forced away. Actually got pretty low while it was going down. And, you know, D'Lo, to call back to something you and I talked about early on in this day, I think I brought it up with Mort too. Happen on passive supports has just never been my favorite thing. And I'm not sure what causes it, but the difference in playstyle always seems to affect Happen's early game to a level that always seems to put his teams on kind of a clawback.
It's the opposite of what Mort was talking about with Inbound, where you want to see him playing back. We're seeing the doldrums of the opposite effect, where you want to be up a bit forward, but you don't have the levels or the God kit necessary to actually make good on that battle strategy. 10 kills, 10 minutes. Are we going for a record here?
Feels like it. 10.5, and Gold's looking real good to be Globe's Last Supper, but I will point something out, D'Lo. While Gold, this does not look like the earlier games where we saw Screen and Sunprod matchup, it's still just a level difference. It could be significantly worse.
Correct. That's the thing, though. Sunprod just loves to dole that out to the rest of the team. That's what happened against Scream as well. But Scream was slowly being bled dry. Now Happen is, too.
The pullback happened. Real stuck, real dead. Sunprod gets his 6th. Can you make it 7-2 with the Typhoon for the knockup? The Paul's tough to kill. Nemesis is here, but what can Nem do in this instance, Dio? I think that's the problem we're starting to see with the Nemesis. Meanwhile, Globe's Last Supper, they're pulling the Gold Fury, and I see no answer looming.
11 kills, 11 minutes. Keep it up, guys. You're doing great. Second Gold Fury on top. Globe's Last Supper. I don't know why they're being called that. There's all these like charity names, right? Globe's Last Supper. I feel so bad for them. Oh, Globe's food drive for Globe. Bro, y'all are rich. You're fine. You're the 1% right now. Why are you so selfish?
I was going to say, don't forget, they didn't get their steak at Vegas. Globe did not get a steak at Vegas
true.
with the rest of Food Drive for Globe.
That's what we're fighting for here. They don't even care about the gem prizing. They don't care about the diamonds. They don't mind the cash unless you can pay for a nice Fogo de Chao meal.
Do you think if Globe's Last Supper wins, Globe takes his prize winnings and goes to a Brazilian steakhouse and then texts Happen a photo?
Oh, surely. I don't think Happen's going to be rolling over to look at their phone for at least a week if they can't get out of this doldrum. 0-6, man. It's like, it's rough. It is rough, all right? I really sympathize with it because sometimes as a support, you get in trouble. The Globe's going to pull this Pyromancer. Bro, it's all you can eat right here. They already are at the steakhouse. It's just what they're doing in this game. CC's Pizza, and that's just a slice of macaroni and cheese pizza. Pyro going to go down their way, and they're just going to continue to have all of this jungle farm available.
All right, let's everybody breathe. First of all, it's 12.5 minutes, and there is no 12th kill, so that's a little upsetting.
Thank God. You're right. I order a refund.
Did I speak? Hang on. I like to think I've outgrown caster curses, but I saw them stepping up in the mid lane, and I got concerned. But 20 seconds left, surely they'll be okay. The gold is, I would still not call it out of control for 13 minutes. The kills definitely are out of control, but what I think is the most concerning when I look down at the bottom of the screen, a Queen Naga, that's great and all, but look at the item differential, D'Lo.
We are starving. Clocked in, get that Naga, a bit of extra gold to try to stem that bleeding, but we are in a heavy flow. Left side, Baron and Susano step up amidst the jungle, or Cernuno's trying to hold on to that T1 for their life.
Maybe can't do it, already the dash away. Tegvir's here, but the tier 1 will fall, so Globe's Last Supper just continuing to put that pressure on.
Means that Fury is going to be easier to pick down because if you try to disengage, where are you going to disengage to? Mid tower is your closest refuge. Tegvir, though, is trying to make a statement around this purple buff.
Pull in, life of the party as well. He saw the beads come out from the Nem, but he gets caught. Tegvir gets dropped. Speak no evil with the credit. Now after the fact, they're going to find Happen too. Sunprod's unstoppable and not stopping anytime soon. Globe pops hydrogen, and Globe's Last Supper step up to the tier 2. They're trying to turn Clocked in a food drive for the famished.
This is a drive-through, buddy. We said we don't got time for a sit-down dinner. Let's just go to Mickey D's instead. Give me the nugs. We are done here. T2 gonna go down. A bird at 15 minutes. That's a bit too ambitious for my liking. A bit too rich for my blood. And Globe certainly got a big net worth. They're gonna back to base and spend that well-earned gold.
Let's go back to picks and bans really quick. Because one thing I did say, to reference myself, is Clocked in's got to rely on Paul. And when you look at these disastrous slash lines, what's one thing that jumps out at you? Paul's just having a fine game in mid.
Yes.
Just minding his business.
Bro, he is oblivious. He doesn't even realize the team's losing right now. Look at his mid tier
blinders
1.
Are on.
It's pristine. It's pristine. His mid tier 1 is like barely got any scratches in it. He's just like cleaning it with like, Lysol kitchen wipes every day. He's like, this is my little safe space. And it is safe. It's safe for now, but there's members waiting the wings to tell you otherwise.
Happens in trouble, gets pulled back, and is already good as dead, but...
Bye!
Oh, later! Oh, man, I didn't know that the Typhoon had heat-seeking technology, but anything's possible when your name is Sun Prodigy.
8-0. 8-0. 15 kills, 15 minutes. They're back, baby. We're back in action. Oh, God. Tegvir is looking for a bit more. This is just destructive, but hold on. Maybe a kill?
Maybe, indeed.
Finally.
The slice and dice will bring Globe down. Gold Fury goes to Globe's Last Supper, their third one of the game, before we even get to 16 minutes. Fire Giant is up and available, same thing with Pyromancer, and Globe's Last Supper are pulling the Pyro, seemingly daring Clocked in to take a step up, to consider it. You've got Karmic leading the way. Pyro down below half health. Karmic can't get in with Paul. Now Paul's the focus of the Chalk. The Storm Call onto Paul, uses the Aegis. Pyromancer will go down. It goes to
Globe.
Globe's Last Supper. Kaveka able to get the Pyro.
Not too shabby. You trade out Globe, your team mascot. It's the first kill for Clocked In, but is that a kill that reverses the flow? I'm not convinced, because Globe shortly stamped out those Embers of Revolt by grabbing that objective and now grabbing that tier 1. Sorry, Paul. This is not a safe space any longer.
The only safe lane at this point is Solo. Last tier 1 remaining for Clocked In. They've lost their tier 2 in duo as well, just a reminder. This is, hey, you know what we're in, D'Lo? We are in uh-oh territory.
Bingo! Z-Tan is feeling their bones shake right now as they hear the all-important words be said. But it is true. This is very much, we are deep inside of uh-oh territory. Google Maps, my phone shut off like 30 minutes ago. I have no idea where we are, but I know that that is the state of the game. What can you do to get back out? What can you do to start clawing your way out? Paul and Tegvir, I think, are going to be your keys. Tegvir's the only one who's got a kill, so there's a passive buff for that. But like you mentioned before, Paul is still doing their deeps. Look at them near the top of the player charts, and this Odin's not doing too shabby either. We have tools. We're just not seeing them coalesce. We're not seeing them to be put together. And part of that issue is that your get-out-of-jail-free card keeps getting sold on deep discount on the dark web. Happen's got to stay alive, not for themselves, but for whoever they're attached to instead.
So looking across the board, I was going to talk kind of level leads. It's been interesting to me that Nemesis has kept close to the Susano throughout this game in terms of level. When you consider 8 kills for Sunprod, who, by the way, the bounty on Sunprod's head right now must be ridiculous. But look at the item differential in duo in particular. Kaveka and Hydrogen's build. Looking at Hydrogen's in particular, that's the worst build that you can imagine going to be behind Karmic, the jump, but look who's lying in wait. It's John Rowing. Where are you going to go now? The turn is to fight with the Princess Bari, who had to use the ultimate, and Princess Bari is still alive. Karmic is not! No way! Globe's Last Supper get their ADC out of that mess.
It's because you have a get-out-of-jail-free card that doesn't have any stipulations. It doesn't have the I'm still level 11 asterisk attached. Kaveka can do damage, stay in the fight, and then also bail themselves out when they need. Last tier 1, never knew ya. It's gone.
This is a tough game for Clocked In and trying to figure out where they go from here. Hydrogen getting flanked on the rotation from John Rowing and duo. In mid lane, a tier 1 goes to Paul and happens, so that's massive. Hydrogen
thinks they're
seemingly
setting up an
aware of the gank, yeah. There's the ult, the dash away, trying to get the safety of happen, and it actually works out pretty well. But do you turn and fight this? Seems Clocked In's considering that exactly.
Is that a steal? Oh, okay, thank God. Tegvir gets something. They need something. Clocked In, hanging on. You know, they've dug in their fingernails. They're clearly not just going to surrender. They're not even literally or figuratively. They are in it for the long haul, and it's a best of 3, so you got to be. It's not just if you lose, it's about how you lose, Anthony. That matters so much. But on Globe side, exactly. And on Globe side, again, momentum, massively important. They want to carry this through. You are walking on sunshine and rainbows right now, and you want that exact same energy to carry you through the entire rest of the series. And what it's going to come down to is the damage being output by Sunprod. If we get a kill from Clocked In, if you turn the Nemote on them in the right moment, you shred them down, you got a good chance for victory. But when can you get it done is the question, because it always seems like Sunprod is dictating the terms of battle themselves. Gold Fury is what we're looking to dictate our stake on at this moment. An Ancient Fury, in fact. Pyromancer still on the chopping block, too.
Whoa, look at the fire
giant. Let it go down, but FG?
Clocked In are trying to make a play happen with knowing that the Gold Fury was taken. Now they look for the fight. The cage has been dropped, but can you find any picks? Maybe one.
Nice.
Speak no evil will fall. John Rowing takes the Wind Sprite, is closer. Fire Giant has been let go of, but it's still at half health. The Storm Call will find 5 members, and Sunprod follows up and finds himself to be divine. Clocked In now go for the retreat. The Globe's Last Supper are on the hunt. The Typhoon's hidden, and the bodies are dropping. Globe's got 1. Kaveka's got Tegvir. Paul and Happen, the last 2 standing.
What?
Paul is no longer deathless. Happen's just gotta go. This is a disaster for Clocked In. GLS just continue to look untouchable in this game.
When Sunprod, like 2 years ago in kindergarten, was being read the story about the big bad wolf, he didn't realize it was an autobiography, but it's about you, buddy. It's about you. Typhoon hits 3. Happen. I've got to ask you, what are you doing here? Go back home before he comes for your head.
Happen's got 2 items.
That's enough,
That's a
surely.
tough look.
That's enough, surely.
And,
Ah,
anyway.
darn it. How could that have happened?
Happen has got smacked over the head with Sunprod's lunchbox.
How many jokes can we make, dog? But dead, like, oh, God, it's so
Happens
funny.
on the
It's so-
ground, and Sunprod's like, pick up my gushers and put them back in my box. I want them next to my Capri Sun.
He said, "What's in your? What do you got here, buddy? Cheese dippers? You know, I could eat a bit more. I'm still hungry." Pyromancer going to be sating your appetite for a bit longer. 21 kills, 21 minutes. My freaking God.
The score's so messed up, it's breaking your brain in every which way. But D-Lo, this is the part where it's really fun to be sitting in chair 2.
It's
You
so
have
fun.
to find some way to tell me how
Oh,
Clocked In
okay.
can possibly
Okay,
come back.
never mind.
This used to be
No longer
Trelly's
fun.
favorite thing for me to ask him, because he'd be like, please don't ask me what they can do. So
try
that's
to-
the position that you're in now.
Dude, like, I'm going to say it again. Like, Happen just needs to not be there. Like, wherever you are, stop being there. Actually, right now is great. Next to Paul. That's fantastic. Never change that. That's awesome. 9-0. On the other side of the coin for Sunprod, 0-9. It's like an omen. There's an omen. There's some bad vibes. There's some bad juju afoot here. And the moment that happens, stops being on equal footing with the kill board for Sunprod, but reversed, I think that's when Clocked In can start to look for things to go better. But in all seriousness, that cage is no longer an offensive force. I actually loved what they tried to do there by splitting the fight when they're on Gold Fury and looking for that FG, and it almost freaking worked. Too bad Sunprod is just a demon and hit 3 with a Typhoon. In theory, that was correct. Split the fight, try to cage off one person, but with 2 shells in pocket, now everyone gathered up, it's not going to be easy around this left side Phoenix.
GLS stepping up. Clocked In, trying to figure out what on earth they could do. I'm sure their comms have been full of it. They've heard D-Lo's advice, but the play is on. Happen's got a 3rd item. That's pretty big to help things out.
Huge.
Already a lot of damage on the Karmic. He'll have to step back, but GLS has taken their time.
Okay, like, you want that for Clocked In at the very least. They get a breath. That's great. But a minion wave's about to push in. Here comes the fight.
And diving into the back line goes John
Bye.
Rowling. Karmic just got popped in the front line by Globe. The duo side Phoenix should fall just like that. That's 1 Phoenix down. Now, Tier 2 was handled earlier in solo, but I don't think they care about the towers or the structures. I think GLS want to end the game.
dagger!
Kaveka finds Hydrogen. Daggers are daggering, and Globe's Last Supper are on the Titan. And Clocked In have nothing they can do to stop it. Who else will fall? Sunprod gets shut down on the way out the
Okay.
door, but I don't think they care. Globe's Last Supper take game number 1 against Clocked In our grand finals.
Every time Sunprod dies, it's a prophet of your doom. Think about, I'm like the conspiracy guy with like the pins on the board, but like he died as the Odin, they lost instantly because John Ryan backdoored. He dies here, doesn't matter. You're Dunsky. That dagger play, brilliant, flawless, pristine. Sunprod is a demon. Sunprod is the future. Sunprod is your god.
That is... I can't word it any better than that. That's the last words from D-Lo. The last from me are we have more games to go. Best of 3 for the grand finals today. When we come back from this short break, you will be in the very capable hands of Morty and Musey to finish out what should be a banger of a grand finals. The biggest question that remains, can Clocked In make a comeback? We'll find out when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Bye.
Hold me like you hold me, and if it's over, let's pretend for one more night, for one more night, for one more night. Hold me like you hold me, and if it's over, let's pretend for one more night, for one more night, for one more night. Put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. Now let me see you put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up.
I might just have to go stupid. Hey.
Put your hands up, put your hands up. Now let me see you put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up.
I might just have to go stupid. Hey.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime live here on Smite Game. This is Morty on the mic, joined here by Test Eye, the Prod God, Red Rosie Panda, basically Billy, and Jithin's behind the scenes. And right next to me here in the booth, a fresh set of faces is Musy.
Hey, what's going on, gamers? I'm so excited to be here, especially after just a ridiculously close game that we just had. I mean, it was kind of intense to see. To just watch Sunprod completely eviscerate a family of 5 and leave no evidence whatsoever. I hope there's nobody working forensic today because they're just not going to find anything. The bodies have been bound into like bone meal, and the pigs have eaten it up in the trough like it's gone. There are no survivors.
Yeah, that's an expert level butcher right there with that Susano sword. He's just chopping everybody up throughout this game. And Globe's Last Supper just put on a clinic from beginning to end. It was just one kill after the other. And the way they snowballed from here, the way they took advantage of the lead they had, I mean, they wrapped it up pretty quick.
I mean, it is kind of ridiculous to see Hurricane Sunprod tear through Clocked In. Like, you gotta talk to HR about that, because if you're trying to clock in to do a job here and you've got a guy going through your building and pulling what they did, I don't know if I'm coming to work tomorrow, right? I don't know what's going on. You definitely gotta reevaluate your game plan going into the second game. I think it starts with taking away Suze from Sunprod, right? If we don't see a Susanoo ban going forward, something's going on, right? We got to put new batteries in the carbon monoxide alarm because there's some gas filling up in this house that we have to address.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like this was addressed earlier on in the losers finals. Was Susano was banned every game. That's why it was so close as it was between Orange Kiss and Globe's Last Supper, because Susano was banned game after game after game, but they let him slide one time, and then this is the slaughter that occurs. 23 kills on the board compared to Clocks in 3, and it's just a disgusting stat line to look at for Sunprod.
It kind of reminds me of how occasionally we forget to ban Aladdin from Scream, and you're like, yeah, he can have it, no big deal, we can handle it. No, turn off the camera. You can't do that, right? Like, that's not, we can't show that on screen. This is family friendly. So, same deal. Susanoo off the board, new game plan, come at it with a different mindset. I like the ideas of Clocked In's composition. I'm just thinking maybe it would have been a little bit stronger if we didn't have to deal with this as 9-0 Susanoo breathing down our neck.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was the big outlier. John Rowan did a great job of putting out pressure as well. Good amount of damage dealt as well as mitigated. I mean, he definitely was a pretty tanky machine even before we got to that late game build where tanks can absolutely thrive. 6 items on the board and a lot of prots and health and everything else. And we didn't even get there. And John Rowan still just felt unkillable throughout the game.
I mean, especially now, new patch, new landscape, lifesteal is like the big flavor of the week. Tanks are so back, as it were, baby, and Shock again remains on top, and Supreme as somebody who just did a ridiculous amount of damage last patch and just cannot die this patch. So I'm eating big nowadays. If you're wondering how I'm doing back home, I mean, Shock stacks are up, and all around it's just a good time, but if you are clocked in, not having a good time, like I said before, time to reevaluate strategies, reevaluate the mentals. Don't let this game one bring you down, right? You just got to toss them a freebie before you get the reverse sweep, right?
So let's see who eats good in game 2 as we move into picks and bans and see who's going to be walking away. Will this be a sweep from Globe's Last Supper, or will we see a bit of retaliation from Clocked In as we get these bans underway? Hopefully we see a Susano here, right?
I hope to everything that would listen to me that Susano is not allowed for Globe's Last Supper, right?
Yeah.
Even if it involves you picking it away, right? Don't run it again. Or if you are going to let the Susano through, maybe lock in something like a Ganesh, something that if the Sus just tries to walk up to you, you throw it on the silence around you, you're able to kind of shut down that Sus before they get a chance to actually press all their buttons. I would have even liked to see maybe a quick pull for an Ares, but seeing it taken away so quickly means that that's another avenue of where the Susanoo is going to be able to rock the world if whoever walks around. The big question is, once you start target baiting things like that Susanoo, what broken things are you letting through? Neath, still super strong in the mid lane. Are we going to let that in? No, that's also banned away. So I'm stressed over here, Mort.
5 bans out. Susano hasn't showed up yet. Aladdin taken out for Paul. Makes a lot of sense. Kabrakan taken out as well. Makes a whole lot of sense. Speak No Evil doesn't get Ares. That's a promise from the first ban of the game. That makes a lot of sense too. Hydrogen, really strong on the Agni, but I guess he doesn't want to pick it up this game, so we're going to give it away instead. And Neath, a very powerful pick for Globe, who really showed out with the Neath so far, especially today. But one ban awaiting. Hopefully, I mean, I'd imagine they wouldn't ban their own Susano pick, which means, are they going to first pick it? Paul maybe takes that mid? No, it's the Odin.
Going back to Odin. I mean, okay, so Odin is super strong this patch because sustain is so prominent in just about everything. All the good items, or most of the good items in this game, are going to have some form of lifesteal or healing attached to it. That Odin cage turns all of that off. You dictate a space in a fight that says you can't have that. So you have to back up this Odin cage with a significant amount of burst to go with it. Otherwise, you just throw up this cage for nothing and you can't follow up on it.
Kali's a nice pick to lock in for GLS. Quebec is surely going to take advantage of that in the duo lane as Susano gets locked in for Sunprod. Throw it away, folks. The legend has his favorite weapon. I think this is going to... I don't know. Hopefully we see more. Maybe we see some swaps as far as picks goes over in Clocked In. Maybe they clock in some different picks that give them a little more utility. It really sucks to see them ban the Ares away. Personally, I wouldn't even mind giving him the Sun Prod if we just kept the Ares for ourselves, because if he's crippled up, Susano can't use 2 abilities. That's honestly like the best case scenario if we want to give him the Sun Prod, but now we don't have any cripples to play with in Susano's, let alone to play free. Meanwhile, Sobek gets locked in for Clocked In, and that's a big pick as well.
So with this Sobek pick, and then what do we have next? Merlin for Paul. That's pretty big. I like that just because it's a high damage mage, something that Paul's very comfortable with. Clocked In, going back to their roots here, and you have a little bit of flexibility in teamfight already. I want to see something that can go in with this Odin, a frontliner that can go in with this Odin. Something along the lines of, well, Globe's about to lock it in. A Chalk would have gone pretty well here because you just have a lot of fight potential and the Ganesh. I mean, yeah, Sobek's already taken away. That's going to be wide open. We want something up front to harass these backliners and put a lot of threat there that forces Globe's Last Supper to turn around and deal with it. Or we pivot off of that entirely. We have like a stand your ground comp, not like a dive, but just kind of a pick comp where Clocked In goes, cool, Sobek gets a pluck. We sacrifice our Sobek because we just pulled in a Susano, their mid laner, ideally maybe not a Ganesha, but somebody, throw him in the cage, tussle him down, take him out of the equation, and try to fight like a 5v4, try to force some false isolation if at all possible. But already, because you have the Sobek in there, you're playing a dangerous game because you're a support main. You know exactly what I'm thinking when I say this. So Sobek puts himself out of position to force an aggressive CC. I mean, yeah, you've got some peel, but you got to have that follow-up.
Yeah, if you charge head first into a team fight with charge prey, I mean, what they're going to see whenever Sobek's there, they're going to be like, ooh, dog pile. All these abilities, all these, cracking whatever else, just like a whole like nuclear explosion of abilities just put right on to Sobek's head top. That's how you take care of him. Maybe you lose somebody in the process because he might end up plucking somebody, but usually it's an eye for eye trade like that. And maybe if he takes away a squishy, maybe a high value Sunprod, what we saw 2 games ago was he was 13-0 for a good minute or something like that during that banger of a game 2 games ago. And maybe if you take out a high value target like that, it's worth a trade-off, but usually it's an eye for an eye situation. Really, Sobek specializes in that pick potential rather than who he is in team fights. In that case, you would probably just save that charge prey for a little more defensive purpose. Here comes Susano, here comes Sunprod. Let me pluck him away from Paul. That way Paul has a little more room to breathe and free cast throughout the team fight.
So between these 2 teams right away, I noticed the last couple of picks here for Clocked In. You got this Bari and this Uller. So you got to think to yourself, where's everybody going to be headed? I'm almost imagining that this is an Uller jungle for Tegvir, or maybe Karmic's going to run in the solo lane, or oh, no, hold on. I got the download in my head. I just remembered a Paul stream that I watched like 2 days ago. That's an Uller. Nope, Merlin's right there. It's not an Uller mid. What are they doing? There's a lot of frontline potential, a lot of tank for Clocked In if this Odin is the solo, and a lot of damage to follow up, which is what you want with this Odin cage, with this pluck. You need to turn on somebody and completely explode them. How well can you do that, though, against tools like Undying Love for Aphrodite and the Ganesh and the Chalk who will live forever and shut down your ability to fight back?
Well, it looks like we're ready to throw in the game. Let's see who's going to walk away. Is this going to be a sweep from Globe's Last Supper, or will Clock In decide to lock in for game 2? Let's find out. All right, here we are. Does anything look out of the ordinary? I feel like Kali aspect is pretty normal. Chalk with no aspect again? Huh.
Princess Bari jungle? That's what's sticking out to me right now. I like rubbing my glasses a little bit here, trying to like,
Just a darn minute.
Now hold the horses right now there, young man. You mean to tell me you got a Princess Bari jungle out there all by herself trying to take down those camps and those objectives? How is a Bari gonna gank except walk up slowly and hope you don't notice her? What's going on here, right? Versus Sunprod running this extremely efficient, high pressure, high priority jungle pick of Susanoo, who can walk up, kit dump on you, and then get out by himself with the abilities that he has. He has an engage tool and a disengage tool between his first and third ability. Use them interchangeably, who cares? And then you also have this Aphrodite mid. You want to talk about stuff that's picking out to me here? It's all over the board right now. It feels like Globe's Last Supper's composition works, but not in the way that when you look at all these characters you would initially expect it to. You've got CC on board, you have burst potential, right? Aphrodite kiss, you got the Susanoo pull, Ganesh is able to just throw out the ohm and say, you can't step up to me. Happen tries to walk up and get a pluck. You better hit it. You need that CC immunity or else you're just gonna be there for the fishes, right? You're not a predator anymore, you're the prey. We're going to chop you up sashimi style and put you over some rice. You don't get to live very long in this world. Whereas Clocked In, I feel like if they can scale to that late game, which they never had a chance to last game, maybe this time round with your Uller, with your Bari, with your Merlin, if anybody walks at you, just kind of go, I'll see you later, right? You're not going to step up to me. You're not going to be able to live. But then you have to say that while staring down this Kali in Kaveka's hand and go, you know, what? She's just pluck her on cooldown, right? She doesn't have the death immunity ultimate. She's very killable, but it's not an easy feat when she holds left click on you.
You know what I just realized? I feel like a vision just flashed before my eyes. I'm now seeing the vision with Tegvir jungle. It's not even about the jungle. It's about the team fights later on in the game. That's when Tegvir really starts showing up and showing out. This whole farming phase that Tegvir might struggle with, Paul suffers. He is first blooded by Sunprod, who plays up just a little bit farther, and thanks to the help of Globe, he's able to secure that first blood. But yeah, it's about the team fight for Tegvir and everybody else for Clocked In. That's what they're investing in. I guess they need to get past this early game phase first, because that's where they fell face first last game. But maybe they're just investing everything into that mid to late game team fighting phase.
Do we not respect Susanoo, like, at all as Odin? Karmic, you try to stand up to Chalk. John Rowing's on that boat. He's got those orders. He's going to get you. You got to be careful. But I don't know how much we're respecting Susanoo, if at all, because the pathing that Paul took, like, you have to be aware that the kitten discord couple of a lifetime between Aphrodite and Susanoo is right around the corner at all times. Sunprod just got off of a heater of a game one. That mentality, that confidence is absolutely carrying over. What is Merlin going to do to run away from a Susanoo? He's not going to do anything. He's going to die. And this Princess Bari can't help him out. They have to farm to that late game to get to those team fights that Tegvir is looking for. So Sunprod has whatever he wants in the jungle and more. He's not afraid of anything, right? Honey Badger doesn't care. Honey Badger wants to kill your mid laner and just roast spit them up, right? This is disgusting. And it's not even too far in the game, but I'm getting a vision of my own, and it's another Sunprod banger for a Smite Prime Grand Finals.
I'm telling you, man, he's just been throwing himself into fights, throwing himself into kills since we started off today. Anyway, it's not even just like a confidence boost from wins earlier on. This started from game one that Globe's Last Supper played today. They've just been aggressive all across the board, and it's led them to some pretty good victories. The only thing that worries me so far is how fast does the Susanoo Sunprod clear through a Gold Fury at 5 minutes? We need to put a lot of attention on that. And how does our first Gold Fury fight go?
So, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I was just thinking about what do these early objectives look like? Because we're coming across that 5.5 minute mark where this Gold Fury is going to start to become a big problem for both teams and how they want to take it down. What Globe's Last Supper have in their back pocket for this Gold Fury fight is that Sunder and the Dharmic Pillars from Speak No Evil. That's a crazy amount of secure. It's a good amount of damage. If Sunprod's able to make that rotation over with Speak and Kveka, they should be able to shut that down. However, if Clocked In can get there first, if they can find a way to get some vision on the map, distract GLS from acknowledging this Gold Fury, then you have a Bari with the Jungle Dagger, Bumba's Dagger, on top of Merlin Fire Shred and this Uller and a Sobek. It takes a few more people for Clocked In, I feel. but that burn potential is there. I mean, you have a lot of damage on board. It's just a matter of, if you get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, how good is that team fight going to go for you? Because I imagine this Typhoon from Susanoo is going to rip through you and tear down every single house building business in your area, to the point where you're not going to have a zip code or a phone number anymore, right? It's going to be Sunprod land. And he's going to put a little sign down on there that says, "My Gold Fury, you dumb people, get out of here. This is my house." There's no house left. It's just crumpled wood.
This is next level detail that you're putting out today. It's like
I'm kind of bringing it right now. I'm,
wild.
I'm really on this Sunprod. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, this is what it. This
Now we're
is
going
it. This is
after
what I'm
this
talking
Gold
about.
Fury. 3,000 health, and no contesting from Globe's Last Supper as of yet, but they are walking up. Aphrodite on the right side. Globe looking for a Lovebirds. Is the take going to be able to do enough, though? We're dropping the Gold Fury, going after a kill. Tegveer falls. Maybe Paul looks for some revenge. He does have a lot of damage on board, and Happen makes sure that it happens. Kveka down to the grave. Paul is left all alone with Speak No Evil and Sunprod, and Sunprod takes advantage of the situation. Speak No Evil finds a knockup on Happen, leaping over. Ullr's looking for something. Is he going to be able to get a kill here? Sunprod takes on Happen. That's a double kill so far. Is he going to be able to find a triple on Hydrogen's head stop? Gets pulled and gets killed. Triple for Sunprod, and back to base with your rewards.
So at the very least, Clocked In is doing remarkably better than they were in game one, where they are able to find a couple of return kills. But I'll tell you what, right now, you are able to pull on that Gold Fury, but it's exactly as I feared. You get your hands caught in the cookie jar. Globe's Last Supper has crazy teamfight presence earlier on in the game here. Sunprod didn't even have to use the ult. They just showed up late with their hero's entrance like, yes, I will show up and have a triple kill and take it all to myself because I'm the bestest, right? I see what you are, Sunprod. You're going to save your team? No, you're going to go in there and scoop up all the last kills and take all the credit, which, you know, well-earned and well-deserved. But even with Happen on this aggressive pick that we didn't see last game, I know it was Anthony who called it out, where you need to see an aggressive support from Happen so they can try to make some plays. It's just not quite enough, because Globe's Last Supper were able to throw down that Dharmic Pillars. You have this pincer maneuver from the Aphrodite of all characters. You know, not what you're expecting to see hit you over the head with a bunch of damage, but Globe makes it work. So let's just take control of the fight, and Sunprod cleans it up.
Happens around the corner, tail whip, getting out of the ultimate from Aphrodite, but eye for an eye kill here in the middle lane. Happen having to back things up. Here comes Tegveer looking for some reinforcements. Over the wall, Odin Cage gonna drop him down. Ganesh has nowhere to go. Dharmic Pillars looking to save his life. Happens in the lurking in the waters, looking for the sub execute, but barely missed the mark. Charge spray goes in.
No.
Sunprod putting on the juke shoes and gets away from Happen. Still unkillable. 2 more kills to his count, and John Rowing finds one as well on Tegveer. Karma getting chased down by Speak No Evil, looking for the sun, but dash right out of it. But maybe we go back down, looking for a kill on Karmic, though. Speak No Evil still pressing up. Here comes John Rowing as well, but not going to dive in on that because Karmic has the full cooldowns up. He's not going to be dying anytime soon. Meanwhile, Gold Fury is getting taken down by Kveka. Maybe a little assistance from Sunprod as well. They're putting a lot of focus on that, and nobody but Ullr seems to know. Maybe they give this up for free, but no contest from Clocked In as of yet. Happen and Tegveer making their way down the left jungle, but I don't think they're going to make it in time. No, they are not. And Gold Fury goes for free to Globe's Last Supper.
I mean, not only did they take that Gold Fury, they were able to clean up that fight in the mid lane, and that was kind of the go button for Clocked In. The one person with the shell, Globe, is dead. You were able to burn away this Aphrodite before she had a real chance to play the game. So with that Odin ult, you would imagine that you would have 2 people who are kind of stuck in there. Speak No Evil should be able to dash out, but I digress. Who are stuck in there. Sunprod is the big one that we're looking for. And you just couldn't get him. The Dharmic Pillars come out. You can't walk into Dharmic Pillars and tank a tower, right? That's not going to go well for almost anybody. So Globe's Last Supper just kind of laugh at you and go, yeah, we're not too stressed out about it. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Yeah, we're going to turn around and kill you because you're diving really hard. You're fishing for quite a bit here. And then also we're going to take a Gold Fury afterwards because you're all dead and you have to respawn. We'll see you in about 2 minutes. All right, it's a date.
You know, it's kind of a reward playing up against Orange Kiss, the way that Globe's Last Supper kind of took in their macro play. They got out macroed earlier on in this bracket, and now they're taking everything they learned from Orange Kiss in spades. They just grabbed that Gold Fury at about 7 minutes in. That's a great spot to be in. That's a huge advantage to have already, and it reflects in the gold count. They've got a 2K gold lead. Look at Susano over the wall, looking in. Dharmic Pillars looking for a setup, but very low. Oh no, are they going to be able to find something here? Hydrogen falls to the grave, lurking in the waters used, trying to get him out of harm's way, but there's no getting away from Sunprod, no depths of a pool, no safety that will get rid of Sunprod.
We got to start up like an aid foundation or something. We got to send care packages to Clocked In. We got to do something here. 8-0? It's 10 minutes in the game, Mort. I was watching from the bleachers in the last game, watching Sunprod go crazy, and I was like, oh man, I didn't get the crazy Sunprod game? That's all right. You know, hey, this game too, it'll still be a good time. I'll tell you what, it's a good time. Globe gets soloed, W Paul, but Sunprod is still massive? Like, hello?
What a disgusting set of combos from Paul right there. Just taking advantage of Globe in this mid lane. A little bit of fight back. That's good. It means Clocked In's not locked out just yet. Charge Spray does find Ganesh. Are we going to be able to take advantage of Speak No Evil? Stampede plus the remove obstacles gets him to the safety of the tier 1 tower. And he almost falls to the afterlife, but he just doesn't make it out. Sunprod going in, taking Tegvir and walking out. This guy just finds kills wherever he goes. He looks and he just can't stop himself from killing. But Odin Cage at the backside diving into the tier 2 tower looking for Ganesh. Is he going to be able to find him? Great knockup, locks him in. Great pull from Sunprod as well. Getting another kill. 10 on the board so far. Paul's low on health. Almost got caught by the Lovebirds. John Rowing's going in and over the wall. Globe finds Happen. Another kill for Globe's Last Supper. Looking for one more. Paul's down. Ullr's out. And Tegvir is nowhere to be seen. Bodies on the floor of the battleground of the gods. Globe Last Supper taking advantage of Clocked In.
What are you talking about, man? What am I supposed to say to that? What's the analysis in this moment? Man, Sunprod's really just out here diffing people live on Smite game, huh? What? You even had the gank from Karmic. What beautiful positioning from this Odin to try to catch out this Ganesh as they retreat in the backline. It doesn't matter. Guess what? Stunned under tower and yoinked by the power of every storm. Dude, Sunprod, Storm Blessed. Hello, I didn't realize Kaladin was allowed in these games. And look, they're gonna kill somebody else again.
Happen, charge spray out. Boom. Gets pulled though. Sunprod doesn't care about a charge spray. He chases regardless and he gets another kill. No surprise there. Oh, that is nasty, disgusting as they make their way to the Gold Fury. Could be their second of the game unless Clocked In want to contest. But if I were them, I wouldn't recommend it. This guy's on a hot streak.
No, you have to take every single step back and try to get your own camps at this point deep on your side of the jungle. Neutral farm is not an option for you to try to take away from GLS, right? Look at the jungle level disparity between Tegvir and Sunprod. This is exactly what I was worried about with this Princess Bari pick. What does it do for you in the jungle against a Susanoo? I'm not joking, literally nothing. One of the stronger characters in this game will not have a chance to play, right? Because she can't gank you. She just has to sit there and farm. Whereas Sunprod is able to have crazy pressure, crazy priority, happens dead again, whatever. Like, it's gonna take so long for Clocked In to get online. And John Rowing is just walking everybody around. Shout out John Rowing. Like, look, Shock doesn't die. He's got the speedy boots on. I'm sick of this.
Yeah. Like, fast as ever. This is a nuts game so far. 13 minutes in, 16 kills on the board, and 12 are in Sunprod's name right now as the tier 1 tower falls, and the tier 2 surely goes down the same way. A couple hundred health to its name. Guess they're just going to let it go. They'll come back for it later. It's all right. It's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, it'll be okay. Well, look at this rotation from Karmic here. That's a big cage.
No way. Does get pushed back. Didn't use the cage just yet, but there it goes. Cage is down, distracting some of the back line there, letting Tegvir do what he wants. But Stormcall hitting 2 does great damage. And Ullr's going to have
No
to jump
mana.
on out. Does not want to fight that happen. Is on his way out. Charge prey in. Oh, no. That's the wrong way, big dog. You're going to end up paying for that. Lurking in the waters. Does some good zoning. John Rowing finds Tegbeer in the back, though. Just look at John Rowing up there, causing a huge distraction. Kveka has nothing. No health, no mana, and nowhere to live. Gets plucked and gets killed. Kveka in the grave. Karmic takes that kill. Happen also suffers the same fate. Globe finds that one. We're still chasing down the rest. Paul goes forward, looking for one. Takes down Globe real quick. John Rowing surely to meet the same fate. Couldn't find the sun, but here comes Sunprod, the hero. Superman is here to save the day. But Superman doesn't, this movie's not over yet. We're just now in the beginning arc.
We are not ready to roll credits. We are like approaching that final climax, but we got a lot of build up to do beforehand. We got to check in with Clocked In and see how they're able to turn around these fights. I like the fact that Karmic was able to walk up there, catch some people in the cage, but force the shell away from Globe so that you have one less tool of sustain for when Paul makes this loop around and just throws abilities on top of the Aphrodite. I think Globe's Last Supper is starting to get to a point where maybe they're looking for a bit too much in the fight. They're extending a little bit too much, right? Where they could have had an opportunity to disengage. You get your wins, you get a couple of kills, but Clocked In, kind of like the gum on the back of your shoe, pauses you in your steps and takes a little bit more from you. It takes a little bit. I'm going to take a kill. I'm going to look for another kill here. I'm going to lose some people in the process, but that's okay. We're trying to get the shutdowns. We're trying to slow the ball from Globe's Last Supper. The gold disparity is not as bad as it could be, right? As much as we've been hyping up GLS, as much as we've been giving a lot of props and credits to them, as Globe finishes up a Pyromancer, I feel like Clocked In have avenues back into the game. For as far ahead that Prod is, Paul has been doing a really good job staying up. Hydrogen is also ahead. Those two damage carries being in a position where they can maintain XP and maintain gold is going to be really important for Clocked In. They have the ability to kill somebody if they step out too hard. So Globe's Last Supper has to be careful in these fights. They cannot just walk all over Clocked In like they did before, because Paul and Hydrogen will axe combo you and then just delete you with the Merlin ability.
16 minutes in, 18 kills on the board for GLS and 6 for Clocked In. Like you said, it's not a huge goal disparity. It could be a whole lot worse, and Clocked In are still holding on to life little by little, grabbing camps where they can, grabbing camps where Sunprod allows them, and they just got a Queen Naga under their name, so a bit of extra help next time they want to go and push some type of structure. But GLS forming up by this Gold Fury. Maybe they take it off the mat pretty quick, as all 4 members, Jocks and John Rowing still over in solo, but everybody else from Clocked In is going to take this away quickly. Wait a minute, we're going for a Fire Giant burn? We're down this bad and we're that confident? No way. There's no absolute shot that they take this away. The burn's not that fast. Happen is doing a great job of zoning, but going in is Storm Call from Shock. Hydrogen does find a stun on Speak No Evil. Kveka is able to steal it away. Oh my God. Oh, they go for Gold Fury on the side. So they got Gold Fury in. They got them off of Fire Giant as well. Huge awareness from Globe's Last Supper.
Huge awareness is right. I love the immediate rotation of everybody. Like, you see, John Rowing calls out, hey guys, they're doing fire because they just saw us on gold, right? They have oracles. So you have Speak No Evil stick around just long enough before Kveka gives the okay of like, I can solo tank this the rest of the way, go help the team. And Globe's Last Supper in that engagement, it's not to win the fight. It's not even to try to steal an FG. It's to force them off. It's to stop them from getting any closer to where GLS currently stands, right? A win for Globe's Last Supper at this stage, like when it comes to like, what are we pulling? Like resources? Are we getting kills? It's just denying farm. Do they get FG? No. Good enough. We're already ahead. We're in the lead. Let's go back and let's keep that train moving, right? Do we just pull like a single beads? W, right? Do we solo Hydrogen? Of course we do, Sunprod. You're godlike. Good God. What do you... Come on. Your turn. I can't stand this. It's nasty.
One more thing to remember, though, probably the worst part about the situation for Sunprod is that he's 13-0 right now, and he's level 17. Ullr is Hydrogen is 0-3. He's the same level. That's kind of wild. Like, how in what world does this even make sense that Sunprod doesn't get to experience-wise benefit from this? I guess he's getting a whole lot of damage from items, but even then, like, how did that even happen?
I mean, you have Hydrogen, who's just been on his farm game the entire time. You'll notice, like, Kaveka has been making some rotations to fight in mid, I noticed before, but not so much from Hydrogen. Maybe Tagbeer gets caught out here on the left side as Kaveka gets to scoop up a kill for themselves. Globe's Last Supper just adds another body to the pile here as it just continuously mounts. But Clockton has been doing a pretty decent job at just trying to keep up with farm, trying to keep their carries in a position where they can be useful in a fight. A tank's going to be able to tank, right? The difference is, am I going to be able to soak up damage for like 5 seconds or 10 seconds, right? If it's 5 seconds, so be it. My carries just need to kill them in that 5 seconds while I die. As the sad truth of the matter, you have this Sobek who has to put themselves out of position in order to get the pluck for your carries, right? You're going into this fights with mentalities of 4v5, or you're going to start going into these fights with the mentality of Globe's Last Supper is going to pick up this Fire Giant, and we are not even remotely grouped to put a stop to it.
Fire Giant is getting burned away. Paul's getting zoned out as well. John Rowan doing a great job of it. Lurking in the waters, trying to give him an in, but the Dharmic Pillars are going to be melting that health bar very quickly. Nobody else left to contest. It's about 6k health on that Fire Giant. Karmic backing away. Uller nowhere to be seen, and Paul playing scared. Tegveer looking to press up a little bit, but is certainly not going to make it to that Fire Giant in time. Karmic joining Tegveer in the middle lane, but here comes Sunprod. Oh no, Odin Cage down, going in, doing some great damage, but we're playing back right now. We don't want to go too far in, not without the rest of the team here, and that's a very smart play. Fire Giant in pocket, though, definitely benefiting from that. Kaveka does have Dagger in pocket as well. Ancient Fury is soon to spawn also.
And this Pyromancer will swiftly fall down to Globe's Last Supper, so you're gonna have that bomb in the pocket ready for be it a door or a Phoenix. And with only one tier 2 tower on that right hand side, this Ancient Gold Fury debuff is gonna hit these Phoenixes super hard and will just enable Globe's Last Supper to slowly walk up and start to take control of the Titan in the Fountain Room, right? At the very least, Clockton was able to manipulate the minion waves a little bit here. We have waves pushed up on the left side because of Hydrogen taking out that tower, but it's not going to be too long for Globe's Last Supper to be able to push that back and find parity and find an advantage state as they continuously look for things in the left and the mid lane, which is going to be the big targets here going forward. I wouldn't be surprised to see Globe's Last Supper look for an endgame call soon. With the way that they've been able to win fights and lose so little from these engagements too, right? Globe has been dying a fair amount. I credit that to the fact that Aphrodite doesn't have a whole lot of mobility unless it's attached to the alt. And if you're alting, I feel like you're only alting to get out of a cage when it comes to mobility, or you're doing it to save yourself. And Kaveka is the other one to die here because they're a Kali with no like immune ultimate. You can catch them out. It's not an impossible feat. As Globe's Last Supper starts to walk up to this Phoenix, I feel like they don't stress out too much about things like the cage, about things like the Bari ult. They're just gonna out DPS you. They're just gonna kill you outright. Sunprod hasn't been answered for 22 minutes, and this is the consequence of that.
Will they pick up the phone? Let's see, as the Ancient Fury is doing a great job of taking down that Phoenix. Globe takes it down with ease. Great stuff indeed. Clocked in, trying to put on some sort of defense. Storm call from John Rowing doesn't connect with anyone. Maybe just a bit of a resource pull. That's more than fine. Having the jump on Alkaveka does not want to go up too far. The tier 2 tower is down in mid, so they could potentially get this bird should they have a way to get in and start snatching the health bar down. John Rowing looking to maybe jump in. He doesn't have Storm Call, though, and they're kind of doing this lovely little song and dance.
I mean, Globe's Last Supper, in addition to this Fire Giant buff, also have the Aphrodite healing, and this Shock doesn't have aspect, so they're just able to walk up and then walk back in.
Odin Cage goes down. Now we're looking for a fight. Sunpride Tornado does good damage, but he has to get on out. He does not want to give up that 13-0 streak, and I cannot blame him. Kaveka taking out Tegbeer. The fight still continues under that tower. John Rowing pressing hard. Good stun, followed by the Lovebirds. Globe takes down Karmic. That's 2 bodies down by the Titan. Clocked in are doing everything they can to try and defend here. Happen, just watching it happen to their Titan. Nothing they can do. No retaliation possible. And Globe's Last Supper take it away. That's a sweep in the finals of the July circuit.
I mean, pick up the phone, baby. Sunprod's calling. It's for you, right? I'll take a message. He says, Not even close. I wasn't stressed out for even a little bit. This Susanoo went unchecked and uncontested for 2 games. Sunprod didn't kneel once. I'm not counting the one at the end of game 1. That doesn't matter, right? He, in my eyes, unkilled, undefeated. This guy is ridiculous with this character. The fact that we let him have it after seeing what they got away with in the first game, shut the front door. That's not, no way. It's crazy.
All right, well, we're going to be back here in just a moment to take a look at the replay and some of the highlights of that game. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass. DJ, give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass. DJ, give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass. DJ, give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I said fire to the roof, boy. I might as well do it. Just a little bigger than. I said fire to the roof, boy. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I said fire to the roof, boy. I might as well do it. Just a little bigger than. I said fire to the roof, boy. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it.
Give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass. DJ, give me that bass rock, bass rock, bass rock. DJ, give me that bass rock, that bass rock, that bass.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. This is Morty here with Musi, and we just got done witnessing a mass destruction in the grand finals of Smite Prime. Musi, why don't you walk me through it as we take a look at the replays?
Yeah, here. I can boil it down to 2 words, 2 syllables. Sun Prod. That's it. That's the analysis. Sun Prod. My God. Like, I cannot believe what Sun Prod was able to get away with in this set. And today as a whole. Like, I feel like Sun Prod was just kind of going nuts. But it is exacerbated by these last 2 games where they were just super locked in. Like, they became the Susanoo. Every single fight, you had the Susanoo show up and just completely pull, like, legs underneath the water. You got yoinked by some elder entity. You never had a chance, right? The Susanoo tore through front lines, tore through back lines, like they were paper mache. This was a cutting test, and everybody failed. The only blade that was sharp was the one held in the Susanoo's hands. It was actually ridiculous.
Getting a lot of day job similarities. I'm a butcher for a day job, so I'm getting a lot of like I understand that pretty heavily. There's one almost terribly dash I saw from happen earlier that like led him to his death. And that seems like the problem with Sobek that you mentioned earlier is like very prevalent throughout these replays. The fact that like he dashes in and either he hits the pluck and he gets killed, or he misses the pluck and he gets killed. And that's kind of the problem with the behind Sobek, is you don't live in very many scenarios.
Well, and 2, we also have this Princess Bari jungle, which it just didn't really do anything for Clocked In. Like, yeah, we needed follow-up, but not quite like that. Globe's Last Supper had crazy mobility because the Susanoo was everywhere, and Clocked In just couldn't lock them down at all. The cage was not nearly as threatening as it needed to be because the Bari never had a chance to get online. Even though Hydrogen and Paul were doing the best they could to stay up on farm, to stay up on gold. Like I said, they were still lethal. They were still able to kill people if they stepped up a little bit too close. It just wasn't enough. The threat just wasn't there. And Globe's Last Supper, they were eating pretty good, right? They had seconds and thirds the way that they were able to just continuously dip back into these team fights and find more and more and more.
You know, I'm telling you, with how good Sun Prod was eating, I don't think there was anything left for Globe. It's called Sun Prod's Last Supper at this point, because that man was eating good all throughout the past 3 games, if we really think about it. When he had the Odin 2 games ago during the losers bracket finals, I mean, absolute just monster, like 13-0. I mean, pretty much just like this game, and just kept that going for the entirety of the grand finals as well. And part of me think that's why they didn't ban that Susano away, because, like, dude, he just did the same thing with Odin Jungle. Like, he's going to do it with probably everybody. But now that we know who the grand finals winners are, why don't we take a look at what they won? Let's take a look at the prizing.
It's not your grandma's prizing, I'll tell you that. We got more than enough here for any winner to have.
And there it is right there, $7,000 that will be taken home today by Smite Prime participants. It is awesome to see, as well as 125,000 diamonds, which I'm pretty sure is like more than every skin in the game. That's a whole lot of diamonds.
You get to have every single quip, every single name color you could ever want, hope, or desire, right? At this point, I feel like Sun Prod gets the Paul's Better quip and just starts spamming it everywhere they go, knowing for a fact that they put that Merlin in the grave consistently.
Well, something we're doing this time around that's a little bit new is an MVP. We showed off the trophy earlier, and now we're going to show off who won the MVP for Smite Prime July Circuit. That's going to be Sun Prod. Great job, Sun Prod. You've absolutely earned it, my man.
I mean, huge congratulations to Sun Prod. If you thought I would glaze you over, the game that I got to see you go crazy, I'm about to do it all over again, because it is ridiculous what this player was able to do with the Susanoo pick. I mean, they were up, down, they were all around, just a total monster on the field, and it propelled their team forward because they knew they would be able to clean up any fight that they got into, because the Susanoo was right around the corner. Sun Prod was just had it locked in for pretty much every single game that they touched. If it wasn't the Susanoo, like Mort said, it was the Odin that they were able to just show up on. It is undeniable who the MVP is for these games today. Like, you couldn't even argue it.
I'll tell you this, there's a new sheriff in town, and I say that because a lot of the, I don't want to say a lot, a couple of the Smite game chat members were saying, who's Sunprod? Who is this guy? He doesn't stand up to Paul. Oh, he did. He stood up to Paul, and he made Paul stand down. Paul was laying flat on the floor, lifeless, multiple times because of Sunprod. So, if you don't know who Sunprod is, you should know by now. This is the new era of junglers entering the Smite competitive scene. So be warned, there will be more. But for now, Sunprod holds the crown. With that being said, we do have, let's take a look at the brackets, see how we did today and how we got to this point right here, because there has been a whole set of bangers of games all throughout today. And let's take a look at what some of those games were. Here we are. Cool. I believe we started off with Orange Kiss and Chalice Shades. I think it's where we started off with as far as spectating for today. That was a great game as well. Where did you start watching today, Muse?
So I was in and out a little bit. I was at the state fair, but I was catching up in it was semis, and then the finals is where I had a chance to see things really go down. But started off here with a little bit of a tidbit of Clocked In versus Smite 2 Bad Boys. Paul, I feel like this is Paul's meta too. You have a player who loves W keying at people, loves playing characters that love to trade out their lives or just live through raw sustain, and you put them in a patch where you have a crazy amount of cool healing items. It's crazy that Clocked In weren't able to put up a fight at all, but it's kind of what I would expect to see them leading up to that moment.
I was blown away by how today went. I mean, not only Sunprod, who obviously did a great job, but Scream as well showed up and made some crazy plays. Inbound tried some crazy gods as well, as you can see right here. Might have missed a couple ults, but definitely got a couple kills regardless. Inbound just really flexing out and doing something crazy for Orange Kiss, and I really thought they were going to walk away with the whole W here. I mean, they were #1 seed, and they walked away with the dub in, I believe it was week 3 of the same circuit this month. I mean, they're a phenomenal team, and surprised to see them get knocked out so early and not even make it to the finals. But when you're up against a monster like Sunprod, it's hard, you know?
I mean, it is a lot to go up against some of these players, but they're just on a hot streak. I mean, it felt like Globe's Last Supper just looked super unstoppable, but you have to keep in mind that teams like Orange Kiss, who are just consistently goated, consistently good, you know, every now and then you're going to have a little trip and stumble, and I don't think that speaks to the mistakes that Orange Kiss made. I think it speaks to the potential that teams like Clocked In, like GLS have of being significant competitors. I mean, they are right up there, I would say, as good as Orange Kiss at this point. I think there was a period in time where the team but with 5M's squad kind of reigned supreme super heavily, but things are starting to balance out a little bit here. Teams are starting to catch up and show up for these games.
Yeah, phenomenal games all around for sure. I mean, a lot of great teams that made it this far too, not just to mention, you know, the grand finalists and Orange Kiss, but also Baile and Novidable, who we didn't get to watch today, but we've seen a lot of in the past, and phenomenal team to look at as well. And even right here, this was a fun end to watch. I honestly was just so shocked to see, like, how do we make it here? Like, this has been a wild set of games today. It has been a blast, dude.
Oh my goodness, that is so many abilities happening all at once, and Globe's Last Supper completely turns it around. I mean, that is just tough. You walk up ready to end the game, and then I imagine the sense of the game ender, because 3 people dead for that long, mid-Phoenix down? Yeah, I don't know.
There goes Scream, and then right when you think Scream's dead, here comes Cherry. Full health, saves the day. Superhero style, Storm Call. I mean, Scream's still going to die right here, but they walk away with a whole lot, and it's awesome plays so far. I really loved just how that team played together in general. I mean, just awesome stuff. And this was next game right here.
I want to see the clip again. I know the clip that you think I'm thinking about. I want to see it, because this is all well and good watching Cyclone Spin and Orange Kiss put up a really solid fight here. I need to see the Bacchus soloing the Titan. I need it. I don't care that Globe is there. Globe's presence doesn't matter. It's not about him, right? I need to see like 1,000,000 Sanguine Lash procs and a dead Titan. That's what I'm craving. Oh, please, Billy. Oh, we'll get there eventually, but that is, I cannot stop thinking about that moment.
Yeah. And Sun Prod beginning this unstoppable arc right here. This is the finals, and 9-0 at this point.
Knock-up.
Yeah,
It was so good.
Nuts.
I mean, I saw that triple knockup, and I was like, the game's over. Even if they don't end it right this second, the game just ended. Like, that's demoralizing. That's, oh, this fight was supposed to go well for us. We just got hit by a 3-man Suzo. I guess it's done.
Yeah, that stinks. I guess I'll die,
Womp
or I'll
womp.
just go back to
Yeah.
base and maybe heal up and die later.
It's tough.
Wild.
But it's so much fun to watch. I cannot emphasize enough. Sunprod just went nuts. He just went nuclear. He found the codes. He was dropping bombs. He just could not stop or slow down at all.
Yeah, the cheat code of Smite Prime right there. That's really what that was. That was just awesome replay to see. Great job for putting that together. It was like almost like a blast from the past. It feels like, I mean, we've been up here since noon Eastern, so it's been quite a day. It feels like a whole day just flashed before my eyes right there, and it has been an absolute journey to make it to this point, and I'm blessed to be a part of it.
I couldn't put it any other way. I mean, I showed up at the end, but I feel like I got to live that journey vicariously through you more. So thank you for giving me the energy, the story, and everything there. It was crazy.
But before we go, Smite Game Chat, we have one more announcement to show off, and that is that we are going back to week 1 yet again in August, next week, next Saturday to be exact. Same time, noon Eastern here on Smite Game and Smite Prime Twitch. We'll be showing off the next open bracket circuit with same amount of cash prizing, same amount of diamond prizing, and even more action every single Saturday. So, for those of you who have been missing out on pro competitive, for those of you who have been enjoying the games today, fear not, there are many more awaiting on the horizon.
And if you are thinking to yourselves, man, I don't know, I could never stand up to it. No, you grab 4 other your buddies and maybe a couple of subs, and you sign up. Free to play, free to sign up. Right? Don't be afraid. Give it a shot, right? The more the merrier here in Smite Prime, and you might surprise yourself with just how well you do. So this is like a bat signal, a Smite Prime signal out there in the sky to just show up, play, watch, have a good time, because it is only up from here. These games are only getting more intense, the competition all the more fiercer.
Things are only going up from here, but we are going down off stream for now because that is all the action that we have today. But that being said, thanks to everybody for putting this together. Thank you, Tess, Billy, Red Rosie Panda, and Jithins. It has been a blast to be here. Thank you, Musi, and the rest of the casters for joining us today. But most importantly, thank you, viewers, for joining in and watching this whole thing through. It has been a blast, and I'm so excited that you guys all to watch it. That being said, this is Morty on the mic. We are out of here, and we'll see you all next Saturday, noon Eastern.